Welcome, everybody. Oh, another exciting day. Um, Let everybody get in here. We're gonna go over a few things. We're gonna see some cool stuff that I've kind of prepared for you guys, and yeah, it's gonna be pretty exciting. Let's see here. Make sure everything's set up correctly. Uh, to read frames. Everybody hear me okay? I want to make sure before we get into this. Fancy. Intermission. What does intermission look like? Oh, fantastic. It's storming out today, guys. So if I cut out for some reason, we lost power again. So keep that in mind. I've already lost power twice today. I think it's that hurricane that's coming in. We're finally getting the brunt end of it. It looks like so. It's gonna be interesting. Royal Flush, what's up, buddy? Thanks for following. So yeah, my plan is today is last time we streamed, we kind of went over some Reign of Darkness stuff. Today, what we're gonna end up doing is kind of going over uh, a whole bunch of games that is made with Procedural Worlds, and yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be super fun. So, I guess we will just hop into it. The first game that we're gonna kind of take a look at is called The Dark. This is made by Intropic Joey. He's in our Procedural Worlds Discord. Currently, he's using Gaia 2. It is a survival RPG, so that's pretty cool. One second. Alright. Alright. So, let's take a look. So yeah, it can be found on Google Play, and it's free to play. So let's take a look here. Main screen. Switch this up. Oh, it's really puny. I was really hoping it'd be better. Oh, well, we're gonna have to just do it this way then. It'll be on Steam. Okay. I was really hoping those pictures would be a lot bigger than what they are. Joey, Epic Joey. There we are. I found you. Don't you worry, I found you. Alright. So yeah, this is called The Dark. It is, like I said, on mobile. He is using Gaia. I believe Gaia 2. I can't tell. Looks pretty good. Need to download it so I can take a further look into it. Definitely can tell some of the Gaia stuff in here. The optimization looks pretty good though for a mobile game. It's got hot bars and a bunch of key bindings and map at the top. The environment looks pretty clean. Yeah, that's really good. Look at that. Looks pretty good. Salty, what's up, buddy? How you doing, brother? So yeah, this actually looks pretty good. I like the castle. I like this environment. I don't know what this thing is because I haven't played it, but that actually looks pretty cool. Looks like health maybe. Yeah, it's pretty cool. He's got some objectives and stuff up here. It is. I will tell you what. It is actually really cool. Um, it is really cool watching some of these developers make these games and what have you. And just using what you can accomplish with Procedural Worlds products, I think, is the ultimate thing here. It is super cool to see this. I think that's one of the reasons why I want to do stuff like this. One, to give you guys a shout out for using Procedural Worlds tools. And two, I think it's just kind of really cool to see how you guys are interpreting our assets, right? So, really cool stuff here. Um, yeah, nice little inventory. That looks pretty sick. He's got a little video here. Let's watch this video. Oh, it's unavailable. So, Joey, if you're around, your video is unavailable, brother. But yeah, so it's called The Dark. Like I said, you can get it on Google Play. I did try to install it on the computer, but it does not look like I can do it. So, but that's super neat there. What's going on with this thing? So yeah, really cool stuff there, man. I'm excited. I kind of want to download it and check it out tonight. I definitely will. So moving right along, I'm gonna kind of breeze through some of these. I made a lot of notes. Sort of some of the games that I found. I posted a thing on Discord, so you guys can check out the games and stuff. I'll put them in a link. I'll have links to everything that we talked about here, so you guys can. You're totally around that. Oh, so you guys can see that. There we go. A little dark. I moved my setup around. If you guys haven't noticed, it's a little different. I moved from one side of the room to the other. I kind of like it over here in the corner. Alright, so the next game that we're going to get into is made by one of our own again, Royal Flush. And it is called The Island. So we'll check this out. We'll kind of briefly talk for some of the guys that I went over the games with today. At the end of the stream, I'll kind of pull them in. They can talk about it, maybe say a couple words and stuff like that. I did watch most of the videos of those that I did find, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, so the next one, like I said, is made by Royal Flush. He's in our Discord as well. And it is called The Island. The Island is a open world first person puzzle game. It's the game number 4 of my project. 12 games in 12 months. That's super cool. I don't know, Royal. I think you're in here, Royal. You doing Oh, we'll talk about this. We'll talk about this a little later. But 12 games in 12 months. That's insane. That's insane. I don't know how you can do that. I rarely get one game out in 12 months, let alone 12 games in 12 months. That's insane. So we do have a YouTube video. I want to kind of open it up, but it looks like they're using Gaia Pro, Ambient Skies, CTS 2019, and Aurora 2. So out of the box, nature of everything is sort of miraculous. It allows me to create an entire beautiful gameplay environment using a handful of clicks. True that. There's some compatibility issues between Aurora and the water of Gaia Pro, but nothing too crazy. Without the products, I literally wouldn't have a clue to start. Having used Gaia and CTS for 18 months or more now, I'm very comfortable finding my way around the tools reasonably easily. I can't imagine they have a somewhat steep learning curve for a complete beginner. Yeah, 100% is. I wouldn't. I hear that a lot with the learning curves, but I kind of think that's with anything that you're gonna do when it comes to game design. You're gonna have to learn it, right? So, but I do hear that pretty common, and I hope that the tutorials, these live streams, yada yada yada, will help with that in the future, to kind of make it a little more easier for you guys to picking up, especially for you beginners. So yeah, that's super cool though. I'm glad that you're really enjoying the products. So yeah, let's check out this game. So it's a puzzle game, open world puzzle game is what I'm getting out of this. Um, and he's got a YouTube video, so let's check this out. Let's see. Can you guys hear this? I hope so.
If you were to ask me 10 years ago whether I like playing computer games, I'd probably have fallen over myself to tell you all about why BioShock is still the greatest game ever made, and that people still treat computer games as some form of distraction therapy rather than the high art they are.
True that.
These days, however, I'd actually have to take a moment to consider whether or not I actually do. The most recent game I actually played to completion was Untitled Goose Game earlier this year, but before that it was probably Inside in 2016. And since I started making computer games, I found that I play them significantly less. Moreover, the games I tend to play are things like the...
I want to stop there. That point is tremendous. And I think if you guys watched my last stream, we had a discussion about that. Especially for you Reign of Darkness guys. You know, we say the more you develop games, the less you play them, right? Even your own game, half the time. You spend less time playing your own game than you do developing for it. And that part of it in itself sucks. Because you want to play your game, right? You want to make sure. Granted, you have to play it, test it for bugs, and yada, yada, yada. But to actually sit down, enjoy your game while it's being made, it's a whole nother ball game. It's really hard to do. But let's get into this.
Vanishing of Ethan Carter or Firewatch. You know, walking simulators with puzzle elements. That seems to be...
True that, too. And that seems to be becoming more and more common lately. But in Firewatch, I know Sector was used in Firewatch, and what they did with it, I don't know if some of you guys have seen the GDC talk, but what they did was they allowed it to say this chunk. For you guys that are using Sector, you'll understand what I'm talking about. But what they said is you can take this chunk and play it out like you would normally would, and then they built another variation. So as time progressed in the game, you went from using this chunk all the time to using this chunk all the time. So it was really interesting what they did with Sector. And that's one of the whole reasons, like I said, that I'm wanting to do something like this is kind of see how you guys are using the assets that we've designed and published. But yeah, more of this is common these days.
Be the underlying theme here. I really like puzzle games. And walking simulators, I guess, but mainly puzzle games. Whether it's Tomb Raider from the heady days of my youth, or Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes, which was my gateway for getting into computer game design, I've always liked a good puzzle. This is probably most evident in my oeuvre of produced games, the vast majority of which involve puzzles of some description. So I guess it was sort of inevitable that I was eventually going to fall back on a relatively tried and tested format for this project. Bearing that in mind, project number 4 is now completed and available to download from itch.io, link in the description and all that jazz. Project number 4 is a semi-open world first-person puzzle game set on an attractive island which houses the ruins of some ancient civilization. And it wins a special prize for having the least imaginative name of all time, The Island. This segues nicely into letting me talk about the process of naming games for a couple of hundred words. Honestly, naming games isn't as easy as you might think. Yahtzee has actually talked about this in his most recent Dev Diary video, so I won't rehash everything he had to say on the subject, but suffice to say, you ideally want something memorable and descriptive without being dull or overly obvious. I've often thought that if you have to think too...
And not commonly used, right? I think that's another point in there, is so many titles are overly used that it's hard to even find your game, because if it is used so much, you have to search for it like hell or have a direct link to it, and that part of it really sucks. I know I experienced that a little earlier when I was searching one of your guys' games, and I saw that I had a hard time finding it but eventually I found it. But yeah, that naming your game is hard, and then you stick with the name, right? So, the only one I can really speak for is Reign of Darkness because I'm working with him, you know, a lot, and the acronyms that you come up with the game, right? So you got World of Warcraft equals WoW, right? So that's how people can distinguish your game. Uh, Elder Scrolls Online, ESO. Lord of the Rings, or wait, Star Wars: The Old Republic, SWOR. You know, so your acronyms has to match with your name, and you have to have a good name, and it has to be something unique, so that way you can actually find it if somebody searches for it, right? So when we started, or when Ty started doing Reign of Darkness for you Rain guys, um, I hear it called Rain. I hear it called Rod. I've heard it called so many different things, but you don't want to be stuck with a bad acronym when you guys are doing it, right? So naming is definitely a whole field in itself, for sure.
Hard about a title.
Rod, yep.
It's the wrong title. For the previous 3 games in this series, the only one that didn't just pop into my head fully formed was The Marvelous Adventures of Marvin Starr. Daedalus sounded cool and mysterious as befitted the style of the game. Marvin Starr was a fun and quirky game and sort of...
And Royal, I'm loving what you're doing with this video, by the way. Just saying.
Childlike,
good video.
with a title to match. And A Shot in the Dark, as I may or may not have mentioned last time, was the title of the main menu soundtrack, a piece of music by Henry Mancini, which doubled up as a nice play on words for the game's title. But for this one, I really didn't know what to go with. The project folder was simply called Open World Thing, and the code name, or working title, was The Trials of Samuel.
That's a good point too. I can't count the number of times, you know, when you open up a scene in Unity and you have to name it and stuff, that it pops up and you just name it Scene 1 or kind of what it is. So like it'd be survival game, and you just leave it like that. Funny story about Star Wars though, is the code name for Star Wars. I can't remember which one. Somebody help me in chat here. But the code name for Star Wars was it's an ice cream. The orange. It's like one of the ice creams. It's the orange ones. It's not really an ice cream, but it is. God, I can't remember. But yeah, it was an ice cream, and that's how. If you knew about it and you wanted to go see it in theaters, you had to tell them that code name to get a ticket because they were sold out everywhere. But interesting.
Which didn't fit with the finished product at all. I could have gone for something pretentious and non-committal like with Extremis, more on that.
Let's take a look at that. I love this guy's there. Looks pretty good.
And non-committal like with
I like
Extremis, more on that in a second. But honestly, having sort of already done that with Daedalus, and with the puzzles in the game
There's
already
3D
having
Forge.
suitably snooty titles themselves, something simple and to the point seemed to make the most sense.
Yeah.
You certainly can't
Sure.
argue that it doesn't give you any information, even if it does share its name with a terrible Michael Bay film from 2005.
That's what I was talking about. When you share a name with somebody else, it becomes hard to find it. Even though in Royal's situation, it may not be that hard to find, right? But still, same thing.
So The Island it is. A game where you wander around listening to the lovely music and admiring the pretty scenery, whilst attempting to solve 4 original puzzles, each of which has...
Sorry, the frame rate is so shocking here. It didn't look like this at the time.
narrated
nice.
clues to solving them hidden somewhere in the overworld. I say 4 original puzzles. It's
I'm not going to be using Unity for a while now. I sold my computer parts. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, it sucks. You know, I had to, I really had to upgrade my PC. I built my PC about 2 years ago. And I just recently poured probably another $1,000 into the computer, easy. I upgraded my RAM, upgraded my hard drives and stuff. Ah, it was terrible. And I feel as if this computer is still needing a ton more upgrades.
actually only 2, as 2 of the puzzles I had previously created for my unfinished project Extremis. I reprogrammed them from the ground up to keep in line with the rules of this
Portals look
challenge,
nice.
but the central premise for each of them is identical to the original. Actually, the island is a lot like Extremis in many ways. The setting is the same,
There you go.
the ambience is similar, the core mechanic of solve.
That's gorgeous. That's gorgeous right there. I can tell the TOD system is Procedure Worlds. The sky is Procedure Worlds. A lot of these grass and flowers are Procedure Worlds. I don't know about that rock though. Some of these trees look like they are. And it is amazing to see. I remember just the other day I looked back from Ozone Effect. I don't know if my channel, if you guys know what Ozone Effect is, but it was one of the original games I started working on um, back when I first got my computer. And I had been working on, actually, but even before that, I had been working on this game for so long, and I used Gaia 1 before Gaia Pro and all that other stuff, before I started even working for Procedural Worlds. I used Gaia, and I look at the difference from then until now, and it's just tremendous difference. Oh my god. I was like, I don't even know how I used Gaia 1 back then. But at the time, it was perfect, right? It was like, oh my god, this looks amazing. And I think we kind of see the same thing in video games too nowadays. Is we look at a game back then, we're like, greatest example is Zelda Wind Waker. I played Zelda Wind Waker on GameCube or Oddsworld, right? Even Oddsworld for the original Xbox. Played that game. I loved it. I thought it was ahead of its time for what the graphics capability was and all that stuff. And then I look at it now, and I just bought the 4K upgrade version of Oddsworld, and I'm like, holy crap, what a difference! But yeah, just right here, I can tell a difference between this looks a little older and this looks a little newer. And I could be wrong, so help me out there, Royal, if you're in chat. But yeah, major difference there. It looks gorgeous though.
Unconnected puzzles is the same. I mentioned last time that I became a victim of my own ambition with Extremis, ended up getting disillusioned with the whole thing and ultimately not finishing it. Additionally, a couple of the puzzles felt slightly contrived, and there were so many buggy fringe cases in various parts of the gameplay, and I didn't want to commit to hunting them all down and fixing them. Admittedly, I was much more naive as a programmer back then as well, and I've learned a huge amount since, which made the island a much more manageable experience.
That's
The
gorgeous.
most obvious one is that
gorgeous.
instead of committing to 8 puzzles from the beginning and designing the overworld around that fact, I instead only committed to 4, 2 of which I knew from the start. I've also kept UI, controls and mechanics to the bare minimum. Move, run, jump, interact. That's it. No live system, no drowning if you fall in the water, no game over state, and a pause menu.
I think that's another big one for game developers in general as well, is overcomplicating your game, especially if it's not needed. Like he's saying here, he didn't need all this other bullshit that come with it, right? He didn't need health. He didn't need all that. It's more of a puzzle game, right? You don't need that. Granted, some games may need that, but simplistic isn't necessarily always a bad thing, right? Especially in this kind of use case scenario. So I like where he's going with this. And look at this scene. This scene's just gorgeous to me. I love the
that consists
stars.
of
I love
resume
Guy Pro.
and main menu.
Yeah,
Sometimes
there you go.
the KISS, or keep it simple, stupid theory, really does work, although the
That is 100% fact. 100% fact right there, boys and girls. 100%.
payoff from that is that without any graphical settings options, you might struggle to get a smooth frame rate if you're running a potato. I ran it on my testing laptop, which is far from cutting edge, and managed a smooth 60 FPS, so something mid-range from the last year or so will probably be enough to manage. I don't want to spoil the puzzles themselves in case you want to go into playing it blind, and to be honest, there's actually not that much to talk about from a puzzle creation point of view. The nuts and bolts of the puzzles was probably the fastest part of the creation process, and all 4 were actually finished, mechanically speaking.
OBS does have problems when recording. That's 100% fact there.
When I was writing the last video. The interesting thing here is almost certainly the overworld.
Check Royal if you're here. Check Pegasus. Pegasus helps with that. Pegasus and the Unity recorder. Definitely a good one to do.
Unity is a pretty powerful piece of software, but if it weren't for the various plugins and tools available from the Asset Store, I'd wager that relative novices like me would have a much harder time making stuff that looks nice. The island is a perfect example of this. Pretty much everything you see in the game comes from an external tool or asset, each of which I'll talk briefly about. First of all, the ruins come from the ancient ruins
Here we
asset
go, chat.
pack. Things like this are great for quick projects, as more often than not you can simply drag and drop the ready-built prefabs into your project like a giant Lego kit.
Be careful doing that, though. I will say that. Not all assets are created equal, right? Not all assets keep up to date. Not all assets have support like we do. But more times not, you actually, once you plug in an asset, you have to spend hours making sure that all the shaders are correct, all the programming's correct, that it's compatible with all your other stuff. That's one of the things what we liked about and we wanted to do and we are doing with Procedural Worlds is Gaia extensions. So that way, once they get kind of fixed up right now, we're still working with some of the publishers, but once that gets back up and rolling again, we will be able to see other assets coming in and integrating their systems with Gaia and Gaia Pro and all of our Procedural Worlds tools very easy, right? So,
of course, the big one here is the overworld itself. This wasn't quite drag and drop, but for how easy the tool in question is to use, it may as well have been. This is actually courtesy of a tool called Gaia Pro, a terrain
love the shout out there.
tool that allows you to create amazing, realistic-looking worlds literally in minutes. There's a video kicking around on this channel somewhere that showcases a few of these tools and how quick and easy they really are to use, which is worth checking out if you'd like some more info on the process. Having gotten the basic shape of the overworld and being happy with my trees, details and water, again all of those nature assets are from Gaia Pro and are spawned automatically in line with predefined or customizable rules, it's then textured with CTS or Complete Terrain Shader, an amazingly powerful texturing library far superior to the standard Unity ones, which really helps the terrain
100%.
textures to stand out.
100%.
I then added ambient skies to get some really powerful one-click post-processing effects and a pseudo AAA look. This does actually use the Unity standard post-processing tools, but ambient skies lets you add everything with a single click, saving a whole load of time. Finally, the icing on the cake is the volumetric light in the shape of Aura 2, which just looks so sexy. The list of tools could go on, and in many cases often does, in terms of adding more detail and realism to your world, but I figured for a short project that would probably do it. Actually, the endless parade of tools is something of a double-edged sword to people like me who are happy to sit and play around with everything they offer. At one point, it occurred to me that after spending upwards of 90 minutes just fiddling around with the lighting and the sea settings to get it just right, I hadn't actually progressed any further with the project, and the scene didn't look significantly better or worse than before I'd started fiddling around with it. It's very easy to get suckered into enjoying the colours, so to speak,
100%.
but before you know it, you can lose sight of the bigger picture.
100%.
This is almost certainly something I've been a victim of on my other big project, though having now identified it, it's maybe...
Look at that, chat. Looks sexy. You can definitely tell the trees volumetric lighting here. Definitely looks like 3D Forges houses here. You can tell that CTS is texturing the terrain. It just looks clean. It looks smooth. I also like this too. Look at that. I'm guessing that's one of the puzzles. It looks really cool.
Something I can avoid when
I like
get
the
back
lighting
to it.
in the tubing here.
I guess we'll see about that in due course. Finally, bugs. Oh god, the weird bugs. This is perhaps another double-edged sword case of using third-party tools to control stuff that you're not quite familiar with how to use. Yes, it takes a lot of the hassle out of large chunks of the creation process, but my goodness me, it can lead to infuriating bugs that have error messages you struggle to even read, never mind go on to solve. At one point, in fact for pretty much the duration of the
100%.
development process, I was stuck with an issue whereby the game would crash every time the character went underwater. I decided to put a pin in it and leave it until later on, as it looked very much like a compatibility problem with the third-party tools. In truth, I didn't so much fix the issue as I did bodge my way around the symptoms of it. In short, one of the aura lighting components didn't like the fact that the post-processing profile changed when going underwater. Taking the aura light away fixed the issue, but then I didn't have the pretty volumetric light. I couldn't nail down the exact root of the problem, so in the end elected for a nice middle ground solution of switching the aura light component off whenever the player character dropped below a certain height, i.e. the player is underwater, since being underwater meant the light wouldn't really be shown anyway, even if it was working properly. However, because you can jump into the water from a great height and technically get your character lower than the cutoff point before the script has had a chance to update and disable the problematic component, the cutoff point ended up having to be slightly higher than the actual water level. You can see this by walking slowly into the water whilst looking at the sun. Just before the change of post-processing happens when you submerge, you'll notice the volumetrics switching off. Clearly, this is far from an ideal solution, but it did seem to get around the symptoms of the issue. I have no qualms telling you about this here, incidentally, and indeed encouraging you to check it out in the build of the game, because it's an interesting testament to the advantages and pitfalls of using third-party tools, especially when combining more than one of them. Fortunately, the guys at Procedural Worlds, who make Gaia Pro and CTS, have excellent customer support and good working relationships with the creators of other compatible tools like Aura 2, meaning when these compatibility issues arise, they're usually ironed out pretty quickly. So wrapping up the island, we move
what a
to
guy.
project number 5. After a couple of fairly ambitious projects, I'm scaling things right back down for the next one, and I'm going to be putting a hopefully interesting spin onto a classic board game. It's going to be another multiplayer affair, though with single player compatibility, meaning there's going to be AI.
That's cool. That's really cool. That's really cool. So yeah, you guys can check it out. It is on itch.io. I will put links into the video when it goes up after the live stream. You guys can download it, and hopefully, if he's around, then we'll get him in the chat about his 12 games in 12 months, and kind of just see, ask him questions, maybe see, what are some of the challenges in game design and development and releasing games and etc. So yeah, really cool stuff there. Fantastic work though. There's a lot of cool stuff in there that I saw. I love the integrations between the different assets. Always using Gaia Pro and CTS and Ambience guys. It looks great. It really does. So that's really good work there for sure. And I'm gonna have to download it and give it a go and test it myself. So yeah, good work there, Royal Flesh. All right. So yeah, there's the island. It's good stuff there. We'll just kind of keep on moving and going through some more. So the next one on the list is Dr. Gearbox it's by Flamehawk Studios. These guys can be found on Steam. And we'll just kind of play the video real quick, and then I'll kind of briefly talk about it. And we'll go
Introducing the mechanical world of Dr. Gearbox, a brand new way to learn and play. Learn while you play through a growing list of subjects from our teachers.
12 games in 12 months sounds like a fun challenge. Oh, doesn't it? I know. I almost want to do it. I just don't have time. I definitely want to do it, but I just don't have time for sure. It'd be fun to do something like that, I think.
English, math, science, social studies, career, technical education, family life, arts and music, foreign language, and computer skills.
Looks pretty good though.
Teachers and parents can input their own educational content so school lessons are reinforced at home.
This is actually a major thing, especially in today's time, right? With, I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, because I know once this video goes up on YouTube and stuff, I don't think you can. But the times right now, something like this is perfect, right? Structured learning from home, or a lot of kids are now homeschooled. So something like this is fantastic, and graphically it looks great.
So you can play your homework.
And boy, did I wish that I could play games as a kid and still learn. And I think that's one of the ways when I was a kid, I talked my parents into buying Assassin's Creed for me. Um, the original Assassin's Creed 1 and 2 and yada 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 because they had you know, real events or quote unquote real events that can kind of teach you the story of that time period while still playing a game. Not quite like this because this is obviously definitely a learning experience and educational game, which is really cool. But yeah, it's amazing for this time period, especially.
Spell strength and rewards based on academic scores. Great for
Nice.
distance learning and homeschool families. Growing
Right there,
list of
100%.
inclusive features. Wheelchair, prosthetics, cochlear implant, eyeglasses, albinism, alopecia, heterochromia, and vitiligo. 4 real-world locations.
I like that too. Including everybody, right? So that the person playing it feels relatable, right? Saying that is them in the game. That's really neat. That's super cool what they did with that. So look at this. This is actually really, I don't know exactly how they did this. Okay, so they're using Gaia Pro, Gina, CTS, and sometimes Pegasus. So I can tell CTS is being used here. I can tell that. I don't know about this water. The water doesn't quite look like Procedural Worlds. But I can tell CTS is being used. The terrain's probably being used by CTS, or at least some of the terrains are. The recording and the video play is just fantastic. Whoever recorded this video did a fantastic job there. But you can, in Gaia Pro, I don't know if they're doing it, but in Gaia Pro you can use multiple biomes. So that's kind of what I'm getting here. If not, it's different scenes. But it looks like they got Hawaii down here. Canada, it looks like down here. Arizona and New York, I believe. So correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, multiple biomes in a scene. If this is all one world and then they just took different biomes into it, which is possible, or if they just made multiple trains and then used them. But yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, even right there, I can definitely tell some of this stuff is in-house. Some of it looks like procedurals, maybe. That's some good stuff there. It's definitely good. I've been programming for 20 years. How close is that to your age? Well, I'm 22, so, all but 2 years of my life. All but 2. I'm almost 23. We'll play this video. It's pretty short. I love the scenery here. Oh, I like the lava there. Nice. This is an interesting style too, to me. It's realistic in the background or in the world itself, and then kind of like low poly for the characters and everything else. You know what I mean? So it's like clashing the two together. Actually looks pretty cool. Be interesting to play this. Does this remind you of like Final Fantasy? Where you have to set up your attacks and then you attack and then it does it. So you answer questions, which is your attacks maybe, and then it attacks or does whatever to the whatever it is you're fighting to win battles. So yeah, so it's battling. It's really cool. It's really cool. So, guys, if you got kids, might want to look into something like this. The game isn't released yet, but I believe it is coming soon. Yeah, it is coming soon. But yeah, that's really good work there. Let's take a look at some of these photos here. Yeah, I love the scenery here. It's got some snow, some I love that skybox there. The skybox looks pretty nice. I like the different grass and textures here. Yeah, it looks great. I mean, obviously, it's not something, I would technically play, as I'm not trying to learn or anything like that. But even for like my kids or my daughter, that'd be something as she gets older. That'd be definitely really cool. You know what I mean? That's really cool. Our Kickstarter is 93% backed with 5 days to go, August 22nd. So are they over now? Let's see, are they over? Oh, they over. They did it. That's awesome. 218 backers. I don't know. Is this I'm gonna use last update 27th. So yeah, I think they might be over. That's cool though. Available on Steam. Yeah, that's really cool. That's really cool. So yeah, definitely check these guys out. Like I said, I'll put a link in the description. What does he say here? I believe he said so spawning things is easy. That's what he likes about the Procedural Worlds tool. Challenges, there was a lot to remember, and a learning curve can sometimes be intimidating. But once you practice things, it feels good. So yeah. So there again, there's that learning curve there. Don't know if my chat is showing up on Twitch. No, I don't think it is. Don't think it is. Are you, Royal? Are you messaging me on Twitch? Hold on. Let me find Royal. 1 second, chat. Yes, Royal was messaging me and I didn't even see it. Feels bad. Let's see where you are. Oops. Hold on. Hold on, chat. I gotta figure this out. I don't know why it's not letting you message though. That's a little weird. Producer. Community. Roles manager. Royal Flush. Hey. Royal underscore Flush. There you are. There you go. I just added you as a role. Royal. Just in case. Yeah, I see that. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know what the deal is there. Interesting. Are you guys getting frame rate issues? I just had new fiber optic cables installed in my house, so I'm wondering if it's actually could be when it just. How about now? Message coming through? Yeah, I can see your messages now, Royal. I can see you now, brother. But yeah, you play the part of a child that innocently stumbles upon a hidden lab in New York. There you meet Dr. Phineas Gearbox, an aging scientist for many years who explored the world and invented amazing creations. You find Dr. Gearbox in a state of crisis. 2 of his robotic lab assistants have gone missing and inadvertently cause intergalactic disturbance that will change our planet forever if left unchecked. That's really cool, guys. Super cool there. Don't know what happened. Crazy. Don't know what's happening with the Twitch folks. I know, it's weird. Salty was in here too. I'm not on a. No, I'm not on sub only. So yeah, it's weird. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not on subscriber only or whatever it is. So that's weird. Well, I'm glad you're here. Glad you're here. So yeah, really cool game there. I like the incorporation of some of the assets there. So be sure to check that game out when it comes out. Oh yeah, there's their Kickstarter there. All right, so the next one on our list is the Messy Community Badgers game. Now, I fear I may be shadow banned. Oh yeah, I don't know. Twitch is becoming interesting these days, to say the least. But yeah, so the Messy Community Badgers game. An entry to Sim Jam 2020. The theme was a matter of degrees. Interesting. In a delicately balanced world, it is a matter of degrees between endless partying and a descent into cannibalism. Okay. Can you provide for your people without destroying the world? Interesting. That's pretty cool. So let's check this out. I don't think I got the chance to download it. Again, I like the skybox here. I can definitely tell that's probably Procedural Worlds right there. 3D Forges houses and prefabs here. He's got some animal life in there. That's pretty cool. Day 3. Some more animal life there. Textures don't look too bad here. The grass looks dead. Those poor deer. Some foxes and such. That's pretty cool. I like the lighting here. Oh yeah. There we go. That's pretty cool. So there's one of his games. He's using Gaia 2. And this is also on itch.io. So you can download that and check it out as well. But yeah, so cannibalism. He's another one of our guys in Procedural Worlds' Discord. Really cool guy. In a lush world teeming with wildlife and humans, you need to balance many things. Too many hunters and the rabbits will die out and the wolves will attack your people instead. Interesting. Not enough hunting and you won't have enough food. Watch out for those deer. They need to be grazed, but if there are too many predators around, they'll never stop running. Interesting. That's pretty cool. I might have to download that and check it out. That's interesting. That sounds interesting. It looks pretty good though. I don't know how long ago this game was made. It said 2020, so I would imagine not that long ago. So yeah, pretty cool there. This next one is also by him. The Ultimate Tower Defense Alpha. So it is an alpha. Defending against endless hordes of enemies using a mixed of brute force and strategy. You must fight them back with limited time and resources. We need your feedback. What do you like, not like, want to see? Let us know. We want to build a game you love. Send us your thoughts in the game menu page. That's pretty cool. Interesting. Put that in there. Research spells to combat each creature. Place your units carefully. Strategy is key. Do you place your ice wielding cleric next to your fireball throwing mage? No. Or do you rely on the bard's ability to install fear by surrounding the beasts in the darkness while the barbarians pummels them? Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. This is a playable very early access or early release There are 3 crafting levels plus a randomly generated endless mode. Ooh, it's pretty cool. Some unique creatures there. Train looks pretty nice. I like that. Again, that skybox, man. It's pretty nice. It's probably not a TOD for something like this, but it's pretty cool. Yeah, that's definitely Procedural Worlds right there. I can tell the grass. I don't know about that grass, though. Maybe it is. Super cool. Super cool stuff. Next time I'll probably have to download some of these, since we've talked about them this time, and actually play them so we can take a look inside. Hell yeah. So yeah, itch.io. Again, I'll link the stuff in the description below once this gets released. Might be a little fun game to check out and play. I don't know how many of you guys have seen me in the Procedural World Discord, but most of you guys that I either help out or talk to, I ended up playing your games 90% of the time anyways. And then so I could help, determine an issue or something like that. If not, I've seen so many screenshots of them, it's unbelievable. This game can be found on PC and Macs everywhere in the future. Oh, no, wait. No, just PC. Okay, so itch.io, you can download it from here. Pretty cool. Yeah, really cool creatures, though. I'm kind of digging on these monsters here. I like the lighting choice, though. Kind of brightens up. I don't know if there's a dark version, but that'd be pretty cool. Subtle Realms of Gaia, Dancing Goat 23, using Gaia Pro. Check this out. Alright. So this game, let's see, Dancing Goat 23. He is also in our Discord under Procedural Worlds. He uses Gaia Pro. Getting up to speed and building the initial world was very easy and quick. The most challenging thing about these products is the auto spawner killed my machine until I realized I needed to turn it off when generating a world. Otherwise, nothing. Oh yeah, is this game released yet? It's not yet released. It looks pretty good though. I can definitely tell that's Procedural Worlds water right there. Different assets, which is cool. Not seeing the same assets here, so we've got some different trees and some ferns and stuff off to the side, so that's pretty cool. In the future, it'll be found on PC and Macs everywhere, so that's where that came into play. So it wasn't lying. So yeah, that's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And last but not least, before we kind of get into some questions and stuff, is the game that I've been working on with Ty from Unorthodox Studio, which is Reign of Darkness. This bad boy here. Reign of Darkness is a third-person PC-based apocalyptic medieval experience that strives for immersive experience akin to an old-school tabletop roll-of-the-dice type games. Reign is pushing for that old-school vibe while pursuing current graphic capabilities, right? So having kind of an old-school feel MMO with new age technology in essence, right? It takes place during the Black Plague, and it started off as a one-man developer. He built damn near the entirety of what you see once you first enter the game. Ty, what's up, buddy? You're here, brother. Rod, baby. What's up, guys? But yeah, it's definitely fantastic. He did a lot of work into this first opening scene here. Even the new scene that we're currently working on when I kind of joined in. But we're using Gaia Pro, Pegasus, and CTS. And then a lot of the stuff he's done in-house. So you get a wide mixture of everything. It can be found on Steam for $20. we are launching a Kickstarter on it to further development of what we have currently. The new zone is kind of where these the Procedural Worlds aspects kind of gets into the place, and we're just adding in a load of content there. Salty, crazy brother. Thank you, man. It's coming along nicely. Yeah, 100%. It really is. So let's take a look at this real quick. So this is, like I said, the original zone. Or well, this is one of the dungeons. This is D3 dungeon. We can see here. So you got your action bars and stuff down here. I think we all like to say it's a mixture between Diablo and WoW had a baby, and Red Dead Redemption's gonna be its cousin, mixed with our own take on certain things. I just love that effect there. You can tell the kind of world is just dark, right, in general. It's got to be dark. The monsters are fun to play. Grouping up is just fun. I'm on the video. So yeah, this is kind of that. You can still see with the volumetric fog here. It's kind of, I'm pretty sure it's volumetric fog. Definitely gives it that deep atmosphere and really sets the mood to this place. Even in the darkness, the tone of lighting, there isn't much lighting going on here, but you can definitely see that it's just setting that mood, that ambiance, like, really well. And towards the end of this, you get into a boss fight, which is pretty cool. The dead trees, it looks pretty good. Especially, I don't know how long ago you did this original area there, Ty, since you're in chat. But still looks pretty damn good. Even playing it, it just feels smooth and clean there. So there's one of the bosses there. The end boss at the dungeon. You do die. Haha, yeah. 100%. Even in here, so looking at this, you still get that dark, eerie feeling. I know now we have profiles in the game, so you can actually change the lighting and what have you into this, either the dark or more daylight. So those players that were saying something about it being too dark, you can actually change that now. So fantastic stuff there. I think I actually have a couple of pictures to show you guys. Let's see here. Rain. At least I thought I had some pictures to show you guys. Maybe I do. Hold on. Unorthodox images. Let's see. I don't know what all is in here. Apparently my computer's being stupid. So yeah, so here's that new zone. You can tell the stamping and stuff here. This is when we really first started getting into it. The multiple mountain stamps, kind of blending them in. Took a river stamp and then stamped that in for kind of these crests and you know, ravines or like low end areas. Again, the lighting here has kind of definitely changed a bit. It was a joke. Me and Zerber having cleared them up multiple times. 100%. You should make a video of dungeons. Yeah, 100%. But yeah, you can tell the trees. We are using a plethora of different trees. I think that's how you say that. Procedural Worlds trees, kind of mixing them in with our own assets. We are using multiple biomes. Most of them, one of them is a preset biome, so the Alpine Metals biome, and then we've added in a custom biome for this area as well. But super cool. Then I thought I had a. Yeah, so here's kind of that dark, and then there's that aurora lighting, if I'm not mistaken. It's aurora there, or it could be enviro. I think it's enviro. Um, but either way, they both work fairly well. You guys are beastly. Yeah, they are. Salty is 100%. Salty and Zerg. So yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool little environment here. Actually, it's massive. This this environment's pretty massive. Um, yeah, it's pretty fun. So if you guys haven't checked it out yet, feel free to check that out. Like I said, I'll put the links down below once this video is done with. And it is, like I said, out. It's playable. You buy the alpha version for $19.99 USD. And then there's a whole bunch more stuff coming. So cool stuff there, guys. Adding in so much stuff into these. All these projects are just fantastic and amazing. I like doing stuff like this and kind of just showing off what Procedural Worlds products are capable of doing. And then once these games, or some of the games, get in a very good release date, we'll probably maybe do something with them in the future, right? So, yeah. So super cool stuff there, guys. Thank you guys to everybody that submitted your guys' games for me to kind of check them out and kind of share them off and kind of show them off, and kind of a little bit of a appreciation from Procedural Worlds to you guys, right? Showing off your guys' games and what you guys are taking with our assets and how you guys are incorporating those things. Super fun stuff there, all right? So the next part of this, Royal, if you're still here, Ty, if you're still here, if you guys want to jump into a call, or not into a call, I'm gonna post a channel on Discord. If you guys want to just kind of talk about, some development aspects, feel free. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Let me get a channel set up real quick, fast in a hurry. Oh, I got one more. I got one more game for you guys. We'll look at this real quick. As I'm setting up the channel, there should be a channel in here already, a voice channel in here already. Hold on, let me check. That you guys can see. I think it's lobby at the all the way bottom. Just make sure. Okay. So yeah, if you guys are in our Discord, go ahead and hop in. You can go all the way to the bottom under voice channels and meet me there in the lobby. Royal and yeah. Sorry, I was getting some messages. So, I don't know if hold on. I don't know if you have our Procedural Worlds Discord. Royal, you're definitely muted. I'll send that over to you if you haven't joined our Discord. I'm pretty sure you are on our Discord. Yeah. So, Royal, yeah, man, great work on the island. I really enjoyed that video that you made, for sure. A lot of good talking points in there. So how's that? Like, what was the whole concept for the 12 games in 12 months? If you're in here, I'll make sure he's in here. I'm not just. You both say muted, but I'm pretty sure I haven't muted you guys. So, you should be fine. Hold on. Push talk is being weird. Fair enough. We'll wait till these boys get in here so they can chat in here. Oh, while you guys are doing that, I do want to show off this last one. So, Eat Darkness also had submitted something. I just didn't see it. The game is called Skullforge the Hunt. Sounds pretty wicked here. It can be found on Steam and Nintendo eShop. So let's look on Steam real quick. Skull Forge The Hunt. Can we find it? I don't know if it's released yet. Okay, so it's not released on Steam yet. It is coming within this next year, he said. Let's take a look at some of these. Open link. Alright, so there's one of them. So what are you using? So he's using CTS and Gaia. Okay, so it is a top-down from what it looks like here. Looks to be like some sort of house or something. A little tavern, maybe. It's pretty cool. Here's another one. Open link. Oh, okay. So you're using CTS or Gaia for the base of it. Nice. Pretty sick there. And the last one here. Oop, not copy link. Open link. That's what I meant. Solid. If I'm not mistaken, these are also 3D Forges houses right here. It looks pretty good though for top down. That's pretty solid. So it's got potions and stuff down here. A little hotkey bar down here. Lonely Traveler Inn open all day. Yeah, that's super sick. So yeah, this can be found on Steam and Nintendo eShop for you guys that like your top down games. I know there's a lot of you guys. Easy to set up and get going. The most challenging thing about the products was it was hard to master, and over time I feel like things got more complicated with more features. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that as well. No, that's cool work there. I like the environment that you guys or that you're setting here. It's pretty cool. So good shit. All right, so we got you guys figured out there yet? Yeah, there's Royal. What's up, buddy?
Hello. Are we on?
Yeah, we're on. What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Yay! Hi. Good. So, what do I call you? Do I call you Brian? Do I call you Scrap? Do I call you Shadow?
Brian's fine. Everybody knows me as Brian in here, so it makes it a little easier, probably.
We'll go with Brian then. Yeah. Sorry, I had to restart Discord to make push to talk be a thing because apparently this channel requires it, which I guess makes sense. Yeah, I'm good. And yourself? You keeping well? Enjoyed the stream this evening. It's been really good fun.
Oh, I'm glad. I appreciate it. Messy Coder, what's up, buddy? Oh, yeah, I was trying to get a hold of you earlier, Messy Coder. I'm glad you're here. So yeah, you wanna talk about this 12 games in 12 months? It seems that seems crazy to do. Is it
It's maybe slightly crazy. There was a logic behind it. So I watched Yahtzee's Dev Diary series last year, and I've liked Yahtzee since the beginning, so 12, 13 years now. And then he started doing the game development stuff, and his rationale behind doing this project was that he had this enormous huge project that just kept growing and getting bigger and bigger and he found that he was getting like sort of bogged down in it, and just not making progress on it on a regular basis. And I just sort of watching it week to week, I just felt like this is a personal attack. This is my life. This is so unbelievably relatable that so I was working on a big open world sort of puzzle game, which you saw some screenshots of in the video earlier on, which just was getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and I was finding it really hard to make good progress with that. And I was probably about 50% of the way through the main sort of nuts and bolts of the game, the puzzle elements of them certainly, and then I just found I just wasn't making any more progress. And so having because I'm relatively new to programming, I've only been doing it for about 2.5 years. Watching this Dev Diary series, I thought, well, wouldn't this be a good thing to do? Because I'm forever starting projects and not finishing them. And I'd already made reasonably good headway on this project. And I thought, well, I don't want to abandon it, but maybe I need to, refocus or retune my skills or sort of work on some little projects for a while, to see if I can, focus myself in a particular direction on little projects over in, short bursts for a short amount of time, but actually finish them, because there's something very rewarding about finishing a project, but also
100%.
getting to that point, getting to the final hurdle and doing the final stretch. Because starting a project's easy. It's when you get into the nuts and bolts and the business end of the project that you've got to think, okay, I need to finish this. And then it's you think, oh, Twitter, or oh, Discord,
Right.
something's happening there. So it's just so easy to procrastinate and go off and do something else. So the logic behind doing this 12 in 12 was to basically do a mini project on a sort of average of one a month, in a number of different styles and genres. There were a number of ideas that I had that didn't necessarily all conform into one big project that I wanted to experiment with, and it seemed like the perfect receptacle for that. So I started it in February, and then in March, everyone suddenly found themselves with not everyone, but a lot of people suddenly found themselves with a lot more free time than they might otherwise have had, myself included, due to the lockdown and the pandemic. So that has you would have thought that would have been a great opportunity to be creative, but it's been a sort of mixed bag slightly. But I am now just over 6 months into the project, and I've done six games. I'm halfway through project number 7. You say you shared my video with the stream earlier on. I really appreciate you doing that. So the island was project number 4. And because I've done a lot of stuff with Procedural Worlds, and my big project is using Procedural Worlds stuff and Gaia, I knew that one of the projects was going to be something in a sort of pseudo open world environment. And so yeah, that's where the island came from. That was number 4. I'm currently halfway through number 7, which is a VR project. It's a sort of a VR shooting gallery. So all the projects are very, very different from each other, which is quite nice, because actually there's something quite refreshing about finishing one and then starting something completely new. So there's been a sort of a text-based hacking game, and then there's been a 2D platformer, and I've done let's say a 3D open world thing, and then I've done a board game. I did 3D tic-tac-toe, which was an interesting experiment in writing algorithms in AI.
Right.
My sort of main online thing at the moment seems to be in game shows. I host a lot of interactive game shows on Twitch, which is again is why I'm probably having chat problems, because my bot accounts get a bit overzealous sometimes. But it's one of the games became a game show, a new concept game show that I had, which we're playing on Saturday nights at the moment. It was became project number 6, and so now I'm on to project number 7. I've got sort of an outline of what the projects are going to be. So one of them, I want to do a Christmas themed game in November, December time, and I want to do a horror game ready for Halloween and stuff. So yeah, it's just an opportunity to really hone my programming skills in a way, get even more familiar with Unity, having been using it for 2.5, 3 years, with a view to when this project is done, I'll have 12 completed projects, and I'll have fine-tuned my skills, hopefully, and I'll be at a point where I can then go back to the big project that was the catalyst for starting it, and go into it with fresh eyes, with a fresh perspective, and hopefully some new skills, and actually go on to complete it. That's the plan, anyway.
Yeah, I tuned into one of your streams, and it looked like it was kind of like a Jeopardy game where you were asking questions and people were giving the answers to it. It actually reminded me of an older game. I can't remember what it was called, but it was definitely quite a few years ago, 20, 30 years ago. And the host would ask a question, and everybody would write a response to it, and then whoever got it right
does sound like Jeopardy.
Yeah, whoever got it right or whatever, they got the points for it, and it was interesting to see the least. Can you push a link to his stream, please? Yeah, I can push that link real quick, because I'm pretty sure I have you as a...
By the way, Royal, that is impressive. The game... Oh, wow. You're making a lot of games.
We're done. So we're up to... I'm doing number 7 at the moment, and on the side of it, I'm doing these game show projects. So I've got a little bit of a community of people who like quiz games and game shows, classic game shows. So in that respect, I started out by just replicating old games or classic game shows. So I've done Countdown and I did Blockbusters, and then it got a little bit more progressive. And the most recent recreation I've done is The Code, which I think was big over here in the UK. But I've done a couple of original games. So the one that you're seeing here, that's my friend Matt, who's hosting Take It or Leave It at the moment. But the ones I'm hosting at the moment is one called Google That, which, as I say, got a Jeopardy element to it. And the thing that I've brought myself towards, because I had a brand new one that piloted on Saturday. The thing that I've been angling more towards is getting things that are sort of mass multiplayer, because we've got there's a couple of friends who do similar things as well on Twitch. And we sort of share a community, share an audience, and we're all really awesome. And everyone loves a good quiz is what our sort of our MO is. And so we sort of built this audience, built a little following. So we I'll get sort of 40, 50 people now on a stream on a Saturday night. And there's something that's great about having hot seat play from time to time, but there's something even nicer about having if you've got 40 people in the audience and you've got 40 people taking part in the quiz, which you can do with the Twitch API and Twitch Lib, relatively easily. And it's just huge amounts of fun. As I've been a pub quiz host for a number of years since my university days.
Oh, cool.
So I've got a bit of a background in it, and I really enjoy it. And it's just growing and getting bigger. And so now it's starting to come up with original concepts that people seem to be liking, and it's really good fun.
That's good. Yeah, that's
very interesting.
I remember tuning in. Some of the questions I was like, oh, I love the nerdy questions. The Lord of the Rings questions. I think you had like one or two of those, and I was like, I know the answer to this.
I would suck at those. I'm so bad with movie references, but that's a good one.
Yeah. But yeah, it was definitely really fun to watch it and see your community really interact and participate.
Yeah, that's
in the games and stuff.
Very important thing. I think you're onto something with that.
It really is, and it's also community driven. So one of the big USPs about it, in a way, is that certainly for the three original games, so Google That and The Escape Artist and Danger Zone, which are my three original inventions, and some of the remakes. So I've remade Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and I've remade The Code. They've got sort of companion apps with them, which are just simple little UI things made in Unity, but it lets people write their own questions, and it just exports them as a
cool
JSON file. You can plug them into the game. And then you've got suddenly. I do enjoy writing trivia, writing questions, but when you're doing, writing 150 questions a week, it can be a little bit. I'm trying to make the games on as well as that. It can be a bit much. So it's really nice to be able to sort of outsource it in a way to the community, and also it's just another way of having the community involved in writing question packs for these games. And
do those get saved to a database?
At the moment, a couple of games have got a specific central database. So The Code does. All of the other questions that I write and the ones for Millionaire, which are done as a stack of 15 questions, they're just JSON files, which can be, the data can be manipulated however you like. And I tend to keep copies of them in their raw form. They're not all part of one big central database, but they are all lying on the hard drive somewhere on my computer. Probably.
Okay. So they're saved somewhere.
So yeah,
it'd be easy to pop them on a database if you wanted to. That's cool.
Yeah, it would be easy to. I'm not sure how comfortable I would be in terms of redistributing other people's questions outside of the community. But the capacity is there. Yeah, certainly.
Yeah.
I think you probably both of you guys can agree. And Messy Coder, I saw you're in chat now. Community engagement, and this is something that I stress even Procedural Worlds, and we're not even building games, but we're helping people build games, is community engagement is huge, right? Because if you
I need to work on it.
If you don't, you can make an amazing game, and I've said this for years, is you can make an amazing game, but if you don't have a community to help back you up, it's only as good as the person seeing it. And
Mm.
Now, granted, the game can be amazing. It can be graphically just phenomenal. The programming can be there. The mechanics are there, but that community base in general is such a crucial part. I think when it comes to game development, and
It
what we're
really
seeing,
is.
what we're seeing nowadays, especially, is that these AAA game studios aren't taking that into consideration. And look at Valve. They hadn't made a game in years. Now they're coming out with a Half-Life VR, which 90% of their
Mm.
consumers probably don't even have a VR. And they made a card game, or card game based video game, and they presented it at E3, and they got booed off stage. Like, it
Oh
was
no way! I didn't know
a
that.
100%. Oh yeah, it was bad. And I mean, the same thing goes for oh uh man, I'm blanking. Blizzard. Blizzard had the same issue.
Oh yeah, bad
And
breakdown
yeah,
between communication with their community.
and I think that's 100% what the lack is when it comes to a lot of these studios. And even for an indie developer, right? 90%, not 90%, I would say a good 65% of Procedural Worlds community is indie developers, right? So they're building their own communities, they're building their games, and it's all being done by one person, or it's being done by a small group of people. And there's so many games that go left unnoticed, and it's really sad to see that, because they don't have the community base to continue sharing, continue growing, but their games are great, and I think that, like I said, it's got to be a crucial part. And what do you guys
It's
see?
It's really hard to do as a one-man band, but I am 100% with you. It is crucial. I don't. I think the big companies, they got no excuse, but
Right.
indie companies, yeah, it's like a whole job in itself.
I mean, I've never been a marketing person. My background's actually as a musician, and
I
I've
feel you
gotten
there,
quite.
brother.
It's I'm quite comfortable talking to people and standing in front of people and making a lot of noise. But when it comes to actually promoting something that is here is a thing, would you be interested in? I have to say, when I released my first game, the Jigsaw House, last year, I thought it was naivety, and I don't mind sharing this with people. I thought it was going to be a case of, right, I finished the game, I've spent 6 months working on this game, considering I've come from a standing start, I started programming 6 months ago, yada yada yada. This is amazing, and I'm going to put it on itch.io, and it's going to be getting 1,000 downloads a day, and people are going to be paying $5 a time, and I'm going to be able to retire off. I didn't quite think of it to those extremes, but I thought this is it, and I was slightly uncomfortably taken aback by the fact that it got maybe 40 views on the first day, and that was pretty much it, and it's just sort of been plateauing and not doing anything since. I thought, well, hang on, I've done this awesome puzzle game that you guys should be playing. Why aren't you playing it? And then I realized, Ben, you've got 300 followers on Twitter, and there's not much that you've done in terms of community building. Who knows about this game? And so it's not just about if you want to think of it in terms of, because there's software like Unity, and because of the internet, everything is really sort of fingertip accessible, and everyone can access stuff and everyone can learn stuff, which is great from a sort of being creative point of view. But from another point of view, from a sort of commercial point of view, it means that everyone else is also trying to be commercial, which means the marketplace is flooded.
Yeah.
So what you have to do is click onto itch.io and type in 2D platformer, and you get like 10,000 hits, and you can take your pick. And some of them are play in browser, and some of them will be crap, and some of them will be really polished, and some of them will be free, and some of them will be paid. But it's like, where do you start? So unless you've got sort of a dedicated group that you want to target, and one of the things that again that maybe slightly took me aback when I was trying to promote it, when I sort of got hold of the idea of promoting it. It's like, how does one go about promoting it? Because of all the servers, well, not all the servers, but a lot of the sort of places where I would normally share my work, people get really sort of militaristic and defensive about it when you say, oh, you mustn't spam links in here, don't do that. And I said, well, I don't think it's spam. This is, this is, say, for example, this is a puzzle game community. I've made a puzzle game. I thought you might be interested. No, no, no. We don't allow self promotion here.
Yeah.
And it's like, what does one have to do in order to sort of break that market? And from what I've read from successful one man indie developers or small indie developers, there is no, playbook. There is no secret formula for doing
100%,
it.
100%.
It's just about chiseling away and building your community and doing it slowly. So when I released my second game, I sort of, rather than just on the day of releasing it, just throwing it out to the world, I set sort of 2 weeks in advance. I put out a release trailer, and I got in touch with some people who like to review indie games on Twitter, who were in a similar position to me. Not people with 400,000 followers, but people who've maybe got 500 followers. And through that, I've networked into a couple of new communities, and it got a couple of extra sales of my game. And it's just about chipping away, and then since then there's other things that you can do. So I'm now building this. It's mainly game show and quiz show communities and running things on Twitch. But every time I get an opportunity or have a new game out, I'll mention it to those guys. I've got a bot on Twitter that retweets everything about indie games, which is great. That's got 20 times more followers than I have. This has got 3,000 followers, which is great because it does just sort of retweet certain hashtags, but it does mean as and when I want to plug something of my own from time to time, I can just go into that and say, actually check out this game and pin it to the top, which is where most of my sort of notifications on my own Twitter account are coming from at the moment. It's people liking the pinned tweet on the indie bot thing. So there's lots of things that one can do, and I don't know how many of these are successful or might be successful or what, but it's networking and getting in touch with like-minded people and is the key to doing it. And anyone who expects to just make a game, upload it to itch.io or to Steam or wherever, and think there you go, I'm going to retire off that. It's going to be in for an unpleasant shock because it does take graft, and you're quite right that it is a job in and of itself. Having a marketing person, have someone promote your games and let people know about them.
Yeah, 100%.
Super hard.
So, Ty, I know we've kind of discussed even within our community. When it comes to just programming in general, and it comes into all these different job aspects, what is something that you could tell, maybe for the viewers or people that are going to watch this afterwards, kind of your kind of strategy when it comes to taking on? Because, I mean, I look at, even before I joined with you, I looked at your game and I'm like, holy crap, this guy did all this by himself, and it is semi-successful. We're building a community. We've already had stuff established. There's just so many aspects that you've done by yourself. What would you tell an indie person kind of joining or even starting their own games or getting ready to do their release? What would you tell them, just in general?
I would say, well, I mean, I think there's two pieces to that, because first of all, don't give up, and then let's assume they didn't give up, and then they got to a point where they do have a playable product that's got enough to it to, enough meat, let's say. Then I guess that's kind of the key, is just make sure that you do have a playable product, and it's not like you're, that it's your full effort, I guess. And you got to be committed. I just see a lot of people give up and or not stay committed.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's a hard one for me to say, because I'm like I'm the type that once I start doing something, I'm just consumed by it. So
right.
I don't know. And if you can get a team, do it. Yes. I've found it difficult without any funding, because I totally understand. It's like, you gotta be able to pay people for them to stick around. So I get why they don't, but the team thing is the hard bit. So you got to be prepared to do anything and everything yourself.
Yeah, 100%.
I would say.
I definitely agree on the not giving up part. I mean, even with my own,
because it is hard.
When I started building Ozone Effect, right? I loved minute of it. I was researching for hours. I was watching Skyq. I was watching Brackies. I was watching Blender,
Oh, that's a
Blender
good one.
Guru. I started watching just everybody, and I was just researching for hours and hours and hours on end. And I finally got to the point where I was like, all right, well, let's get started. And I didn't know what to fucking do.
Yeah, you get to that point.
Yeah, and it
I guess that's a good point of advice. Like, make sure you just start from movement. Let's get movement first. Okay, got that. And then let's say it's a game where you have an inventory. Let's go ahead and attack that. And then, okay, now we have an inventory, but how do we get items? We got to kill stuff. Okay, so now let's make a simple combat system. And I don't know. I like to remind myself when I get stuck and I don't know what to do. I'll just start at the very beginning. Like, okay, go back to log in, select a character, now get in the world. Now what? What am I going to do? And it always seems to get me pointed in a direction. I don't know that it's the right direction.
Very helpful.
Sorry, what?
To-do lists.
Yeah.
Roadmap.
Yeah, because there's so many when you're indie.
Something very therapeutic. Crossing them off as well.
I'll pass the same question on to you, Royal. What kind of advice would you give to an indie, kind of either, fresh starting out and stuff?
I mean, in a way, it's the same advice that I would give to people who maybe, if they're, because I taught high school for 4 years, and if somebody said to me they wanted to be an actor or they wanted to be a concert pianist, and they say, what would you recommend for that? In a way, I sort of would offer the same advice to indie developers as I would to people who aspire to do a job that maybe people dream of doing, but is not everyone can do it just purely based on because of the world in which we live, which is go in, do it because you love it, and don't expect to retire. Don't expect to make money of it, because if you go into doing something with the view of this, I'm going to make this a business and I'm going to do this in order to, this is going to be my living, then invariably you are going to struggle. And psychologically as well, you then do things like, okay, well, I can't afford to pay my mortgage this month, so I'm going to have to take a job at in a shop or a bar or in a call center or whatever. And then people think, well, I'm a failure, I haven't done it. And you're not a failure. What one needs to do is change that mindset. And I've been, pleasantly surprised by, when I started doing my game show streams on Twitch, I did it because I enjoyed the process of creation. I enjoyed the programming element. I enjoyed learning about it. And then I enjoyed the hosting thing and sort of being in front of people and hosting my games and people playing my games. And that in and of itself was sort of reward enough for what I was doing. And then all of a sudden I was a Twitch affiliate, and we've got any number of subscribers at the moment, and it's now it's not money that I'm going to retire on, but it's a little bit of sort of trickle income, smile income. And the way I think of it is as a hobby that pays for itself. Because for every subscriber you get, there's you buy Gaia Pro, and that's $150 right there, or however I did it now. So so I still think of programming as a hobby, but it's now a hobby that I still enjoy, and it's a hobby that doesn't really have any outlay because it sort of pays for itself. So if you go in with the mindset that I'm going to make this a business, then I think you're probably more likely to fail. And if you go in thinking I'm going to do this because I enjoy it,
you're so right.
Then when the money comes, it becomes a pleasant surprise. And that's I had that when I started out as a musician. I didn't really know what to do, so I started out just doing teaching. I didn't really want to do teaching, but it was money, and I was creating music, and then one thing leads to another, and then all of a sudden you have a little network and it builds. And don't expect things to happen overnight. Things do take time to build, and people, communities take time to grow and network, whether it's music or programming or anything. Give it the time. don't put all your eggs in the same basket. Don't expect to make any money from it. Do it because you love it. Anything to do with creation, you've got to do it because you love it. Because as soon as you stop loving it, then it's why are you doing it?
Well,
Right.
that is a very good answer, and I always tell people, or I have in the past, is you got to think of whatever money is involved. That's the byproduct of what you're doing. It's not the main goal.
Yeah.
It's not the product. The product is what you're creating, and if you lose sight of that, then your product suffers. And that's why I think we see these big AAA companies creating products that aren't really desirable, that not that many people want,
So right.
because they
So
start
right.
focusing on the money, and
Yeah.
it's like, nope, guys,
That's what
that's
happened.
not what we
I have
want.
a theory that's what happened to Valve, because Valve were sort of at the forefront, if not the front runners on narrative-driven action gameplay. If you think of the original Half-Life and Half-Life 2 and its subsequent episodes, even Portal and Portal 2 were just masterclasses, not only in game design but in telling a compelling story. And it was around about I think it was. I wrote a blog post on it. This is back when I wrote blog posts. It was the day came around, and it was something like, oh god, what was it? It would have been 2015 or something like that. But I worked out it was to the day the Half-Life series had been dormant for longer than it had been alive. So what that meant is that from the release of Half-Life 1 to the release of Half-Life Episode 2, more time had passed between Half-Life Episode 2 and the day. So it had, or it was the exact day. So it would have been dormant longer. And my theory behind that was, if you go back to when Episode 2 came out in 2008, 2009, that was around the time when the advent of proper broadband internet started to take off, and that's when platforms like Steam suddenly became not only desirable, but the best and most preferred method of having people, of delivering games to customers. And so Valve realized, well, we've got monopoly on this pretty much. At the time, they pretty much. They're in the front door. They've got it established. When they first came out with it, it wasn't really fit for purpose, because the infrastructure for the rest of the gaming world didn't necessarily support something like that. And so they realized this, and this is just a theory, just a game theory. They realized, hang on, we can make more money selling other people's games than we can making our own. And so they focused on that, and now Gabe Newell is worth more money than God, and Half-Life has been dead for a while. But then Half-Life Alyx came out, which I have got a VR headset, but I've still not played it yet. But to my point I made in the video, I tend to make games more than I play them these days, and I think that's
And that's a good point there too, Ty. I mean, you were just saying something about that the other day on one of our streams.
Yeah.
You code and you program and you develop more than you actually play your own game, and that's not a fault of your own, but that's just fault of that's how that lifestyle goes. So it is a double-bladed.
What's funny though is I found that I actually enjoy it just as much as playing a game. So that's really interesting. I didn't see that coming. I mean, I knew it. The idea sounded fun and yada yada. Now I'll admit there's times where I am very frustrated and slamming my head on the desk and why do I got to deal with this problem? And if I had any hair left, I'd be ripping it out. But all in all, I love the job. And for years, I told myself that any time spent playing a game is time that I could be spent making a game. So that was my philosophy. But then I found that it's just as fun as playing a game. Not to say that sometimes that goes the other direction. And I've recently, the last couple of years, I started playing some games, and it really does. I say you need to. It's market research. It's whatever you want to call it, but it's truly inspirational to just play some games while you're developing, to just remember, so you don't get too focused in on the little details. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well,
So,
Tim, I think Tim Minchin, who said, don't go through life having one big dream, because if you focus too much on one thing, you often miss the shiny thing in the corner of your eye, which can be the most interesting part of life. And I think just to bring it down to a microcosm level, if you're so blinkered on your game and I'm going to have this mechanic, and this is how it's going to be, and then this is going to happen, and then this is going to, suddenly you go out and you watch a couple of videos, or you look at a couple. And this is where the bot that retweets all the indie games has come in really handy, because I'll just flick through the Twitter account and I'll think, that's a really cool idea. That's a really cool concept. That's a really cool mechanic. I'm going to do something with that, and then I'll come up with a whole idea, and I might implement it into a current project, or I might start something new about it. But seeing what other people are doing and creating can be a really innovative way of keeping the creative juices of your own creativity flowing.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I was surprised how much just dusting off Diablo and actually Skyrim. Skyrim really is why I went with the first person aiming. I was like, man, that is just so fun. I got to do that. Just feels good. So yeah.
100%. This video I have pulled up, I don't know if you both are still in the stream or not.
I am. I just have too many windows.
I just
I'm not.
just watched this the other day, and I think it's perfect for our discussion. So I kind of want to play it and kind of pause it as we're kind of talking here, because this guy, I mean, hits the nail on so many heads, and I had so many conversations about this video, and it puts it in perspective all the things that gaming now is doing wrong and doing right, which is, in itself the best explanation of what's happening with these AAA titles, what's happening with even our indie guys, and just in general. But yeah, feel free to hop in and let's have a conversation about this, because I think if you guys haven't watched this, it is worth the watch and to listen to. But yeah, hop in whenever.
I think I'm about 15 seconds behind the actual stream video, so
fair enough.
But hopefully, if we can hear it through here, I don't know. We'll find out.
Fair enough. I might pause it anyways, and then just kind of chat.
Playing video games ever since I was 3 years old, when my parents substituted a Game Boy Color and Pokemon Blue in place of a babysitter. As I grew up, there was so much to love about gaming. I got to play and experience countless amazing titles, and witness the industry as it grew and evolved. After playing something like Oblivion or BioShock, Halo 3, I would just kind of sit there and wonder, what's next?
So he's talking about playing these few games growing up as a kid. And one of them he brings up in particular is Oblivion. Now, some of you guys may know, because I've talked to you guys in the live streams in the past, but growing up, I watched Oblivion get made, or it was being made. And that aspect of it is what got me into game design. So it's kind of funny that you were talking about Skyrim a minute ago. But yeah, I watched Oblivion kind of grow into what this game was supposed to be about. And I could tell you what, that is the only game that I can 100% say I've done everything possible in that game, and can tell you about it like the back of my hand. And it's those memorable experiences that I think that are also lacking with some of these newer age games. Because when you go into a multiplayer session,
I agree.
Granted, you can make memories in a multiplayer session, right? But they're not as, to me anyways, they're not as strong as what they used to be, right? You would play a game, you would remember it, and then you would just love that game. You'd keep going back to it. It built nostalgia for you. It done all these things that a game, that what we love about gaming, that just kind of went away in this aspect. Granted, you can be on a group and you can remember, oh yeah, I used to play World of Warcraft with all these different guys, and we do, huge raids, and it lasts all night long, and we lost girlfriends over it, and we flunked out of college because of it, yada yada yada. But yeah, I think that experience in games is kind of declined a lot, especially with these AAA companies.
I think I say for sure you're right, but I think it's a big part to do with um, convenience. They give the player too many conveniences, and then there's nothing memorable because it's just so convenient to just get in, get out, which is great for people who don't have a lot of time. And I totally empathize with that. Like if they have kids and they just only got 20 minutes and they want to play a game, they can get in and out. That's cool. But like you say, those all weekend long trying to raid this place, and that's memorable. But also
100%.
forces these friendships, in a way, indirectly. So I'd say that, and there's a big, in my opinion, it feels like a lot of games are kind of just taking that, I don't know how to put it, you get a trophy for showing up type
Yeah.
thing.
Press X to
100%.
So-
win, sort of thing.
Yeah,
Press X
that's
to roll
my thoughts.
credits.
Yeah, there you go. But
Messi
I think you're
Coder
right, and that's where I
is
think
in
it's-
is in our lobby now. Welcome, brother. Big fan of
Hello,
watching you
Messi.
and Royal there. So glad to have you here.
Thanks, buddy. I'm lurking. I'm not sure if you can hear me well enough.
Yeah, I can hear you.
You're
I'm
not
just
doing a
eat-
very
I'm
good
just-
job lurking. You just outed yourself.
Exactly. I'm just outed. I've actually. I'm on the late shift, so I've got 20 tabs open. Thankfully, it's pretty quiet now on the late shift at work. Working from home in your bedroom is fantastic. Lockdown fever, isn't it?
Yeah,
I was listening to you earlier
Oh,
talking
yeah.
about churning out 12 games. Well,
It's,
I mean, I started
I'm-
10 games, and I failed miserably. I got 1.5 in, and I was thinking lockdown's going to be amazing, and then I see you're halfway through, and like on what number 7, 8 already,
working on 7. Yeah.
and I've got people in my community just poking me, going, "Look, see, other people aren't making excuses; they're getting on with it."
Oh no!
I have to say, because I normally work from home anyway, I'm sort of out, if I was in the evening, I'll be out doing choir rehearsals, which I haven't done now for some time. And so I'm sort of used to being in the home environment. And what I'm not necessarily used to having in the home environment is an 11-year-old who I've also got to homeschool at the same time, which is, I think, why when lockdown first started, the creativity took a little bit of a nosedive somewhat. But it's, I think working from home is, just to go off into a completely different subject for a minute. The working from home thing is kind of fun if you can sort of manage it properly and have an area for work and an area for social time, and if you can
agree.
because there is something very appealing about having a physical a physically distinct physical separation from your home life and your work life, and being
Yes.
in a relatively small place where we are at the moment. That's a problem that we've sometimes encountered, is that, is it 6:30? I thought it was 4:15. Oh, I should probably go and start dinner or something. And then you go back and do a bit more later on. So yeah, pros and cons, definitely.
That
definitely
is
noticed-
so spot on.
I
Very
definitely
hard.
noticed when I started working from home that I work a lot more now than I ever did when I was at an office. 100%, I work way more, put in way more hours at my desk at my computer, because it's like now I'm managing what used to
Right
be
there, it's hard not to.
work and play at the same time. I go to work, do a 9 to 5, come home, I play for a couple hours. It was dinner, and it was great, And then when I started working from home, it's like I get up at noon and I'm done at 4 in the morning.
That could be the problem, is that keeping good routines is absolutely critical to it. So like, even if I'm working from home, and I mean, it's a little bit different now because I've got a family, and my wife works a 9 to 5, and say Dylan goes to school, and well, when he went to school, before the school's closed. But
Right.
even though I know I can come and go and do the hours that I choose when I choose to do them, it's so much easier to get into a good routine. I think, well, the rest of the family's getting up at 7:30. I might as well get up, have a coffee, and then when Megs leaves for work, my wife leaves for work, that's a time for me to come and sit in the desk chair, and I say, right now I am in work mode, be that doing emails, or be that doing arrangements for concerts, or be that doing making video games.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
It's very hard to
I've noticed that.
self-manage.
Before lockdown, the biggest issue that I always found in companies was convincing them that when people work from home, they're not skiving, they're actually working hard. And companies before lockdown were very reluctant to have staff work from home
Yeah.
because they don't have Big Brother watching them. And lockdown, I think one of the best things that can come out of it is that people had to have a level of trust in their staff. And it's difficult being a manager and saying, okay, I'm going to trust that my staff are going to do the work that they're supposed to be doing when I'm not standing over their shoulder. And they've proven, exactly like Ryan, like you're saying, that people actually work far harder at home because
Yeah.
it's so easy to lose yourself and lose track of time, lose yourself what you're into. And actually, I sent an email out to my local council on the weekend, and on the Sunday, not only had they answered the email, they had actually processed the request, because the council workers are working from home, and even they're like, well, I need to get through my backlog, I'm working from home, I might as well work on the weekend. So if the most laziest people in the world, that we would call our officials, are doing it, then everyone's overworking from home. And I think that is one of the dangerous things about game development as well, is that you need to be able to say, when I'm put a schedule in your calendar to say, okay, 9 till 1 I'm doing work, and then I'm having a break. Put an alarm in your calendar from 1 till 2, it's break time, and then put a schedule in your calendar from when you're going to play your games, so that your alarm goes off and says, okay, stop playing games, get back to doing work, and vice versa.
Hour by hour optimization is really an MVP, especially when your time is effectively your own and you haven't got someone breathing down your neck. Being able to say, right, at 1 o'clock I am breaking and having lunch, or I'm going to stop at 11 o'clock and make a coffee and take the dog around the block, or whatever. Doing that, and again, it just helps to build those routines and gets you into the right frame of mind. And the upshot that you said of, if your job isn't necessarily you need to be at the end of the phone between 9 and 5, but you need to get X amount of done by Y, then working from home also gives you the flexibility of being able to pick and choose your own hours. So you allude to, council workers working perhaps on a Sunday, but what you might actually think is, well, actually, I don't necessarily need to be in work in these hours, but I need to do this much work this week. So what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to pull 4 hours on Saturday, I'm going to pull 4 hours on Sunday, and I'm going to take Friday off, because all my work will be done by Thursday. And that, to me, if you can have the self-discipline to do that, then so I think working from home is a great thing for many people.
Yeah, I know. Adam's told me
helps a lot.
before. He's like, mate, it is the weekend. Take the weekend off. You are killing yourself. So many times Adam's got on to me about taking the weekend off, because I would just sit there and I would work.
That's coming from him. He's the worst.
Oh, yeah.
He's the worst person.
Oh yeah, Adam kills himself with working. All of Procedural World. Everybody in Procedural Worlds is just fantastic in my opinion, and I love working with them. But yeah, it is hilarious to sit there and have a boss tell you to take a weekend off, because you are just so concentrated, so focused, and there's so many things you got to get done, and it's a good sign.
It's a good sign that you love what you do. And actually, if you're in a position where actually you can't wait to get out of bed in the morning to get to work because you just love every element about it and you want to put in the extra time, that's a great way to go through life. And the man who loves what he does will never work a day in his life. Of course, the danger one has to bear in mind, of course, is people taking advantage of that good faith when someone else is making payroll and just sort of start to take that for granted. Which I'm not for 1 second just making aspersions that anyone in Procedural Worlds would do that, or any reputable company for that matter. But if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. But make sure it's kept in check and people don't take the mick with it.
Yeah, and I think that's also a double-bladed sword to that too.
Yeah,
because
exactly,
those guys that do that, they get burnt out a lot quicker. right? So especially in game design in general, I see this more common than not, is that it you do get burnt out because you are overworking yourself, you're just overstressing yourself, and it comes with all these negative side effects as well. And
I
that's
can vouch
another
for
thing
that.
that Adam had pointed out to me, was like, you're don't get burned out on me. That was it's like, I'm not, I like it, so.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Is that you might not work a day in your life, but it says very soon I've seen people go from loving what they do to eating the same meal every day. Suddenly you just don't like the taste of it anymore,
Yes, yeah.
because you're just not taking those breaks out, making that special family time for yourself, or that just have. It's like your 12 games in 12 months, because they're so different in what you do. Each month is a new exciting journey, something
New adventure.
fresh. Exactly, and you need that in your day job as well. This is what a lot of project based work is great, because new project, new adventure. But it's also, I want to say that any product and project managers out there, Scrum managers are renowned for a burnout career, because they're just constantly working flat out from one project to the next. So you do need to pace yourself and have those little work holidays in between.
I think you
Choose a lazy job in between the hard ones.
Right.
just idly do. I mean, I think balance is so important in the whole thing, and this is something that's been brought into really sharp relief since lockdown. Is that because whereas before I would be out 5 or 6 nights a week, either performing in concerts or conducting concerts or running rehearsals with various choirs, uh, that although I didn't do a huge amount of work in inverted commas, i.e., stuff that brings in the Benjamins to pay the mortgage, I didn't do a lot of that in the day. It meant I was out a lot in the evening, and I didn't really get to spend a huge amount of quality time with my wife and with Dylan. So now that we've been in lockdown, and although finances have taken a bit of a hit as a result, and the future's a little bit scary at the moment. It's been really lovely that I've been able to, have dinner every night and watch a film on a Friday night with the family, and making sure there is a good balance in life, whether it's with your family or with a partner or with kids or just going out and hang out with mates. I mean, I saw this at university when there's I had a really good friend of mine who we just wouldn't see for 6 months at a time when he got a new girlfriend, because people don't. At that age, you don't necessarily understand of doing the balance with it. But
Yeah.
just to the point on burnout as well, when the lockdown first started, I said, well, I'm going to stay alive as a musician, even though I can't go out and do concerts and things. I'm going to stay alive. So I did this as well as my 12 games in 12 months. I ran a series called Music for Lockdown, where I created a new music video every day, and it started out just as solo piano pieces, and then it became accompanying myself singing stuff, and then I evolved and started using video editing software so that I could sing 4-part harmony with myself, and I was doing one every single day. And you're sort of going in and you do sort of an hour and a half of vocal recording, and then you do 4 hours of editing in the computer, and then you've got to put it.
Can we get a link of that? I'd love to see that.
I think you posted
okay?
one in the
Let me
chat
find
once upon a time.
My Chrome crashed on me, so I missed a bunch of chat. But Discord was
Hang
still
on a sec. Let me just find my website because it's on there.
That's really cool. I love watching one person make a whole song. That's so cool.
I
Doing each
remember
of the
you
roles.
posted one, and here, let's pop this up real quick.
So yeah, links in the chat. The best one there to watch if you want to show one. Oh crap! I'm zooming out because if you go to the playlist from there, one of the good ones. So the Book of Mormon one is quite cool. So if you wanted to put that on, that could be fun. But just to the point of burnout, I was doing one of these every single day, and it got to day 66, and I realized actually I'm not really enjoying doing what I'm doing anymore. I'm just doing it for the hell of it. So I had to stop. Unfortunately, lockdown had come to a stop by then. So I don't know how. If you go to the playlist, which is the top right of the video, Brian, or link through on YouTube. I think I'm a few seconds behind. Book of Mormon's about number 32. You might be there already by the time we get there.
Yeah, let's give this a listen. That's really interesting though, how it came full circle. Like it was good. It gave you all this time for creativity, but then it turned into a job, and it was no longer fun.
Yes, it stopped being stopped being entertaining, and it just sort of became a little bit of a chore. But
Okay, here
yeah,
we go.
it was great fun while we were doing it. Certainly, 31 is the Book of Mormon one.
Hello, my name is Elder Price,
And
I would like to share with you the most amazing.
Sex on about 15 seconds behind on the video. I don't know if it's playing.
Hello.
Yeah, it's playing.
My name is Elder Grant.
Okay, I'll shut up.
It's a book about America a long, long time ago. It has so many awesome parts. You simply won't believe how much this book could change your life. Hello. My name is Elder Green. I would like to share with you this book of Jesus Christ. Hello. My name is Elder Young. Hello. Did you know that Jesus lived here in the USA? You can read all about it now. Hello. In this nifty book, it's free. No, you don't have to pay. Hello. Hello. My name is Elder Smith. And can I leave this book with you for you to just peruse? Hello. 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 I'll just leave it here. It has a lot of information you can really use. Hello. Hi. My name is Jesus Christ. You have a lovely home. Hello. It's an amazing book. Bonjour. Ni hao, Elder White. This book gives you the secret to eternal life. Sound good? Eternal life. Jesus Christ is super fun. Hello. Ding dong. And if you let us in, we'll show you how it can be done. No thanks. Sure. Oh well, that's fine. Have fun in hell. Hey now. You simply won't believe how much this book will change your life. Will change your life. Will change your life. This book will change your life. Hello, would you like to change religions? I have a free book written by Jesus.
No, Elder Cunningham. That's not how we do it. You're making things up again. Just stick to the approved dialogue.
Hello. My name is Elder Cunningham. And we would like to share with you this book of Jesus Christ. Hello. It's all my home. Just take this book. It's free. You simply won't believe how much this book will change your life. This book will change your life, so you won't burn in. You're gonna die someday, but if you read this book, you'll see that there's another way. Spend eternity with friends and family. We can fully guarantee you that this book will change your life. 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 The Book of
That's pretty solid.
Dude, you don't even know. I gotta say something on this. Okay, so first of all, do you guys have a lot of missionaries down there?
Not all that many.
Okay,
Not
so
a particular part of the world.
I'm from Utah, which is basically the Mormon capital of the world. You know, and
Right.
so that's exceptionally funny to me. I personally am not Mormon. I don't know in what context you meant the video, but I got the feeling that it was just funny. Like they're constantly coming to your house and like, hey, let me tell you about this, and they bug the crap out of me because I'm actually related to one of the founders of this area where the church settled when Joseph Smith left New York or wherever and came to Utah, and then Brigham Young and I guess those two get the credit for settling it, and I'm related to Brigham Young, so they really want me, and I'm just like, no guys, leave me alone. We've been through this before. I don't want what you're selling.
The idea behind, I mean, it's
Don't they give you free cookies?
Oh yeah, you can get free cookies.
I've not
Anything,
seen
sign you up.
It's by the same guys who wrote South Park and Team America.
Yeah.
So I've not
That
actually
was a
seen the
good
show, but I do like that song. And I was just looking for new ideas to do for this series, and I thought, okay, let's do something in 9-part harmony. That'll be fun. And I thought I'd dress up and put on a tie and stuff. So, I mean, that was what, day 31. So that was probably the apex of the series. Curiously enough, about the midpoint. And there were some ones later on that were technically more interesting. So there's a few more 4-part harmony ones, but it was that was the point at which during the series I thought I was enjoying it the most. It was great fun doing that because I learned the whole thing in a day, and then recorded it in a day, and then edited it in a day, and uploaded it the same day. Yeah, lots of free time, but that was the high point. And I think after that, everything was sort of slightly less exciting, less fresh, and less original. So this whole burnout thing, even on a relatively short space of time, like 2 months, it quickly became something that I was doing just for the sake of doing it. But it was a good thing. It was worthwhile doing, and it was something to do during lockdown to keep creative.
To relate that though to a game project, I would say you get to the point where you are burnout and it's hit a job, but you have to solve this problem, whatever it may be. You've got to solve it, and then that's where you got to power through. So just kind of back to what we were talking about, to any indies out there, you're gonna have some days where the creative juices aren't flowing, and you just got to power through it.
It's got to do something.
Yeah,
I would say that one of the best tools for both a professional and an indie is documenting your work you're going to do into bite-sized chunks. And
yes, one step at a time is what I say.
And I think the old agile family of methodologies lend itself really well for game development, in that if you write your little feature sets on the back of those old cards that you would have in your Rolodex for us lot who are a bit old, so you just write them down on a small scrap piece of paper, the main functional, non-functional parts, and then you've got a collection of them. So when you're working on something, you go, I'm stuck on slide 32. You know what? I'm going to put a pin in that and go pick up a different feature and work on that for a bit as a bit of a break.
100%.
I think that's actually something they teach you in art as well. So art really applies to a lot of areas of life. It's interesting.
Never took it.
I'd say game development. Well, that explains a lot. No, it's really applicable though. To say you're working on a painting or whatever it is, drawing, whatever your medium, and you just step back for a little bit, and you come back and you look at it with fresh eyes, and you see it differently, and you're like, I see what I need to do or change. And I say it works the same way in your development process. If something's giving you some trouble, or you're taking too long, just put a pin in it, and then do something else that's interesting,
And sometimes it can be a case of thinking, okay, I'm just going to go and work on if there's a bug in something, if you've been staring at lines of code for 4 or 5 hours, I think, okay, I'm going to go and work on the UI, or I'm going to go and do some modeling or something, or I'm going to go and get some fresh air, go for a jog. I found recently, actually, in the last sort of 3 or 4 years, that my creativity peak, if you like, of the day has switched. And up until sort of in my mid-20s, I was probably at my most creative in the early evening, sort of after dinner. Now, I find my most creative time is between 9 and 12. And if I
welcome to the club.
It's a nice club to be in, I have to say.
Is it AM? Wait, is it AM?
No, AM, 9 and 12 in the morning.
Screw your club.
Right, if I've got something big that I want to get done on a particular day, if I don't get it done before lunch, or if I don't get the nuts and bolts of it done before lunch, then I won't get it done that day. And sometimes, actually, I'll get to the end of the day and think, well, I've not managed to get that done today. And sometimes going to bed, I think going to bed and getting up in the morning is the equivalent of turning your computer off and on again. It sort of resets it, refreshes your brain, and then you can come in fresh. And it's so underrated. And then I'll have a brainwave in my shower if I'm having a shower first thing in the morning. I'll go ping. There'll be an idea in the shower, and then I'm ready to start the workday with a new spark. and it just, I mean, that's what works for me. And I'd say it's not the same for everybody, but
Well,
that's what I
okay, so
found.
AM and PM aside, same thing. I tend to be more in the PM hours, but same thing. That good reboot of a sleep. I mean, I'm sure you guys have experienced this where you wake up and you probably dream in code occasionally, like I do. And that's really weird because you think you solved the
What,
problem, then you
what
wake
language?
up and you realize that is not at all how the code works. And you're like, damn it, I thought I had it. But you'll wake up and you're sitting there like, oh, I know what to do about this thing. And then you're just
There was
enthusiastic about jumping at it. I love it.
the one thing I do remember that happened. Actually, I talked about it in one of my devlog videos, my 12 and 12. Was there was a problem? It was on my game number 3. I shot in the dark, and there was a sort of a function for how I wanted like a carousel feeling, so I wanted to look 3D but in a 2D environment, and I was racking my brains trying to make it work, and I couldn't do it. And it was just before I went to sleep. I had this brainwave moment, thinking,
Oh
well,
no.
why don't I just shrink down the sizes of the sprites and move them up and to the left slightly to give an impression of it moving back in space?
Oh,
And I'll reduce them down, and then
beautiful.
I'll reduce the scale to 0, and then I'll replace the sprite at the next end, so it will look like a carousel just fading into the distance. And I then went to
Interesting.
sleep, woke up refreshed, immediately went to the computer as soon as I got up, spent 2 hours on it, and it came out exactly as I'd imagined it in my brain.
Oh wow.
And to this day, I know it wasn't that long ago, but it is probably the most satisfying moment I've ever had in game development. It was just such an amazing feeling. That's exactly what I wanted to do. That's exactly what it's going to do. I'm going to sleep now. I'll fix it tomorrow.
Okay, see, I can't do that. When it hits me, I'm like, okay, I got to do it right now. Got to do it right now. So then I end up pulling an all-nighter. But you know what? What you just said right there, the satisfaction, that is so important. And that's the thing people don't realize when I've met a lot of students, worked with a lot of students, taught a lot of people. I was doing lessons and stuff, and they get overwhelmed. I get it. That's totally understandable. And like we were saying, you just got to remember, take it one step at a time. But if you can just get through that, once you get one of those satisfying moments, you're like, oh wow, I love development, whatever it is. It could even be software development, but that satisfaction is that's what it's, I guess, what it's all about. I mean, if you don't try long enough to get the satisfaction, then you got to keep trying. And then you'll see that it's very satisfying.
It really is.
I would put one tip that, much like yourself, like you get to a certain age and your techniques and your processes change a bit. When I was very young, I used to keep a notebook by my bedside, and I used to write stories and plays and stuff. And an idea would come to me in the middle of the night, and I'd wake up in the night or I'd have a dream, and then you just quickly start writing it down while it's still fresh in your head. And then you wake up in the morning and read your notebook, and you're like, well, it's gibberish. It makes no sense.
This is God. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. It's like, he did what with the cat? What? I mean, there wasn't even a cat in the play. What does that got to do with it?
I woke up early a few nights ago. I woke up at about 5:30 or something, which is early even for me. And I'd had this most vivid dream. I think my wife and I had watched Deep Impact, the film Deep Impact, a few nights before. And basically, in my dream, I had recreated the plot of Deep Impact, and I was somehow responsible for it. And it was a terrible thing that I'd caused this total devastation of the planet. But it was so vivid and so clear in that moment that I immediately went back to bed, and then I woke up the next day at the proper time, like 8 o'clock, and said to my wife, I dreamt about Deep Impact last night. So, oh yeah, really, what happened? I can't remember, but I think I destroyed the world. It was about the level of dreaming that I was at.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that.
All you need to do is stream the code for it.
Yeah.
But
that's a big one.
What you were saying about the shower. Many times, if I'm sitting there, spend a whole day coding, I'd go and have a shower, and the answer would just come because you're just relaxed and you're doing something else. So your hands are actually busy doing something else now. So you're just left a little bit loose, out of body experience. And when your hands are doing something else, which is why those little spinner fidgets fidget spinners have
Oh
become
yeah,
so popular
got 2 of
because
those.
exactly you need them because it does exactly the same effect as having a shower. Your hands are busy doing something, so now your motor skills are busy using your tacit knowledge of just washing yourself, leaving your brain now to be off to be able to be free to just think about stuff.
Do you think
And
it's
then
subconscious, or do you think it's? I
oh,
feel like it's
completely.
subconscious.
Yeah, I mean, it is, but it's. I think it all
I
comes
know
down
exactly
to
what you're talking
and I sit with my wife. She's a biologist, and she will try to break it down in all like the
about.
science of it all.
Mm.
But yeah, this midlife of coming to 100 years on this planet, I think that it's happened enough for me to go, okay, the same feeling I get from using a fidget spinner, the same feeling you get from having a pen in your hand and just flicking it, looking at the
Yeah.
ceiling, having a shower, you just freeing yourself, let these ideas come. And I've got that notebook by the bed. So when I get out of the shower and it's still fresh, like I've got the answer, instead of rushing to a computer and sit it down, I've now taught myself to get into a habit of writing down the code in like a
Right.
shorthand text thing.
Nice.
So it's like a story, like you're writing the code as a story. So it's like a pseudo code, and your notebook now is just a load of like what you'd think might be gibberish, but it actually when you look at it back and you go, that makes sense. And then the next day, go to sleep, and because you feel like okay, you've saved it down in Notepad, you've clicked save, you haven't deleted it. It's great. It's on a physical notepad now. Go to sleep, wake up fresh with new ideas. Look at it and go, actually, I've now enriched that idea because I've slept on it, or by sleeping on it, I realise actually that idea wouldn't work. Take your notepad to your desk and then start writing up in code what you scribbled down in the notepad from what the idea you had in the shower, and
100%.
you've just now matured that thought 3 times over. So by the time you've got to your computer now,
That's a good
you've
point.
it's really strong.
Without all the time it would have taken to write it 3 times.
Exactly.
Right.
Try the
Right.
power of that.
There's a meme I saw once that said writing the code takes 1 minute, the other 59 minutes of the hour are spent correcting the code. So it's sort of subverting that age-old problem of like debug before you write it, or write the code before you write it, if that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good.
Now,
Good one.
I want to get onto a point with Royal. You've produced games and you've sold games and what have you. Ty, we've got Reign of Darkness and it's going. Messy Coder, I don't know if you have. You said you created a game. Is it out yet? Is it?
Well, I've done many things in my bizarre life. I used to actually produce art assets and hire 3D artists and coders and subcontract them out to game developers and game studios many years ago.
Wow.
So that back before Unity was even a thing. You guys remember Garage Games Talk Engine? I think Unity at that point was just a plugin for a browser on using a Mac.
Wow.
So
So
many
you made an
years
asset
ago.
store before there was an asset store.
Pretty much.
Cool.
And it was great because a lot of these people that I used to work with have actually gone off and worked now at AAA studios and stuff. And it's the same lessons that I'd learned from subcontracting artists and programmers out to other studios is people work on small projects, bring lots of people in and have them do a small part of that large project and then send them on the way. It's kind of like the Taj Mahal methodology.
Right.
One person doesn't see everything.
Right.
They don't need to. So they'll be overwhelmed by it.
Right.
Interesting.
And like your 12 games in 12 months, people working on specific scope, limit them not to have scope creep. One of the problems of my 10 games in 2020 is because I'm a great I do as I do as I say, don't do as I do, because I don't listen to my own advice. I started each project in the 10 from 2020 and decided I'm going to make that into an asset and sell it on the asset store. So I got totally sidetracked on every single project I did, and broke the rule of keep your scope very limited so that you do not just go off on a tangent. And when you see yourself going off on a tangent, Exactly. Say, what is the ROI on this new feature? Because maybe this new feature that you're working on is going to be amazing. It's going to make you the next Fall Guys game. Or it's a feature that no one is ever going to see, like Ultima Online, where there was so complex AI code that in the end nobody ever experienced it because the players just went out there, chopped down all the forest, killed all the animals, so none of the animals got to experience any of the AI logic that they spent years developing. So,
Wow.
It's interesting.
if even if you're an indie guy working for a larger studio, or you're an indie guy working for yourself, and making a game for yourself, I'd say like keep your scope defined,
Hmm.
and be really strict with yourself. Like, don't be me. Don't be the messy coder where if you have a really good principle and you tell other people to follow it, make sure you follow it yourself.
I think we can all be guilty of not following our own advice. I've done that.
Yeah,
Oh,
easier said
100%.
than done.
The piano
100%.
teacher says you must be practicing your scales every day, and if you need to
But
practice,
I'm
don't
with you.
just play the piece from the beginning and then you go home and you do exactly that thing that you've told your students not to. And
Hmm.
yeah, procrastinating from your procrastinating is. I mean, that's a fine art. That is.
100%.
Yes, it is.
But we can all be victims of.
Right. Well, the point I wanted to go with that though is, you guys have sold games, and if not, you've experienced what it is to sell games. I think the most untalked about things when it comes to game design is what happens when you finish your game, right? Because that area of knowledge is very open, and they don't actually tell you. Like, I remember when I was looking it up and I was doing all my research and yada 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 before I was trying to make my game, and I'd get, okay, well, this is how I can do title screen, this is how I can do the gameplay, this is how I can, finish my game. What the hell do I do afterwards? And I think, me and Ty, we've kind of talked about this before too with Steam. Is, Steam takes 30% of sales, right?
Stings a
itch.io
bit.
is mainly for a free platform, but people can donate. So, is there anything that you guys would have done differently? And Messi, Coder, this includes you too. Is there anything you guys would do differently or have knowledge on of what's the best practice after your game is finished?
I mean, there's my philosophy has always been, and this has been when finishing any project, whether relating to music or whether relating to game design, it's always back on the horse, because which is perhaps not the advice I would necessarily impart to people who are just starting out, because there's okay, so there's two trains of thought on it. That if you go back just to sort of my childhood, go back, 20, how old am I now? 32. So go back. Bloody hell, go back 25 years, okay? And you've got your first console. I had a Sega Mega Drive, and we had Sonic the Hedgehog.
Oh yeah.
Back then,
Dan,
but
you're
even
young.
yeah, even not that long ago, as recently as sort of 2000 and 2009, with the advent of the internet, you made a game, you published it, and that was it. Short of something like the hot coffee scandal with San Andreas, where they push out a major patch and they recall a load of physical discs. When your game is done, it's done. So now there's this situation where you upload a game and you have then sort of got to keep updating it forever.
Yes.
And I've not totally bought into that mentality of because and that is probably not a good habit on my behalf. And it's one of the reasons I do 12 games in 12 months. I can finish one and then forget about it forever. I think one of them I've gone back for because I found a fairly critical game killing bug in one of the levels that somehow managed to slip through. But you make the game, and then my philosophy has just been back on the horse. There's always another project. There's always a next game. There's always a next step. Because finishing a game and that moment when you click upload or you click make public on, in my case, itch.io, there is something very bittersweet about that. And the fact that there's a great sense of achievement, and there's a great sense of I have finished this thing that I've set out to do. And that in and of itself is a great feeling. But then there's the feeling of, shit, what do I do with my days now? And there's also a feeling of, is anyone going to download my game? Is anyone going to
Wow.
play this game? So you've got this whole barrage of emotions that come at you all in one go, and you've got to you've got to do something to manage that, because it would be very easy, especially in the given that the market, as we've discussed, is already saturated with games, to get into the mindset of completing this game, putting it into the market, and you get maybe 3 hits and 1 download. And it's very easy. I can imagine it would be very easy to take from that a sense of failure and a sense of deflation and a sense of, well, what the hell was all of that work for? It's all been for naught because no one's going to get to play it. But actually, it depends what you want to do. If you're going in and you're with a business head and your goal is to make money, then yes, I imagine that is going to be seen as a failure because no one's bought it and you need to look at your marketing strategy. But if you're doing it because you want to complete something, or because you just like the sense of creation, with the latter, if you like the sense of creation, it can still be, bittersweet, because this thing that you've crafted and worked on and spent so many of your hours with is now done and it's sent out into the world. I imagine it's probably what it's like when your kids leave home. So I can't say that with any certainty, but
me neither. But that makes sense.
You've few more years for me.
Get back on the you've got to get back on the horse, which is why I often have several projects going on at the same time, so that when one gets finished, normally what happens is one will get to 60%, and then I'll start another one, get it to 20%, start another one, get it to 90%, and then go back to the 60% one, finish that one off, and it's all a big mess, if you'll excuse me, the messy coder, in terms of creation. But it's be good to have something to go on to next. So my personal, what I do is get back on the horse. But from a commercial point of view, in the market in which we live, in the way games are downloaded these days, you do have to have one finger on the tiller in terms of, pushing out updates and patches, and and if it is a commercial thing, continuing to market your game and getting more people to download it and buy it.
I would say I'm a little bit older than you, but sadly, I remember the days on the Spectrum magazines with the cassettes. They would even post out, because you used to get your rolling demos, and you used to get demos, and you'd only be able to get a demo on the cover of a magazine. And a lot of those, they used to send out little in them days, indie games, and they were on the cassette, audio cassette stuck on the cover of a magazine. And then when the floppy disks came around of your Amigas and your Ataris, it'd be on your Amiga's floppy disks. When the Amiga came out, I remember them sending out patches for the most popular game.
Wow.
They had partnered with a magazine and would send out a patch
would that be in these
on the
days?
front of a magazine. That was bizarre.
Crap.
And that memory is still there.
That's cool.
And I think it was Eye of the Beholder is the first one that I saw do that. If anyone wants to Google Eye of the Beholder back on the old Amiga. I think out of the Spectrum as well. But yeah, the one that was patched was the Amiga one. Then in the olden days. But I think you hit the nail on the head about managing expectations. You need to manage your own expectations. When you start a project, what do you think you're going to get out of it? If you're doing it for yourself for fun, exactly, like get back on the horse. Your game's done, it's released. And it's the same with software. And I would say it's the same with an asset for the people making assets on Unity Asset Store and Unreal. Manage your expectation. Did it meet your definition of done? To go back into a project management or product management, you've got a definition of done when you're working on your project, and be strict with yourself. That is your definition of done. When you meet that definition, it's done. Put a pin, it's done. It's ready. Serve it up on a plate the family can eat. And if you're wanting to sell it, why not reach out and get community managers and other people with you to help support it as a product, because you're going to have customer support, but you're also going to have to do documentation. And then if you're going to start to do about other languages, you're going to have to do your documentation in other languages as well.
Localization,
yeah. So it's about what is your expectations of what you're going to get out of it. And if you are just doing it for fun, exactly, don't worry if no one's going to download it. Like your story about you stuck on itch.io, and the realization of it's a saturated market and there wasn't that many people downloading it. Be comfortable with that. I remember talking with one of the asset publishers who came on the stream, and he made a racing car game on one of these online websites, much like each other, but they actually host it for you, the multiplayer server as well. They spam you with adverts, but they give you effectively a free server for people to play on. And he was getting thousands and thousands of people playing and downloading and playing his racing game on this website. They made pretty much no money whatsoever. But what his goal was, I want people to be playing my game.
Right.
His goal wasn't, I want to make a load of money. So he felt really like he accomplished something far more than he set out to, because he had thousands upon thousands of people playing his game. Didn't make any money off of it, but he was really excited about it. If you go in and you want to make a load of money on a game, unless you're going to be the guy who sits there working for a company, comes up and makes Minecraft, and suddenly you're a billionaire, chances are you might be a little bit disappointed in the reality of game development as an industry to work in.
Well, you know,
Yeah.
I gotta say, it's really interesting just listening to you guys, the dynamic here. So I have wanted to make a game since I was 8 years old, but that was back in 1988, and it was just simply not possible. And my dreams were crushed by, my elders, and they're like, "Yeah, you can't do that, Ty. It takes millions of dollars, hundreds of people. Sorry." And it sucked, but um, then luckily we live in an age where it is possible. So uh, for me, it's all about one game, and there is no end point. I just want to keep developing this one game, keep growing, keep adding to it, to the environment, to the world, just make it bigger and bigger, and just more of the cool things I like in games. Whereas you guys are developing multiple games, and then you have to get back on the horse. So that's something I never thought about and never experienced. So that's a really interesting perspective that I
Do you
just
do
haven't
not
seen before.
how do you sort of get? I mean, obviously there is no sense of completion, I suppose,
Nope.
if it's a game that goes on forever. But that doesn't necessarily, I would imagine, lessen a sense of achievement.
Nope. Not
And
at
I
all.
so
think
it
the
depends.
player base is where it's at with that.
Yeah.
Could be,
So
but on the
I
other
think
hand, for me, it's just about like a purpose in life. We were kind of saying, you know, we kind of went in that area, and I was gonna say something about this, that I one day was driving down the road and thought, God, what would I do if I didn't have Reign of Darkness to work on? Oh my God, I would have no point. I wouldn't. I would be so like just lost, no idea what
I,
to do.
I think it sort of depends what metrics, by which metrics you set your own
Yeah,
definition of success. And if your definition of success is whoever gets out with the most money at the end is the winner, then you're
nope.
probably going to go through life feeling you're pretty unsuccessful. So if
For me, it
and
goes back to just the fact that I did it. I made my game, my dream game, when I was
Right.
8 years old. I did it. I followed
yeah,
through. I found my dream. I pursued it. I tried. It doesn't matter if it wins or loses. Doesn't matter if it makes
the
money.
journey, the
I
journey
just,
that counts.
yeah. It's all about just pursue your dreams. You get one life. That's it, guys.
And
Yeah.
I
Just
think just to your
do your
point,
best.
if I were in a position where I had as much money as I would ever need, but I wasn't able to create,
Mm.
be it musically or in a video game environment, I would probably be the most miserable person you could know, because any sense of I feel what
I
drives
know what
me
you mean.
is creation, in
Yeah,
whatever capacity you want to see that. And if someone
yeah.
had said to me, Here's as much money as you like, but you can't be creative anymore," I would probably turn
Oh,
that down.
I'd be done. Just no, no thanks.
I'd
Just
probably enjoy it for like
checking out.
a minute, and then be like, "Yeah, no, I can't handle it."
You go have a holiday. I mean, I just go when you go on holiday. When I go on holiday, we go for 10 days, because after 2 weeks I'm bored and want to get back to the computer, and want to get back to doing creative stuff. So we only ever go away for 10 days. And actually, the last
Yeah.
time we went, we haven't been on holiday this year for obvious reasons, but we went to Greece last year, and I took my travel laptop with me, which doubles up as my testing machine for stress testing frame rates and such like. And I made a mod for Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes while we were in Greece by the pool one day, just because it was after about a week. But I just thought I need to do something. I need to. It's been great to unwind and unplug and start drinking at 10 in the morning for a few days. And fun, and go down to the beach, have the pool, and eat too much, and eat some amazing half a pig that they serve you out there. It was really
Whoa.
nice. Santorini, I'd recommend it.
Mm.
But it just got to a point where I've got to do something creative.
Yeah,
So
it's an outlet.
yeah,
Yeah.
There's I
100%.
guess there's a lot of little reasons why some people need to have that creative outlet, or I don't know. I just the point of creation is it's some people don't feel that need, and I don't know, because I'm the other type that I I just love creating things, even if it's out of just junk on the table or in your garage. I just like to create things, it's just fun.
yeah.
So
I
if
get in
I
a lot
couldn't
of
do it, I'd
trouble.
be bored.
There's a saying I used to say, and I think these days I get in trouble because you're not allowed to, certain things you're not allowed to say anymore. But one of them is like, as a man, I can't physically give birth to have kids,
Mm.
and the most I can do is create something with my
Yeah.
hands, and
Wow.
it's
That's
that
deep.
feeling. And I've noticed that because I used to teach art, I used to do teach many different things, computer studies and art, and was
Which
in
is
the
also
army for
very
brief.
satisfying.
Yeah, exactly. You're teaching people, nurturing it because you're that information in your head, giving to somebody else. But it's also when you're trying to nurture someone and they've just taken your class because they were the only one available, they don't really want to be there. You're like, it's not really the goal that you're going for. But you
Yeah.
kind of feel like the it's a theme that I've seen a lot, that guys would do something that's more creative in that they can have a more immediate result. So they're working on something like with your hands, woodwork or something, and there is a result that they can see pretty much straight away as the result of their effort that they're putting into it. Like with
Yeah.
coding, in your coding "Hello World," within seconds you've got something back, and it's that same feeling of I can't create anything out of life, but I can create something out of my efforts using my hands, using my
Thanks,
brain.
That is
And
really deep and interesting, I would say.
Yeah.
I've had
That's
this
a very
conversation with my
interesting
wife because
perspective.
she's
I
biologist,
feel
marine
you.
biologist, and she's also got her master's in computer science. And
Wow.
I, and
Congrats.
I always
She
I always
sounds like
joke
she's
that
be the smartest
yeah,
person in any given room.
exactly.
Yeah, probably.
So
Don't bring her in here. I'll feel
yeah,
stupid and have to duck out.
she was also like a manager of accounting, so she was in charge of a whole department, and she was in charge of another department at the same time at a job.
Wow.
Basically gave her
How
two
did she
jobs.
juggle that?
And I always like to say, like, the debate with her, and she's like, well, it's just a sexist thing to say. I'm like, well, it's not though, because all the jobs that you've been doing
Yeah.
has not actually been about creation. It's about managing people, telling people what to do, because you've naturally got. I think all females
leadership
naturally
role.
have leaderships, exactly, but it's
Yeah.
because they know that it's in our DNA that they've given birth to something, that creature that's come
believe.
out of them has to learn from their mothers.
Yeah. Wow.
Otherwise it will
Very
die.
deep.
Because if it's an animal, it needs to learn how
I
to walk pretty quickly to get up there, and
I
that's
can see
but men
where
don't have that.
the fine line is in your what you kind of preface there. Yeah, I could see where there's a fine line, but totally what we're saying is absolutely a pro, and just an appreciation of women. For the record, it's
Yeah,
just
exactly.
it's acknowledgement of holy crap. There's a whole different uh, mentality and process going on, and maybe that is why us men try to strive to create, because we can't create a life and in that natural sense. I don't know,
Right.
but that's
There-
really deep. I like it.
There's so much truth in the fact that men and women are essentially different animals.
Yeah.
In that, and I don't think she'll mind me. So she's in the next room, and she'll poke her head around the door if she does mind me saying this.
Uh-oh.
Early
We'll
on,
know if he has to go suddenly.
Mine's watching, so you know.
Oh boy.
Early on in our marriage, my wife and I, we had some difficulties adapting, I think, to new lifestyle and new house and stuff. And a friend of mine recommended as cliche as it sounds, reading Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, which is quite an old sort of self-help book now. But reading it just sort of opened my eyes to certain things, and things that we would form an argument, and actually ultimately it boiled down to being just a misunderstanding fundamentally in the way that we are as beings, as animals. And and I'm not going to cite any examples right now because I'll get it wrong, but just like it, I think something like men like to be the hero, whereas sometimes or men like to problem solve things. So, for example, if my wife would come home and complain about something that happened at the office or something that happened at work today, and I would immediately, old Ben I'd immediately go and say, well, you should try doing this, or have you tried doing that, or why don't you do this, or what about that, or that's really unreasonable, you should definitely be doing that, I don't know. And then immediately she'd get really, really pissy with me and say, and I wouldn't understand why she was getting, because I'm trying to help you, I get these are the answers that you need. And actually men's desire to problem solve is how it's one of the ways we communicate. And actually for women, and this is not necessarily binary, only women only do this and men only do this. It does go both ways, and everyone has elements of both. But what I read is that actually sometimes they just need an opportunity just to vent, and actually you can help just by being there and listening and not trying to problem solve.
That is
and then
what
the hero by
rubber
doing
ducking
nothing
is all about.
Right.
I was going to say that exact same thing. Is that sometimes it's like I didn't want you to give me a solution. I just wanted you to listen.
Right.
And
to hear the problem.
I think many people, very married couples, experience exactly what you've just said. In that, and like you say, sometimes the roles are reversed. It's not always the strength, but generally, you'd see it more in a case of men will go, well, that you've come to me, you're telling me something obviously because you want my help in finding a solution. Why else would you be talking to me about it?
Right.
That's that default mentality that kicks in, because it comes back to again, it's in our DNA of being there's other books like the caveman books where it's we need to quickly go out there and hunt, so we need to adapt quickly when the problem is in front of us. We need to adapt to it, get past it, get the animal, kill it, bring it back home.
And
exactly.
The hero,
and
exactly.
There you go. And you've given me a problem, and I need to now help you adapt to get past that problem so we can move on. It's like, well, no, you don't. You don't always need to defeat a problem in front of you. You sometimes need to just be aware that a problem exists. And I think that literally converts into development in coding as well.
Everything.
Because you've got a bug in your code. Your bug doesn't need to be fixed.
So
be aware that your bug is there.
Okay.
Because that's the other point, is that you will spend basically weeks trying to problem solve and fix an issue in your code, in your game. And you will get to the point that once you've finished it, sometimes months, and when you finished it, what was the ROI of it? And if instead of going straight away of trying to fix that problem, if you sat back and listened to what the problem was, listen to the bug in your code, and listen to how it affects the rest of your code. Because that's exactly as like, your partner is telling you, I've had a problem and it's affecting me, the rest of me, this one problem. And if you've worked out that...
We need to cover rubber ducking, guys. Somebody
you go.
needs to explain rubber ducking to the audience. To anybody who doesn't know, you might as well be talking to a rubber ducky when you are trying to work through a bug in your code. You can talk to the wall, to a rock, but for some reason people said you might as well talk to a rubber ducky, because whatever you're talking to doesn't need to respond, doesn't need to even understand or acknowledge. It's nice when they say, that's nice. I appreciate that. But the reality is...
That's squeaking the duck.
Yeah, there you go. But all you need, men and women, you just need to be able to hear it out, to just say what's on your mind, or say what the problem is in your code. And then all of a sudden, the answers come to you, and you're like, oh my God, it's so clear now.
Well, actually, I'd say the other way. Sometimes the answer doesn't even need to come to you. Because
Yeah,
imagine,
and I
imagine
think
a situation where you can then go, I understand what this problem is now. Why don't I just work around it?
Right.
Because
yes,
game development is smoke and mirrors,
so true.
isn't it?
It
So
is. It
instead of trying
is.
to
It
fix a
doesn't matter
problem,
how you solve it,
yeah,
as
just
long as
just
you're
move
not
around it.
breaking anything else. Yeah,
Like you were saying about
agreed.
um, well, about you had this, you wanted to make this effect, and instead you cheated, make it smaller and move it back a bit, and
Mm-hmm.
it has the same
Yeah.
outcome. And I talk about this on the stream when I interview game developers and asset creators a lot. They're saying, well, it's all smoke and mirrors where you
Yep.
think that somebody has actually developed the game in the way that you're seeing it being played. They're not. When you're sitting in your bedroom and you're trying to code
Sorry,
yourself,
guys.
exactly. It's like you're thinking of the
Sure,
most
That's true.
complex way of solving a problem. Don't listen to your
Mm-hmm.
problem when it's talking to you and think of what is
Mm-hmm.
the cheapest and easiest way to resolve that issue and smoke a mirror.
Boom.
How can I fake it? How can I fake the result so it looks like
Love
I
it.
want it to look like, but it didn't really cost me any human effort.
Yes.
Yeah.
And of
Fine,
course we
fine.
always consider the back end, make sure that we're not like making something else perform worse because we took a shortcut here or whatever you want to call it. But I am 100% on board with that. You just
Yeah.
have to think out of the box. And that's why I named my company Unorthodox, because everything I do is just kind of it's unorthodox. It's not the normal
It's
way.
unorthodox.
And
100%.
it makes sense to me.
100%.
See, and
Does
that
make,
I think
does
that's
make
what,
me wonder how many relationships fail because of the way couples don't talk to each other properly or can't communicate
Mhm.
properly. The same with games, that people get so bogged down in a single bug trying to fix the problem rather than
Ooh,
taking a
yes.
step back and looking at the bigger picture. It's so
Wow, that's
irrelevant. So much
that's
of the
a
human
profound
experience
statement.
can be related to indie game dev. It's
Right.
fascinating.
yeah. That
You know,
really is. Wow.
with me, when I started creating Ozone Effect, my first mentality was, I want to build a game and I want it to be something that my family can play and my friends can play and they can enjoy it, and we can have a fun time like we did with some of the other games and the experiences. I wanted to create memories and blah blah blah. My other ultimate concept was I wanted to take aspects of my life, like my daughter, for example, and I wanted to record her voice, or my father, I wanted to record his voice and put him in the game. So even long after, and God forbid something happens, I can go back on that memory, play that game, and still get that exact same feeling I had
Wow.
when I was, trying to design the
I
game,
love that.
or hear somebody, or just bring in a memory
Ex-
and into it. That's, to me, that's what it's all about. You know what I mean? That experience,
I
that memory, that
I
everything.
totally do. I want to put my cousin who passed away in 2009. I want to like in ZBrush or Mudbox, whatever you use, a 3D application. You can project a photo onto a 3D model, and I, I'm not a good enough artist to paint his face, so I'm gonna project a photo of his face onto a model of him and put him in my game because I heard this saying and it really just struck a chord with me that um, a man, well, let's say, to be fair, a person dies twice. But the
Right.
original quote was, a man dies twice. The first time is when they take their last breath. The last time is, or the second time is the last time their name is spoken. So by putting someone like that who means something into a game that's there on the
Their
market
memory doesn't
20
die.
years, 100 years. Yeah, it's a beautiful thought.
Yeah.
It's got very, very deep very, very quickly.
I think
Yeah.
a lot of what we've been covering has been super deep.
100%.
So,
100%. I mean,
we're
what
getting
I
into
wanted
it.
to get out of this whole session was just a multiple plethora of things, because it's like there's so many aspects of game design and development, for anybody watching, or that's going to be
Mhm.
watching, that's either new to it, or even some of our kids and our younger generation that's going to get into it. Um, there's so many aspects to what we're talking about here, and it all comes
It's
together,
deeper than it
and it is deep.
appears.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Game design is
and
not.
it really comes. into
It's
your life,
yeah.
becomes a lifestyle.
It's
And
like
remember,
any other
there's no
career.
wrong answers, isn't it?
Yeah,
As
there
long
is
as
no
you're not
wrong
using
answer.
Unreal, as long as you're not using Unreal, there's no wrong answers.
Oh, I like this guy.
If you're
Let's
not,
keep him around.
as long as you're using Procedural Worlds
Um,
products, we're on the good
keeping-
side, right,
Exactly.
boys?
All will be well.
You know what? Let's talk about that for a second. There's a whole debate about Unity versus Unreal. Well, you know what? There's other game engines too. Godot, Godot. I don't know if I'm saying
Godot.
it correctly. They're
Godot.
doing great stuff.
Godot.
It's open. Sure, Godot, whatever, but it's open source, and they're kicking butt. They're doing some amazing things. Um, Unreal has obviously been the forefront, right? They're leading the charge. They're awesome. They kick butt, and I know a lot of colleges are teaching that because I've worked with a lot of students, and there is nothing wrong with that. But I the only thing I don't like is that it's being kind of portrayed in a way that it's like, hey, you don't need to learn anything. You can just jump in and make a game. Well,
Or you can
true
pay
to a
everybody to
point.
do it. You can pay
Yeah.
everybody.
And that's always an option to anybody with that kind of disposable income. But I just want to point out that at the end of the day, if you really want to make a game, you got to be prepared to put in the work. And
Yeah.
if you're not, then that'll show. It's going to be however much energy you want to put into it. That is what it is. So being able to do blueprints, for example, in Unreal, which is a visual node-based programming concept, where you just take a box and draw a line to another box, and then you can create script in that context, and it's very simplified. However, you still need to understand the principles of programming, the fundamentals of a true and false, a boolean, or a loop.
100%.
So I say, why not just push yourself a little further, understand the code, and sure, use blueprints to get together your to quickly prototype, right? Sure. And by the way, Unity gets a lot of crap from what I've experienced personally. Oh, you use Unity? And the thing is, they have multiple tools that are visual programming tools that do the same thing. And
Yeah.
Kismet, I believe, was the first one in Unreal, the early Unreal. And then two of the developers went and made something called Uscript. So if you go to uscript.net, you can see that it doesn't matter which engine you choose, but it really comes back around to what we've been saying the whole time. It's just got to be in your heart. It's got to be in your passion, and you got to be able to find that satisfaction. Don't chase the money. Let the money be a byproduct, and you'll be a good developer. But don't get caught up in the argument of what engine's best and what engine's worst. It doesn't matter. Just be grateful you have an engine, and you don't have to write your own.
Right.
You
That's
know,
what I'd say.
come on.
Amen, Reverend. Amen.
Amen.
I'm glad you guys feel me because I'm so sick of this argument.
I mean,
There's, people say-
I've heard that the definition of a good programmer is not necessarily someone who speaks 8 different programming languages fluently and understands and can memorize, 700 different types of syntax and apply it on the fly. Because Google knows that, and Stack Overflow will have your answer even if you don't know it over your head.
Yeah.
A good programmer is someone who can problem solve something in the simplest way. And if you can get to that mindset, if you can break down problems into their simplest components and then solve them, that makes a good program. And then everything else is just presentation.
Right.
I agree. That is well put. Yes.
I don't have a problem with the blueprints and all that, Bolt and Playmaker and all that stuff. What I'd say is, I remember being a small child and having my Spectrum 16K with the rubber keys on it. And we used to get books that would have the code written out in these books, and you would have to type them into your Spectrum using its basic programming language, and you would be able to have a little little spider game or something. And you'd got like 4 or 5 games in these books that you have, and they would be teaching you to write code, but they weren't. What they were doing
Mm.
was teaching you how to copy what was written on a page and type it into your computer. And it was within that book you would sit and have to read all of the lessons of what is the logic of the core logic of what you've just done, the fundamental logic of game development. You know, your
Okay.
if statements, the stuff that you take for granted now, like the most basic
Yeah.
things. And people wouldn't really read that. I mean, I didn't as a small little 7-year-old. I just went straight into copying and pasting the code into it. Go, I've made a pretty picture, mummy. So the
I would have been guilty of the same.
and then when like Amiga became really popular, people started getting things like Amos and Blitz Basic. If people remember that, there was shoot 'em up construction kit, which I always found was a lot more fun than writing your own code, which was like using something like Basic or Amos or Blitz Basic or Assembler. You'd get something like shoot 'em up construction kit, drop in or draw your own graphics, and you would be able to then move things around on the screen and say what you want would happen. Okay, what's going to be the sound effect for the shooting? What's going to be the sound effect or the visual effect for the explosion? And those have been around since the 80s.
Wow.
And that's pretty much what you're looking at now with Bolt and
Just
Blueprints.
outdated.
It's something that's taking the struggle out of being able to know what to code and allowing you to work on the logic of the game, or the logic of what you want to happen.
There you
and
go.
it will then
There's
translate
the
it into the
strength.
code.
That's
And
the
I think
strength
I
of
think
Blueprints or Bolt or UScript or
Any
the
of
other
them.
one you said.
Any of them.
Yeah.
exactly. But the
Hey.
important thing, I think Playmaker struggled because it converted it into its own code that then got
Oh,
converted
yes.
into C sharp, which would then, because a Unity at the end of the day is a C sharp layer on top of a C++
Yeah.
anyway. So we're
Yeah,
always
it's a
struggling
wrapper.
with that. But with things, I think like Bolt and a couple of others, we're saying you can use us to make your game, to visualize what you want to do. And if you click this button, I will tell you the code behind the scenes. And if you want to learn from it, here you go. You can learn from it. And
Yeah,
that
it
stuff,
can
I
be a
think, is really
powerful
strong.
tool. It really can. I wish that the professors, teachers, whomever, I've met probably about a dozen students who have actually finalized their degree, and I know it's different in some places, but usually 4-year degree in the States is a bachelor's, but you can get a 3-year bachelor's in Europe. I'm not sure.
Yeah, they
Either
do 3
way,
in the UK.
Most
We're lazy.
UK do graduates for 3 years, yeah, with a fourth year
okay.
MA optional sometimes.
I just wish they would stress that what you just said, that okay, there's this powerful tool that you can use, but you should look at what it's telling you. Don't just, think, okay, well, boom, look at that. Look how good I am. I can make a game, copy and paste in somebody else's graph. That's what, to anybody who doesn't know, a graph would be a bunch of nodes put together in a blueprint type system. And it does convey to the younger generation that game development is easy, and therefore their expectations are raised greatly for each game that they play, which I have found it's very difficult to try to appease. Of course, you can't please everyone, but to appease a broad audience who's used to seeing just extreme dynamic physics and lighting and all these crazy things that games can do. And it seems that the students get the impression, even after they've graduated, that's just how it is. You just get Unreal and you plug this stuff in and you got it. That's not always the case. I mean, you can make a little demo, I'd say like a game jam, for example, and you can achieve some cool stuff. But then if you want to take it further and make it your baby, like my baby, my game, it's gonna get hard, and you just need to be ready to get your hands dirty and learn some stuff. By the way, though, I wanted to say, Brian, you should pull up a picture of the Amiga computer because Messi's mentioned it a few times, and I think people should see Just the
Yeah,
roof. Let's make
I
it
keep
feel
forgetting
old.
people don't even. Right, show
Just Google
the
Amiga.
Spectrum 16K. Show the Spectrum 16K with the rubber
Oh.
keys, buddy. And it's called
Oh.
16K because that's the amount of memory it had. 16
my
kilobytes was the
God.
memory on the machine. Right? And when I got my Spectrum 128K, I felt a
That
god
was
because it had 128.
Fire. That was probably a beast. I remember in 1996, we had a Pentium, and our neighbor was like, "Hey, I got some RAM, and we can put it in there." And we got to 64. I want to say megabytes, but it might have been kilobytes. I don't know. Holy, what is this?
That is a Spectrum 16K.
Oh,
That is. It was.
wow.
Those keys are made of rubber. It was possibly my favorite computer I've ever had. It was amazing.
This is
And
insane.
my-
Where's the monitor? What are you plugging in?
you plug it into your
The
TV.
CRT?
You plug it into your
Oh,
TV,
boy.
but you also plug your old Casio tape recorder into it to be able to play the cassettes because it didn't have its built-in cassette
Wow.
player.
Hey, they had
The
cosmetics, too.
128K Plus did, and that is why you've got computers nowadays. Things like this.
Yeah.
My brother, who's an annoying git because he's a genius. He was actually programming, writing proper code, his own code, when he was about 6 years old, on that Spectrum.
Impressive.
And he's about 3 years older than me. So my first game was on those machines. If you put up the picture, make it big screen on the picture, you'll see that it's called graphical keys. And I had no idea what these.
Make it
Even to this
so.
day, I've got no idea what these graphical keys are for. And you hold down a button and you can push them, and it puts basically squares on the screen that look like little graphics. It was great. I would mash the keys until the screen was full of those in a random pattern, and the game was you are the cursor, and you have to get from one end of the maze to the other. There you go. That's what it used to be like loading up a game. Those stripes
I don't know
are those are the bytes.
lag
That's the
time
data
is
being
like
read.
for viewers, but hopefully this is all making sense. We know we're 15 seconds behind, but
Oh, I'm gonna
That's
say,
just
I feel
that's
sorry,
just
born in
Streamlabs in
right
general. There's nothing we can do about that.
wait,
So if you,
what'd
if
you say,
can
Royal?
imagine,
To say, I feel like I'm seeing all this. I just feel like I was born at the right time.
well,
Not
this
too
is why
late,
I
just the
struggle
right
with
time.
a lot of game
I must
development.
I must be somewhere in between the two of you. I'm 40, and
I'm-
I don't recognize this Spectrum. The Amiga was Amiga before the 386?
Yes. Oh, I mean, well,
Okay,
it was running concurrent. The Amiga was using
So I'm
the
slightly
Motorola
younger,
chipset.
I guess.
So think of the Amiga as the relative of the Mac, and actually it was the Mac has some of its chipset and its
okay.
power from the Amiga, and they kind of I can't remember. There was Commodore in the end bought them.
Oh yeah.
Bought Amiga. Amiga was a separate company that got in the end. Commodore bought them, and life could have been very different. Anyway, we're gonna get
Oh
digressed.
man,
going
we,
to go-
we probably have
sorry.
100 years of dorkiness between all
Exactly.
of us.
But I was gonna make a
Just
valid
saying.
point, being that games on these old machines, right, were made before all this fancy technology we've got, but the fundamentals behind them is exactly the same as what we've got today. And games on a Spectrum would fit on a cassette tape, and
Weird.
and if you can remember that a floppy disk was 1 meg for a double-sided floppy disk, and double-sided floppy disks were pretty advanced. That's when you're talking about PCs. Amigas generally had single-sided floppy disks, which meant we were about 700 kilobytes of data on one floppy disk. And most games would run, and they would take up less than about half a floppy disk. And when you started getting into like Monkey Island games, I think Monkey Island 2 came on, I think it was like 7 or 8 floppy disks. Or was it 12?
Oh
I remember
my-
one game had 12 floppy disks.
Wow.
And these
Oh
are
yeah, I
single-sided
remember you
floppies.
had to anybody who doesn't know what he's talking about, you had to actually get through floppy disk 1, and then the game
Exactly.
would stop and
It-
say insert
eject it.
disk 2,
exactly.
We had to do that. Yeah.
But
When I bought a
second
second floppy disk drive, I had an external floppy disk drive. My life changed considerably. I felt like a
Oh.
god.
You were
Oh
balling.
man,
The
exactly.
infrastructure behind this didn't really go away even with the advent of new technology. I mean, I remember getting Max Payne 2, a physical copy of Max Payne 2, and that came across like 4 CDs or something ridiculous like that.
Exactly.
You're right. You're right.
And that was still pre-DVD, and then even post-DVD, you used to get games that will come out on 3 or 4 DVDs, and that's when, say, the internet boom took off, and you start downloading things. But yeah, it was. Please insert disc 2 to continue installation, and I thought that was like some sort of dark magic. So how can you continue the install if I've taken the disc up? The optical drive is open. How are you even able to? It was magic.
Well, that's
gentlemen,
how.
I just want to just jump in. Just as lovely as it is having the conversation, the time is slightly pressing on at this end, so I am going to have to probably jump out.
I appreciate you stopping by, Royal. That it's been
very good meeting you, Royal.
It's been a pleasure talking to you, and thank you very much for having me. And hope to see you all again very soon.
Yeah,
All right,
Yeah, great meeting you. I've clicked follow on your Twitch page, seeing as you're not live at the moment. So can't wait for you to be on and catch your quiz game nights.
Nice one. The next one is tomorrow. We're playing Who Wants to Be a Millionaire tomorrow, plus probably another episode of my new show, and then my new show on Saturday. Saturday, 8 o'clock.
Ooh.
New show, 8 o'clock BST.
Okay, we need some links in chat for that because that sounds fun.
Well, if am I allowed to post my
If we
Discord
can.
link in there?
Yeah, by
allowed
all
to do
means. By
All
all
right.
means.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see the generation gap. It's but by
Yeah,
all
just
means,
the
it's
three of
been-
us here. We, me, Royal, and Messi, have had drastically different experiences. It sounds like, or well, notable, and like that's crazy because we're talking maybe a 10-year span. So
Right.
we were born within an age where technology was just going so quickly that we experienced it differently. That's really
100%.
cool.
And it hasn't stopped. If I was sitting watching my kids playing Minecraft, right, and I've got he's 6 now and a 7-year-old. No, it's 5 and a 7-year-old. It's gonna be 6 next year. So I got a 5 and a 7-year-old, and they're sitting there playing Minecraft, and Minecraft is basically 7 Days to Die, but with boxes.
Right.
Right? And if anyone thinks that Minecraft's been around for ages, he started on it when he was working for another company about 2009, and he actually got released on the Java release was 2011. That is only 9 years ago. It's not that long ago.
Right.
It's really not.
Yeah.
Right.
And when you
That's a
think
good
about
point.
it,
And we're so much further.
when you think of movies, you don't think that time passes that much when a movie came out. So you go, oh, do you remember Lord of the Rings? And you go, oh, okay, yeah. It wasn't that long ago. And the film doesn't
20
feel
years ago.
really that old.
No.
And if you look
That
at...
film particularly has aged quite well, though.
oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, 100% goes with Star Wars.
When
too.
was the Star Wars reboot, like the episode, what do you
Late
call it?
2000?
1999, 2002, and 2005 were episodes
Oh, wow.
1, 2, and 3.
Right. So,
I'm a massive
Damn,
nerd.
he's on
Sort
it.
of-
yeah.
It's 15 years of hosting pub quizzes, you learn some stuff.
Hey.
And on that
True.
bombshell,
That makes
I
sense.
shall bow out. Thank you very much, guys. I'll
Okay.
speak to you
See
soon.
ya.
Thanks, Royal. Appreciate it, buddy.
Have a good night.
Cheers.
So,
That's pretty cool. He knew that.
without even blinking, came straight out of it. So, game development is pretty, it's going blisteringly fast without you even realizing it. And then suddenly something comes out and it feels like it was always there. Like
Yeah.
Fortnite. Fortnite's only been out relatively short time, and it's
Right.
just like kids have been brought up on it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
it seems like an old school, like just a permanent mainstay type thing.
Right.
Even though it's only a few years old.
Exactly. You've got was it The Force Awakens was 2015?
Whew.
Okay.
Man, it feels like
2015.
yesterday I was playing that game.
Exactly.
To be honest.
5 years ago, Force Awakens movie comes out 2015. How many games that are super like amazing best-selling games now that weren't even around in 2015?
Right.
That's when, and the people thinking, oh, you know, I've missed the opportunity to make the next best game. During lockdown, this last month, less than 27 days ago, I think it was on the 8th of August, Fall Guys was released.
Right.
It's the quickest, biggest selling game ever on Nintendo and I think on a couple of other devices.
Yeah, it just
Fall
ported
Guys.
PC finally too.
And it's made in Unity and it uses the standard skybox from Unity.
Yep.
Right?
Just
So
no reason to change it. Ain't
there's
broke,
no reason
don't
to,
fix
it worked exactly. But that was released this month and it broke all records. There's no reason, and all that game is Takeshi's Castle, or if you're from the UK, it's a Knockout. That's all it is. It's not a new idea. It's something, and now it's something I've been thinking about for ages. It's like I love Takeshi's Castle. I'll make a little silly Takeshi's Castle game, or somebody did. It's called Fall Guys, and it's massive. And like Roy was saying, he's doing his quiz show. He does Blockbusters, which is another UK quiz TV show from the 80s. Most games and popular and big successful games are just rehashing of old ideas.
100%.
It's just
100%.
Try it and test.
Tell it in your story.
Blue.
Put your own spin on it. Make it unique for you. That would make it fun for you. And if it's fun for you, more likely than not, it'll be fun for somebody else, and then somebody else, and then somebody else, and then it will become successful.
That's interesting. I say almost verbatim that same thing to people all the time. To developers.
Is this the game that you want to play? That basically it boils down to that.
If you like it, someone else will like it. There's 7.5 billion of us last time I checked. There, odds are somebody's gonna like what you got to sell if you truly like it.
No.
And don't be depressed that somebody comes out with something similar. I've been wanting to do a Wild West game for many years. Back from, it was actually the Unreal Tournament. I did an Unreal Tournament mod. That's how long ago that was.
Wow.
Because you couldn't even get the Unreal SDK. The only way you could make Unreal type games was modding things like Unreal Tournament or Quake or Doom. That was it.
Early 2000s, I'm guessing.
That was pre 9/11.
Oh wow, 2011. So okay, yeah. Wait, was that? No, that was 2001.
2001.
Right?
Yeah, 2001.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So yeah,
You've been
late
at
90s.
it for a while. A lot of experience.
Not successful experience, but and that's what you said like earlier. Don't gauge yourself on what you've actually released or your successes. Gauge yourself on the fun you've had on the journey.
There you go.
I think
that's a good point.
A huge point to kind of pin on is that don't be embarrassed and don't feel guilty for using assets on the asset store. That's what they're kind of there for. And I think a lot of struggles and mentalities comes from if you're going to build a game, you have to do everything yourself. And that's honestly where a lot of games fail, is because they do decide that they want to model, they want to program, they want to do all these crazy things, and it all boils down to there's nothing wrong with going on the asset store, finding a couple of things you like that fit your game, your style, and plugging it in. You know, as long as everything works correctly.
And do it properly. Purchase the rights to that asset, and you're helping someone else, another artist or whatever it may be, programmer. But you're taking some of that work off your shoulders, which inevitably leads to you achieving your goal, whatever it is. For me, just simply making my dream game. So hell yes, all the way. Just there's too much controversy over assets being used. Some people
don't get me started.
Yeah, you know what I mean. So we won't go there, but it's something people need to understand. It's okay. You're helping other people and you're helping your own development.
I mean, shameless plug on my YouTube. I've done a few videos on the terminology of asset flip and the Unity asset
No,
store.
there's the word.
And,
He said it. Oh
He
no.
said it. And actually, on my Twitch, we've got I use flips as a currency, so you can earn flips. And like, how many flips have I got? So we run with it.
Oh,
But
that's too good.
there's a
love it.
snobbery. There's a really unfortunate snobbery between purchasing an art asset versus purchasing a code asset, or
Huh.
purchasing an editor tool like something like
Okay.
Procedural Worlds versus
Yes.
buying something
Possible.
like microscans, megascans,
Photo scans.
yeah,
Gotcha.
exactly, photogrammetry stuff.
So visual
And
content.
I was going to say, like, shameless plug. I just did a review today on the YouTube for an asset from the asset store, which is it's called. Can I name the asset? Is that right, Brian?
Oh yeah, by all means.
Right. It's called Castle Valley. Castle Valley collection from a noob called Goat O'Grammetry, and this is his first ever asset that he's made on the Unity.
And
asset
this is
store.
on. Okay, Unity Asset Store. I want to look this
And
up.
I asked him, like, would you make it on Unreal? And he goes, well, there's no point because they've got the deal signed up with Megascans that you can just get all the Megascan stuff for free with Unreal.
True.
And
Wait,
on
what was
Unity,
it called? Castle what?
Castle Valley collection. And he contacted me to ask me, because there's a lot of people just say, even not to do a review, just would you look at my asset and tell me what you think. And bizarrely, I get people asking me, can you help give me ideas, or what advice would you have in how would I promote my asset? What should I do? And people are really worried about is my asset too specific? Would people be complaining that they wouldn't be able to buy my asset because it will be seen as very common and an asset flip? And there's a snobbery to it, which there shouldn't be, because when you're purchasing an asset off the asset store, in particularly an art asset, what you're doing is hiring a freelance artist to work for your game for those specific models. So that's what you've done. You've actually gone and got yourself a really good cheap rate developer. Exactly. And that's what they do. They go off and they will pay an indie, like I said earlier, to do a specific small role. Make me these 5 models. And this is what I used to do. People used to come to me, I need 2 characters made. And I'm like, cool. All right, Steve, make these 2 characters. Here's the requirements. Away they go. Thank you very much. Here's the money. There you go. There's the money, and off they go. That's what the asset store is. But instead of you spending thousands, you're spending $20 or $30 because they know that they can sell it for a few more people.
That person, the creator of that asset, I would think, I'm not sure because I haven't tried it, but I would think they probably come out ahead of had they just contracted with one company for that one asset and got paid maybe, let's say, $1,000. They might make 10,000 on the asset store selling it over and over. But then we get this conflict where players, I'm not sure, people who aren't really in game development, they want to call it an asset flip, like, oh, I saw that before, so therefore it is not original and not worthy. Well, that's incorrect thinking, if you ask me. And it's all about how you use the asset. Because like I'm looking at Castle Valley right now, and I could create a whole different valley that's a different layout, and I could form those rocks in different ways. Hell, I could take those rocks and make a face out of it. There's more to it than that. And they do need to realize that it is equivocally the same thing as hiring a modeler or a company, a studio, to create, in this case with Castle Valley, rocks and debris or grass, whatever. So yeah, that needs to stop. The whole idea of asset flipping being a bad thing, that just needs to stop. It's not a bad thing.
Exactly. And it came about from, bizarrely, not even art assets. The term asset flip comes from template flipping. So what you'd get is Unit Z. So Unit Z is one of the things that really coined caused this term to be coined. So I've forgotten his name. The YouTuber
Hold
that does all these reviews of bad games.
Oh,
And
should we mention the name? Because I think I know two
You
of them.
can. You can.
One's a gym, the other's
yeah,
a big something, right?
like,
I don't want to say his name.
the British guy. I enjoyed watching his videos, and I used
Oh,
to comment and go,
they're both so intelligent, but I
but
wish they
they've got
would
an
stick
agenda.
their
Their
head
video,
into
exactly.
game dev a little deeper.
Their video, but they know what they're doing, and their videos have a very specific agenda.
This is true.
Right, but
I've even heard Sterling admit it, that he's even said, "I'm sorry, guys, but here's another video of me bashing this, that, and the other because that's what you guys respond to. I'd like to do some complimentary content, but this is what gets the views, so here we go."
And actually,
More or less, I'm paraphrasing.
I feel his pain, but because I review assets on YouTube, I used to get the most interaction from the assets I would give 0 or 1 star to.
Wow, that's sad.
The most negative reviews is what really makes or breaks, and it's surprising on how that works, honestly. I mean, even Messy Coder, I watched you when you were doing your reviews on stuff, and I looked at the assets and was like, yeah, I agree with him. This is what I like about it. This is what I don't like about it. And, you know, when we look up assets to buy, to really think about, are we going to put this in our game or not, we do look to reviews, and, you know, it just helps. And sometimes it hinders.
I like that you're being honest about it, though, Messi. That's what's cool is you're coming from a good background, and you're not taking an angle. You're just saying what you see. But
do you want to know a secret?
Hang on, I want to just say, can we come back to the Unit Z, because it's been driving me nuts, but I think I know the one and I want to see it. But yeah, what's the secret?
So and actually and that leads into Unit Z as well. So whenever I review an asset, be it if I've paid for it or if I've been given a voucher for it, I treat it exactly the same way. I would go for it. I used to train QA engineers as well. And I've been a product manager. I used to give lectures in theatre halls for product management and project management and QA engineers, and I treat the assets. I treat assets in exactly the same way, and I actually would give back feedback with bugs when I'm reviewing an asset and say, here are like 20 issues that I found in this asset, and I would give it to the developer or the artist. And then they'll come back and say, actually, it's because your settings weren't correct, or you didn't follow the instructions for X, Y, Z, or if it was a genuine bug. And sometimes, like when it's art stuff, they would go, well, that's your opinion. And there was one asset where the guy basically came back saying, you're wrong, your opinion's wrong. Here's a load of AAA games that would do what I would do, and you're not right. So, you know, and actually, I'm going to take back all of the vouchers that I gave you that you're going to give as prizes. I've had that. And I was like, okay, cool. Just trying to help you. This is my feedback.
Just being honest.
I give them a bit of time to cool off. And a couple of days later, I got an email back with the person apologizing, saying, look, I sat back and listened to what you said again, and I made the changes that you suggested, and actually it's improved the quality by about 20%. So it was like, because I was like, look, you can't really say that your stuff is, you know, top AAA if you're gonna not address these elephant in the room. And it was, and actually when he made the changes, it was night and day. It was like a 5-star asset in my eyes. But it was the same.
Sides of that coin.
But one of the lessons when you're doing QA engineering is when you're talking to a developer or whoever, you have to be diplomatic because they are emotionally invested in what they've made. And that's actually, if you go get a QA book, exactly, that's how everyone is. And you just need to.
I feel bad though. 'Cause there's so much. I feel bad because I know I'm getting good feedback, and it's my emotions that get in the way of me utilizing that and being like, wow, this is super good feedback. And Salty,
that's why I like that guy.
Salty has been so so good with his feedback, his or her. I'm sorry, I don't know, but
Yeah, don't assume.
it's super important. Yeah, yeah, I'm not doing that, but it is something that I have not done as well as I could, and I want to try harder on that, but I've reached a point where I do need extra help because I have right now I have what do I got? Probably 6 pages sitting on my desk, front and back. I like to write things down personally. I like the feedback of the pencil and the lead and on the paper. I'm weird. But I have 6 pages of
Amen.
to do things. And those are what I'm shooting for, but then I get a list of things that are okay, this is a bug, that's a bug, and the player, the user, they're not wrong. I see it and it's like, ah, dang it. But then I'll find something more pressing. So I don't know in terms of asset developers, maybe it's a similar thing. They see a more pressing issue and they prioritize that over your critique. But
It's the
it
ROI.
certainly is an emotional situation
So I mean,
because
you need to take a step back,
connected.
and I
Yep,
think game
I do.
developers would actually be more affected than asset developer, because an asset developer might be
For
working on
sure.
10 different assets. They're less really invested in that, whereas the game developer, it's the burden of working on a project that is your love letter to
My
the to
baby.
it is,
That's what I
and
call it.
you need to emotionally distance yourself at some point. But it also,
Yeah,
it's the
hard, but
ROI.
you're
This
right.
bug that this person's found, right? So if Salty's found an issue, to Salty that is the most pressing problem because they found that bug.
Yeah.
That's what's affecting their gameplay. However, maybe that's actually not a common issue, and
Oh yeah,
therefore
that's
you
happened.
shouldn't really if you're
So
investing your time in fixing that bug, well, you could have been spending your time doing something else or working on a bit of
right.
code. And going back to Unit Z, that
Yes, I
asset
want to hear more.
is a template for making a zombie survival game,
That's the one I
and
was talking about, B. Brian.
it has a load of AI already in for like your silly zombies. It's got menus, got crafting.
And
It's
it's
very
got like,
much.
doesn't it have like weapons, change weapons,
Yep,
grenade
exactly.
launchers,
It's got
all that, right?
vehicles. It's got all that stuff,
That one I
and
was really impressed with.
they've also he started working on a battlegrounds version, which literally was his Unit Z game,
Oh,
but ported over to Unet from originally from Photon, and focusing
oh,
more on the battlegrounds element, where you've got level and then the zone shrinks and stuff. So I started
oh, like a battle royale.
exactly, and
Well, which one's got all the
well, Unit Z came out first, so that was the one that was
okay,
majorly flipped.
that's
And
the
all
one.
people would do
Okay,
is
yes, I
not
see.
even change any of the artwork or the menus or anything. You'll download the asset, click build, and then release it on Steam.
Boy, not fair.
And
Now that I disagree with. That's not
that is an
how you
asset
use
flip,
assets.
and
Yes.
that is the correct term for
To be
asset flip.
clear,
So
yes.
when you get a complete template, you click build on a demo scene, and then you submit it. That is an asset flip.
Boom.
Submitting the
To
demo scene is the
anybody
yeah.
using that term, if you're going to use that term in your YouTube channel, listen to what he just said. That
Hundred
is the
percent.
definition. Stop
100%.
using it incorrectly.
And
Okay.
I've written this in forums on the Unity forums. We've had this discussion at Discord, and I've done YouTube videos on it. And that is, and you could like, who are you to say that it's the correct term? I say, actually, that is
Well,
it. I mean, you
yeah.
can
Who
argue
are
it.
you? You're a 20, 30-year veteran. That's who you are. Well,
Well,
you are a
we're,
developer. That's who I am too. We are the
we're
people who
customers, but also we're
can
customers
say
of
that.
those assets.
Yeah,
We
and
we've
developers. We know
yeah.
the ins and outs. That we are the people who should be able to define what is and what is not an asset flip. Not someone who just judges a game based on what they see or think or assume, you know. Not to be rude to those people, but they do need to do their homework. They need to
Yeah.
understand further. But you are correct. If you get a demo, you drag it from Unity, you import the asset, you hit build, and you put it on Steam. That's an asset flip.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
for sure.
my
No
favorite
argument.
my favorite asset flip of all time was Ultimate Survival. If anyone remembers that asset, and I actually
Dude.
made my bones because I've done 60 tutorial videos on how to write your own code for Ultimate Survival. So that was like where I was originally.
Oh,
Well, I thought I was getting my viewer base on YouTube was doing tutorials for Ultimate Survival, and
No
people
way.
would take my code and stick it in their games, and I would see my stuff being on Steam, and I'd be like, that's all right. That's
Wait.
cool if it's inside.
So
Exactly.
this,
So I'd be like,
to anybody listening, this is the first time I've met Messi. Is Ultimate Survival your asset? Is that what I'm understanding?
no. So Ultimate Survival, actually, the guy who made Ultimate Survival, really funny story. He's one of these Unity indie developers. In that, if you go on the forums and you want to hire somebody to make your game or do some functionality for you, he was listing himself, and you could hire him for a job.
Oh,
And a lot
okay.
of people do.
I've done
The
that.
for hire forums.
That's what
And-
I've been doing for years. So yes.
And one of the guys I was talking with, I wanted to do some code, and he quoted for me, and I was like, and in the end I decided to go with somebody else. Turned out to be the developer who would end up making Ultimate Survival. And I sent him a message to a different account when he made the Ultimate Survival preview forums. And I was like, I love survival stuff. I've always been looking for a decent survival kit. I'd like to have a chat with you about it. And he goes, oh, cool, this is my email address. And then I was like, hang on a minute. I know you already. You're blah, blah, blah. He goes, yes, I'm blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, I'm blah, blah, blah. And he goes, you're blah, blah, blah. Wow, what a small world. And then he was like, I need some help doing tutorials for my new kit. Would you like to do some videos just showing how to use it? So that's how my videos started. And they literally were, the first
Wow.
10 videos was me showing how to use his kit. And then I realized that Ultimate Survival was very limited. It didn't really have a lot of the stuff that I wanted. So I started expanding upon it, like how to do the forest type functionality, picking up logs or driving a car or,
So we need
respawning
to
your
talk
trees.
later, Messi. We need to talk later.
And actually, that got flipped to the extent
Oh boy.
that the help screen that was on in the demo scene, which is like it says remove this before you build. That was in about 30 games on Steam.
Are you kidding?
No,
Like 30. You're not.
yeah, and I was like, and what annoyed me
Holy crap.
is that in video 1 of my tutorial videos, it shows you how to remove it. So it's like,
Oh wow.
there's like, take a little bit of effort, and
And
it's
this
literally
is
30
where-
seconds.
This is where I will, say to those guys who like to use the term asset flip, you're right with this, fellas. You are correct. When on those 30 games, I'll give it to you. Those are asset flips.
Messi,
And,
what's
there was-
your thing on Asset Store? Or
Oh, I haven't actually. I've made about 6 different assets that I haven't yet released because I've stopped myself every time because I know I would then have to support them.
That is the tricky part.
Fair enough.
So I've actually said, like, if people want to buy my stuff, they can sub to my Twitch and they get access to the code. So it's a lot cheaper, like $5. And some of the more complex stuff is like, send me a PayPal and you can get my asset. Bizarrely, you don't get that many people when they're going, I actually have to pay you money for your code. I'd rather have it for free. Would them watch the video on YouTube and learn how to do it. Bizarrely, I've had about, I think, 100 death threats since I've started doing YouTube and
Are
stuff.
you kidding?
No.
What?
People wishing that my
Why?
kids get cancer and my wife dies, and
Oh my
biz-
god.
bizarre stuff
Why?
because people want stuff for free.
Yeah.
Or
dude,
people
that
think
is
that I'm the
sad.
creator of these assets that we review, and people get really salty because the ones who get really salty and want stuff for free are the ones who are going to flip those assets
Right.
because
Wow,
they
that's
want
so
it. They want something cheap, flip it, make some money, move on to the next one, and that is what gave Unity such a bad name in this term asset. You're going to make this
Yeah.
asset flip. I've seen people make games with Cinti Studios stuff, and then
100%.
people refer to them as asset flips. How can you asset flip a Cinti Studios asset when there is no code behind it? It's just artwork, right? You can't asset flip it. What you can asset flip though is a Cinti Studios demo scene, because their demo scenes are like AAA game levels.
Right.
And this is one of the major problems on the asset store, is that, and people like myself, like, I want a good demo scene. So as a demo is a showcase of your art asset. It's also the problem that somebody's just going to go and select all, drag it into a prefab, load up the a
You're
unit
right.
Z, and paste
Right.
that in as a level on a battle royale game or something.
Yeah, you're so right about that, and I guess ultimately it comes down to the individuals, and we can't stop them. So the people calling them out, I guess I have to say, good job, and I'm glad that they are calling them out for being, I would say, immoral. That personally would be my take on it. However, just know where the line is and where it's
And know
drawn
which
and
ones are doing
what
it and which
is.
ones aren't. That's
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
the biggest way it
because there
boils
is a
down to.
difference.
Because
Yeah.
there is a
Which-
whole different team between, or term between taking an asset and then saying, hey, I'm gonna use the parts of these assets and I'm gonna put them in my game, and you may see them commonly throughout other games. I mean, come on, I do Procedural Worlds support. I see a lot of your guys' games or games that you guys are developing. I see what assets you're using. I can
Yeah,
see all
you
of that.
see the same tree, you see the same
Right.
rock, you see the same grass, you see the same
Right.
mountain because it's a
I
stamp.
and that's the thing
That's not
too, is when we were showcasing your guys' games earlier, I could easily point out which ones are Procedural Worlds because I spend so much time looking at them. Even
Yeah.
not Procedural World stuff, I can say, oh, that's Aurora, or oh, that's Easy Roads, or oh, that's this and that and the other.
Yeah.
And it's not a bad thing, guys. It's really
not at
not.
all.
As long as you're taking
What
the time to customize it to your game and not just
Yeah.
drag that demo scene in, add in probably
Yeah.
4 or 5 different things and
Oh,
call
that's
it
so
your
sad.
game, that's a whole different story. And that
That's
line
just
definitely
dirty.
needs to be
I'm
drawn.
sorry.
That,
My
that line needs to
opinion,
be drawn.
that's dirty. Yes,
Those
it
are
needs to be drawn, but I also think that people need to stop and step back and think about it. This is so good for games in general because we're going to get so many amazing games when the more we let the little guys have an ability to make a game. Sure, we're going to get a lot of not so good games because
Right.
not everybody's qualified to do a certain job. But we're going to see that one or two or 10 people per capita that whatever that are they have a game in their heart. They have this great
Yeah.
idea and they just need the means to make it. And that's where all these assets, everything we're talking about, that's where it comes into play. But yes, please just do yourself a favor and add your own content. Don't just copy
Right.
paste and try to make
which
money. That's silly.
there's just before I just say another little funny story. There was a guy who released over 100 games on
Oh
Steam.
no.
Right, every single one of them
Oh.
was an asset flip, and he did them as a massive
Oh.
batch. Thankfully, Steam took them all down after he'd paid his $100 per game fee to Steam. Steam then took them all down when enough people complained. But there's a load of stories of them out there.
Oh,
But
yeah.
I was interviewing the guy who made Universal Fighting Engine on stream last month,
Oh yeah.
and there was a lot of great games that have been made with his kit, and his kit is literally his demo scenes. You cannot flip them because it's a basic level, and it's Robot Kyle and Ethan. as the sprites. So no one's going to want to play that as your
Right.
as your Tekken or Street Fighter type game.
Right.
And I showed him well, he showed me first. It was a Star Wars game made with UFE, and it has all of the Star Wars models. You can be Darth Vader versus Yoda, or Padme, or pretty much anyone, and it looks like it's a professional AAA game. It's blinding, and it's free to download. It's an indie guy made it in his bedroom, and Disney haven't blocked it yet, bizarrely, because they generally tend to do that.
Yeah.
But as I was interviewing him and we're watching the video of it going, he's like, "Well, that's Robot Carl's animations on Obi-Wan Kenobi," and I'm like, "How can you tell that's Robot Kyle's animation?" He goes, "I've seen Robot Kyle jump enough times to know that's Robot Kyle's animations."
Yeah.
You know, and the
Well, I
funny
don't
thing
want to
about
call
it
that
is,
person out, but I'm gonna private message you, Messi, and just I would like to see, if you don't mind, can you link me that person?
They're taken down.
Okay. I think I know
their
who
account.
it is, but no reason to bring more attention.
Thankfully, they're no longer able to be a publisher on that account anymore. But
Right.
no doubt they've probably just made another account.
That's true.
and what I want to
But
I want to bring a point
maybe
that you
send
said,
me
Ty,
his name.
is that
Yeah.
you said, you know, it boils down to we can create great games as indies and put them out there for everybody to play. As an indie studio can make quote unquote a AAA game, right, and be just as good, just as fun for anybody to play, and it doesn't have to come from a AAA studio. Do you guys want a Fallout 76 to release every single day? Hell no. Nobody wants to see that. And I'm a big fan of Bethesda, but come on, that was one of the worst crashes of a launch known to us right now. And that's
I'm glad
the
I got
biggest
that on a
problem.
discount.
Yeah, yeah. You know, and I mean, same goes for a lot of these games.
bizarre.
I mean, look at Star Citizen, look at Fallout 76, look at Anthem, look at all of these guys.
Can I name drop?
Oh yeah,
All right. So I went on to it's a website called Key Request or something like that. I can't remember its exact name. And if you're a content creator, you can request keys for games. They curate it and they check to see what you're going to do, and then eventually you might get a game or two if you're lucky. And then I saw a game called Night of the Dead on the list. And I was like, oh, that's cool. It looks like a DayZ miscreated type zombie game. I like those. I like zombie games. And I clicked the little button. Would you like to request a key for this game? And then I got an email pretty much straight away saying your request has been approved. And I was like, well, that came through pretty quick. And then had a look at the studio, and it is a proper indie in your bedroom studio. I think they're Russian because they've got a Contact V page down the bottom. They don't have their own Twitter account for their game studio, and looking at them, and it's made with Unreal, not with Unity, by the way.
Okay.
I went onto the Discord and I said, does anyone want to play this game? Because I'm just going to load up and play it. Yolan, one of the moderators, went, okay, yeah, it looks cool, like these type of games. He went and bought it. We logged it in. It is a very raw, early access indie game where you can make your own server. So you can have like 12 friends join you. You can be a PvE or PvP server, run around having fun. We had more fun in Night of the Dead than I did at any point in Fallout 76.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I see where you're going with this. Okay.
And it's an indie game, like as raw indie as you can get. They had building, so you could actually you can make different types of crafting stations. You could make stairs and make your little houses and your stuff. You could go into other buildings and build onto them as well. The thing that made it fun, there were zombies everywhere. I mean, I died about 50 times. And he made a server, and Yolan didn't password protect it, which I was like, you're an idiot. What did you do? You didn't password protect it? So now it was full of other people there's no VoIP in the game yet. and we were just running around trying to like kill zombies. I was hiding in a room in a shop because I wanted to log out, put the kids to bed, and the zombies broke in through the door and the window into this shop, and I'm sitting there screaming my head off, and my kids are going, "Daddy, is that a zombie?" And I'm like, "Yeah, Daddy's gonna come. Daddy's putting you to bed in a minute."
Hurry! Go to bed fast.
And there was a player called Spike or something in the shop with me, and I went, "Who's Spike?" And my kids again, "Who's Spiky, Daddy? Who's Spiky?" And I went into a room. I opened the door, and a zombie followed me in. I ran out, closed the door, leaving Spike in the room with the zombie. I started running out. Yolen's going, I'm running. I'm just getting away from them. Overrun. We got to survive. And I picked up so much loot. I was loving it. I bled out and died outside the shop. And my son, my 5-year-old, goes, "Daddy, how can you bleed out?"
Oh, damn.
no. Okay, well that's a hard one.
So I'm like, well, Daddy got bitten by a zombie, son, and I didn't apply a bandage in time, so eventually, I died from the zombie. He goes, "Oh, okay, good night, Daddy," and he was all right with that. But
he took
that
that well.
interaction,
All right.
exactly, we had more fun
Yeah,
in that little indie game than a AAA massive budget game. Why? Because the indie developers know what people want. It was
Right.
spam it full of zombies, have interaction, and the game's disposable. So if you die, you died. But it's all about that 5-second interaction you had where your adrenaline was pumping.
Yeah.
And that's
see, that's
where
a
we
memorable
gotta-
experience. That's the whole thing I was talking about
I was
earlier.
gonna say that too. Yeah,
It's a
that is
memorable
exactly
experience.
what that is, and that's at the end of the day, I think that's the thing that you
It's
want
not
from a game.
corporate. That's and even this video, and I
most
wanted to get to this, and towards the end of this, we'll kind
Mm.
of watch this because this video
Yeah, we
really talks about a lot of the problems with AAA studios and the games that's coming out and stuff like that, and it's really interesting, and that's exactly the point that I want to hit on is don't feel just because you're an indie developer that you can't make a great game, and you know you can
Amen
nine
to
times
that.
out of 10 I can find indie games that I can sit down, enjoy, and play the game for hours and not even real. I don't look it up and say, "Oh, this guy's not a AAA game. I'm not going to play their game." Hell no.
Yeah.
9 times out of 10, that game's probably better than some of the games that's been released. The problem with them is that they don't have the exposure as a AAA game studio does. And once
Yeah,
you
and for my game, it's a lack of content. Like
Yeah,
there
lack
are
of
people that are
content or
interested in it, but I just don't have the manpower or the funds, the resources in general, to produce a big enough world, and that's what it is. But
right.
you do see this exact thing happening over and over, where indies create the more interesting
Unique
product, and
experiences for sure.
it's because it's a game made by a gamer. Whereas, and I don't want to sound rude, but when I see, I watched a bit of Bethesda. I forget the guy's
Tom
name, and I
Howard.
don't want to call it. I don't know. Maybe that was him.
Oh.
The guy in the leather jacket, whatever.
Oh,
But he came out so confident with the product,
Tom
and then
Howard.
people were very disappointed. Okay, so yeah, he's saying it. I'm not saying it, but we're not saying it.
Everybody
don't know.
knows that Tom Howard's the spokesman of Bethesda. It's
Okay,
bad to
so
happen.
so it might be that guy or
Might be.
somebody like that.
Might be that
But he comes out, and the everything leading up to the release was great, and the hype was there, and then boy, it was disappointing. And I personally, just a maybe backseat driver here, I don't know, but it seems to me that what happened is you got this big corporation, big money, and they think, okay, well, the more we pay, the better, the more we get, right? Kind of
Right.
which pays, what you get thing. Well, they pick somebody out of a pool of graduates. Maybe he has a PhD in business. I don't know. Maybe a master's, a bachelor's. Who knows? But his thing is probably something business, and there's the breakdown right there.
Yeah.
You go and you grab somebody who's great at marketing or business, you slam them into a high position director type role at a game company, and they get to call the shots on a game, but they don't play games.
Yeah.
And there's another
That's a huge disconnect right there in the player
I don't
base.
even want to say his
It's
name. Yeah, that's
huge
thank you.
disconnect.
That's where I'm going with it. It is insane how
It's like
that is crippling the industry.
it's like
Do you
for
want to know a
me.
secret?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, but no, you go ahead, man.
No, I was gonna say to me, it's just like teaching, right? I can't say I've had enough experience to be a teacher truly to anybody, but it's like me going into a Harvard or something and saying, "Hey, this is what we're gonna do. This is how I'm gonna teach you," even though I don't know jack crap about being a professor, you know.
There
And
you
that's the
go. Yeah,
problem.
that's a good analogy. It's exactly what I think we're seeing in the business right now. Is we're seeing a game companies, corporation. They're simply just acting like businesses, so can't blame them for that. They're taking the typical approach of, okay, we need a director, a manager, whatever. So they hire what they think is the most applicable, just like any other corporation would, be it a bank or entertainment company or whatever, food chain. So they
Yeah, for
hire
sure.
who they think has the skill set. But in games, we need that director, the person in charge. We need them to play
Star
games. We
Wars.
need them to understand games and not just be calling shots on what they think will make the most money. I saw some video of where this guy broke down uh, how much it would cost to get this axe in, and I hate to call out anybody or anything, but Fallout 76, and he determined that at that time the axe, this great axe that would do wonders for your character, I don't know, I never played the game, would cost you 470 USD. Wow. Wow. Just come on. That's when you know your priorities are messed up. Make a
That's
good
crazy.
game, the money will follow. Don't focus on making money and then a game. That's how you make a crap game. Personally,
Well,
maybe
but
it's
they're banning
opinions.
loot boxing and all those kind of things, aren't they? So, but
Mm-hmm.
then you get
I
to
forgot all about
look
that.
at tomorrow is the launch of Crusader Kings 3, which
Is it?
when it launches, yep, Crusader Kings 3 will launch and it will be aesthetically a beautiful game with only 2 start periods, which are heavily fleshed out to be historically accurate, but with none of the functionality of Crusader Kings 2 that made Crusader Kings 2
Oh
great, because
man.
Crusader Kings 2 took
No.
about 5 or 6 years to get really good with all of the DLCs. I had a look at my
Wow.
DLCs of CK2, and it's about a couple of $100 worth of DLCs. Thankfully, I only buy them when they're on like 70 or 80% sales. You know, ridiculous sale discounts when you're like 80% discount on Paradox game stuff. Yes, I will now buy my DLCs once they're at an 80% sale. But that's the problem,
Yeah.
is that Paradox are focusing on, okay, I'm going to make my game, I'm going to sell it for $45, and my recurring revenue stream is going to be DLCs for my customer, rather than thinking I'm just going to be focused on getting new customers in to buy the raw package. That will be the bulk of my income. No, bulk of my income is going to be DLCs, which is a really depressing thought. But then the realization is maybe the reality is that's the only way they
To
can
keep them
stay
going.
afloat
Yeah.
and not turn
Yeah.
into Telltale Games. Do you remember Telltale Games that, you know,
Oh yeah.
they were printing money. They can't fail. They're making all of these adventure. They were the Lucas Artsoft, the Monkey Island equivalent of the 2000s, 2010s. Every great adventure game was the Telltale Games, to the extent that they got the license to recreate the Monkey Island games. So they were doing Monkey Island games. They were the new big adventure game machine, and they tried to do too many projects at the same time, and they basically died out. And even then, their games were episodic, that you would pay per episode,
Yep.
So you could actually get it to market. You could get an episode to market, get people hooked, and then when the next episode comes out, they're invested because they've already purchased the first episode, so therefore they will purchase the next episode. That gives you time to develop to get the next episode out, which works if your game studio is focused on one game.
Model. Yeah, if that's the business model, then that's okay.
If your game studio is now working on 5 or 6 games at the same time, suddenly it becomes a much more expensive endeavor to hire all these different development teams to be working on games. If one of those games doesn't shift and doesn't get released on time, or the episode doesn't get released on time, then you're not going to be making your money, and therefore you can't pay the wages. And unfortunately, that's what happened with Telltale Games, is that they just became too ambitious. But maybe if they focused more on DLCs, exactly. Maybe if there was more, instead of per episode only, maybe if it was every 5 minutes, you got to put your credit card in to be able to get to the next level. You know?
They might as well done the same thing. They might as well have done the same thing. But here's another big one is Halo 5, right? All the rest of the Halos came out with, what was it, fucking like 8 game modes or something like that. And then here drops Halo 5. You get 4 game modes, and then within the course of the next year or two, you might get the next 4. And that is a serious problem. Is basically, and this video kind of covers that, and it says, why push your unfinished game out, and then you have to give these guys a whole bunch of DLCs to fix your game. And then why is it acceptable nowadays to push out an unfinished game, and then day one release, you're pushing out a patch to fix just the fact that you can even enter the game? That is so unacceptable. And that's what we're getting out of these AAA companies, because corporate is pushing that out.
And the bizarre thing of that, I was going to say that these AAA companies, they didn't start as AAA companies. They started as kids in their bedroom. Do you remember Codemasters?
Yeah. Oh, right?
Yeah. Codemasters is still going, and I actually met them at one of the game show expos in London. I was like, oh my god, you Codemasters! I remember you. Codemasters were 2 brothers in their bedroom making games.
Was it? Really?
Yeah. And pretty much every game that you can remember growing up with in the 80s were people in their bedrooms making those games. If anyone's seen the Black Mirror episode Bandersnatch, the interactive Black Mirror episode.
I need to watch that again. That was so interesting.
Black Mirror is good.
That is what it was like in the 80s. It's people, and there's the 70s as well, the kids and people in their bedrooms making games, going to a publisher out, and they would actually publish it, and you would get your revenue from it. Or you might get paid to work on a game in your bedroom, and then you got to provide it in. Another one is Archie McLean, who went on to make Drop Zone, IK Plus, Jimmy White's Whirlwind Snooker, and that wheel spin game. These are people who create game studios, and they started in their bedroom. The Oliver twins, who made the Dizzy game. You remember the Dizzy Egg? Does anyone remember Dizzy Egg games? They went on. They were like the biggest games in the 80s. They went on to make a load of other games. They made Radiant Worlds that ended up being part of Rebellion. All these major studios started all the way back from being a kid in his bedroom that made one game. They went to a publisher, Then he managed to get a little bit more money, made another game, he got successful, got some friends, other people involved, made another game. Somebody else made a game and they decided to help publish that person's game. And then we're like, you know what? I'm getting quite good at this publishing. I might become a publisher myself. And snowballed from there.
Right.
Make
I would
something
say
in
the
your
lesson
bedroom.
there, yeah, the lesson there is that the the end user, the gamer, those are the people who actually know what other gamers want to see.
Yeah, like you
So
said earlier, if you're going to enjoy playing it,
makes sense.
somebody else is going to enjoy playing it too.
Mm-hmm.
But don't be put off because you don't work for a AAA studio, because there was never a time where there was always a AAA studio. There was a time where there were no AAA studios, and it
Yeah.
was just kids in their bedrooms making games.
Yeah. And yeah, and
Kind of
that's
like the
that's the
Bandersnatch.
biggest thing.
Yeah.
If you're still looking at the stream, this is exactly what I was talking about. Halo 5 Guardians, 4 available now, actual, you know, game modes and stuff, and then 4 coming soon. Like, to me, this is exactly the problem here. Is it's okay to make a game and then say, hey, the content's getting a little dry, people are, you know, getting bored with it, now let's make a DLC.
Yeah.
Or even have a DLC planned after the game is released. Don't sell me a game for 65, 85, whatever, with all these extra bells and whistles, and only have half the game unlocked. And the trending industry is, okay, well, here's your single player. Now you need to wait a year and a half before you can get multiplayer. What? You know, and that's
No
exactly
thanks.
the problem. And that's, you know, more and more and more companies, especially these AAAs, are going to this mentality of ship it now, fix it later. And what, Battlefield 4 had a code 32 error, a game killer code at the day
Ooh.
of launch, and they
Wow.
couldn't even let their players play. And it's not just the AAAs, right? We see it with all kinds of people. One of the other days, Dead Matter was another one that just recently got released. Great looking game. They spent a lot of time on it. Indie company. Day one of what was supposed to be the release ended up flopping, right? Because their servers couldn't handle it. They weren't ready yet. They pushed it out. But still, make sure that you have a viable, playable product. What the hell happened to QA testers? QA testers were the saving grace of your game because they told you that this game was broken.
Well, it's broke.
And they told you that, hey, we can do mass amounts of players. Like, use beta testing and alpha testing wisely, right? Have your players in there. Make them test the game. Make them play the game. Make them, you know, get their valued feedback of what's going on with your game, so that way when day one of actual release comes out, your game's not, oh crap, our servers can't handle the load. And we see that more and more and more and more, and it's disgusting as a developer.
It's bad when it's AAA, but I want to say real quick to anybody who sees this is just our opinions. This is not representative of Procedural Worlds or anybody. This is just us talking straight talk. Just
take it as you will.
Just take it as
you will. Well, yeah, I was going to say, talking about Procedural Worlds, it's not just with games as well, you know, assets. And Adam have many happy memories of having to release Gaia and people waiting for multi-tile to be released, and that's going to get released later on, and people sitting there waiting for new features. And when it's an indie, it should be forgiven because they're needing to get revenue coming in as quickly as possible, and at the same time being able to support the features that people want. If you've bought something off the shelf, that's
a whole different story. Yeah, that's a whole different story.
Say, right, and that's where I think it's the same as, like, if in a game is that you're buying a game, the game is promising you X, Y, Z. That is what you've purchased. When you're buying an asset, the asset is telling you currently this is what is available is A and B, and this is the price for A and B. I might give you C, D later on, but what you're buying is A and B, and it's very clear. With a game, it's basically promising you A, B, C, D, but hey, I'm sorry, we've only made A at the moment, but we're going to take the money as though we've made A, B, C, D.
Right. Yeah.
Which is the bit that's unforgivable, because an indie, that's what early access is for, so that it can help pay for an indie developer to carry on making his development. Without that early access revenue, that guy in his bedroom can't go off and buy the other assets to make his or can't hire a programmer, or can't get the people to help test. And I've got massive sympathy for these games that get released and have the server problems, because, and if anyone's making an MMO or multiplayer game, QA, just to I'm sorry to say, QA is not going to help at all in any shape and form when it comes to release.
Oh yeah, not to release, no.
Right. All the games that fail when they get released because the servers can't handle it is because of two things. One, they didn't stress test enough. Yeah. B, somebody released it too early publicly. Right. So what happens is the game comes out and they've said, all right, we're gonna sell openly. It's on Steam to a load of people. Great. You've now given thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people keys to your game. Every single one of those people wants to log in and play it at the same time. If you don't have enough servers to manage that number of people, you need to limit the number of keys that you're selling until you can gradually know that you're scalable to that size. Yeah. And that's the problem, that actually these games, they said, we didn't realize our game was going to be that popular. And a lot of the times it's because somebody went onto Twitch and a popular Twitch streamer was playing the game on launch. Everyone ran out and then decided to buy the game to try and play it as well at the same time.
Right.
However, I must interject. This is a good problem to have.
Yeah, it's a good problem to have.
Well, I interviewed the guys who made Mortal Online last month, and this is a problem they had as well. And these problems have I can name 1,000 games that have had this problem, going back to Roma Victor many years ago. And what happens is that you get a churn that people aren't going to come back from, because you only get one chance to make a good first impression. However, if you're lucky, you're going to get new people coming in to take their place. So the people who had a bad impression, who are never going to come back, they're gone forever. You aren't going to be able to convert them, but hopefully you're going to get another PR launch or whatever, that you can get other people coming in. As long as you can get those big names to come back and give you a second shot, the ones who caused that explosion in the first place, those massive Twitch streamers, then you've got a good chance of turning around. But sometimes it's not a good problem to have, and you're better off waiting and doing a staggered release, because if you can't get a second taste of the cherry, then I've seen cases where games haven't recovered from a bad launch.
Yeah.
And if it's an indie game,
it's
devastating.
I can think of a few.
Yeah. Well, Messi, have you seen? I saw your message previously, but have you seen Reign of Darkness yet? Just curious.
I haven't seen. I've seen the page, the web page. I wanna jump in. I want to see the videos. I want to go through and say, can I recognize any assets?
Well, by all means, have at it. But and send me a message when you do, because I'm curious about it, and then for sure. But I'm sure Ty is too. So
no, I don't want to. I'm scared.
Right. But no, I think the conversation is really good, though. I mean, I think that conversations like these need to happen, because I mean it puts on a perspective, and I think it helps some of you guys that are indie developers and wanting to make your own game, or in the process of making your own game. There's just so many aspects to it, and even with Procedural Worlds, right? We help as much as we humanly possibly can, right? So even though I'm not around all the time, I try to get to everybody as much as possible. But and we hope that the games make them easier, or our assets make it easier to make your guys' games and stuff
Oh.
like that. And that's
Oh my god. Hey,
that's one
Gaia
of
has
them.
saved hundreds of hours. Just gotta throw
But
that out there.
you still haven't fixed that one bug though. I mean, there's that one bug
Um,
that hasn't been
okay,
fixed.
this guy,
You know-
he's gotta go.
right,
Get
right,
rid of him.
that-
All right, it's good
know,
talking to you, Messi.
you'll
Damn it,
agree with me.
Messi.
It's the most important bug. You haven't fixed it. That big red button doesn't work.
no.
The make my MMO button. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
my
It's a-
yeah,
God,
that button.
yeah.
That
Okay,
button,
now
yeah.
he can stay.
Yeah.
Now I agree with you.
I bought
So
Gaia.
true.
I bought Gaia by itself. I own nothing else, and I tried to make an MMO and it doesn't work. 1 star.
One star. You know that's a funny thing because 9 times out of 10, some of the reviews that you actually do see is very similar to that same thing, where it's like, I can't make an endless world. Well, what are you trying to do, buddy?
No.
Well, do you kind of know what you're doing? And they're like, yeah, okay, let me see what you got going on. And I look at it and I'm like, I don't think you quite understand what this is for.
You're missing a few puzzle pieces.
Right.
A few French fries short of a Happy Meal. I'm sorry.
That's for sure. And, we're trying, and
Not being rude, but
Josh is in here now, so everybody bomb storm him. But
Yay!
we're trying to get, it as easily possible for you guys to make your guys' games, make your terrains, and I think I discussed this in the very beginning of this whole conversation. Was I looked at Ozone Effect when I first started making Ozone Effect using Gaia 1 to Gaia Pro now, complete and utter difference. I mean, there is no contest of the night and day difference here, and it's super exciting to be kind of a part of that and see how easy it is that you can make your levels and stuff, but what is next? What's the next best thing?
Yeah.
But sometimes the next best thing is not always the right thing too, and you need to make that decision. And I think that's a big topic when talking about which Unity version to go with. That's the most common question I get asked. What Unity version should I go to? Usually an LTS is going to be your best, your best choice, right? So I see...
And for Roger that, amen all day.
I see people using
LTS
2019.3, 2019.4, 2020, and yeah. And
he's talking about me with the 29.3. Shut up,
But-
Brian. I'll
yeah.
go to 0.4, okay? Jeez.
But
I still know people using Unity 5.
Working on it.
oh yeah,
I-
between
Oh,
that
what?
5.6
And I go back even further. I know somebody who is still using Unity 4.
Holy
that's-
wow.
that's
Okay.
rough.
So
I am-
No, but the question is, which version of Unity should you get? Which version is right
version
for you?
locking is a thing.
Right.
Yeah.
You
So,
should version lock
Yeah.
when you make a game and you know you're going to be in it 2 years in development. Yes, pick a version, stick to it. But LTS, they made it for that reason. So pick an LTS version. What is it?
That's going to be your
Long-term
safest
support?
bet. Yeah, long-term support. That's
Yeah.
going to be your
Exactly.
best
But
option.
holy
Best
cow, you know people using Unity 4. Okay, sorry. I interrupted. That
No,
blows
you're
my
good,
mind.
but- Yeah, I mean, that's
and the other thing I'd say is if people want to what version of Unity should I use? Have you worked out what kind of game you're going to make? If you know what kind of game you're going to make, have you worked out what you need to make your game? Have you worked out that you have the knowledge or the basically the motivation to learn what it takes to make every aspect of your game? You don't? Cool. Have you worked out what assets you need for your game? Have you worked out what version of Unity those assets need? Are those assets going to conflict against each other? Are they going to be able to work on the same version of Unity? Yep. Okay, that's the version of Unity you use.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
that's honestly what it
that's
comes
very
down
logical.
to. That's definitely what it comes down to is, just make sure that you pick that version that is right for you, but understand that Unity breaks things every version they go to. Look at HDRP and URP. It is still broken. You still can't use the crash shader. You can't use The water
I
shader,
feel
thankfully,
they're-
we've got an object for that, but
I feel
What?
Unity is pushing a little too hard to try to move forward, and push that envelope. But in result of that, the developers are experiencing many problems, deprecated items, and it's
Can I be
frustrating.
naughty?
yeah,
Can I be naughty? Am I allowed to be naughty?
yeah.
All right. So
Oh,
Unity.
We
Yeah.
endorse
You-
that on this channel.
Okay. So I and
boy.
in my defense, when I had a couple of people from Unity on the stream when I interviewed them, I actually called them out on it and I said it to them. Now Unity have got their own assets, yeah, on the asset store. They've got their ones that they have that you can get for free, which are great, but they've also got paid assets, right? The snaps packages. Let me find a link.
Oh, I haven't looked at that.
Right. Now, the
Tell us about it,
snaps
brother.
asset store originals they're called. Okay, and if I just paste the publisher link in for your scrap on yours. Okay, this is the asset store originals page. Asset store originals are art that is made by artists, commissioned, or if not working, paid by Unity. They have access to all of the head, geniuses at Unity. They build HD packs, art packs for HDRP. Okay, so you would expect these snaps prototypes and snap art packs to be the perfect example of a fully working HDRP art assets. If you look at the description for the HD art packs from Unity, it says does not support HDRP.
Oh
Right?
my!
And they only supported older versions of HDRP. They didn't even support the newer version, which broke everything themselves.
Right.
And
I don't know how to say about this.
until only recently, you couldn't even use the latest versions of Unity on HDRP with Unity's own HDRP packages. If Unity couldn't get it right, what chance on earth did anyone else have out there?
I think they're trying to push so fast to keep up with other developments in the industry that they're not able to perfect things as quick as they're making them, if that makes any sense. Like they're like, okay, we need HDRP, hurry, bust it out, bam, okay, we made it, it kind of works, just okay, next. And they don't, I don't know, that's been my perception. I've been using Unity for about 9 years, and I have a love-hate relationship. There's this episode of Rick and Morty where Rick has a relationship with a being called Unity. And it's a multi
Really?
I love that
yeah,
episode.
yeah.
That episode's
God,
great.
it's funny. The end of it just speaks to me. He has this relationship. Unity in this episode it's a hive mind. It can take over a whole planet and be all the people on that planet. And then Rick comes in and messes it all up and gets her, in this case, into being a drunk like him and whatever. But at the end, he's like the drunk boyfriend coming back, knocking on the door. Unity, let me in. But just that Unity, it's like, damn you, it's a love-hate relationship. So they are doing good, but oh my god, some days I just want to slap them. I know they mean well.
It's and it's not to bash on Unity, because I mean, we all, if you're in this
no.
channel, more than likely you're using Unity, right?
Yeah.
So the thing
It's a
about it
solid
is, it's
product.
like it to me, what determined me going from Unity from Unreal is, one, I like the asset store better, in my opinion. I love
There's a
the
lot
user
more
content. I love the diversity. I love
A lot of
just how
tutorials.
easy it is to use Unity. and overall versus something like Unreal where it was a challenge for me
They're
just to
very
find the
progressive.
asset store on Unreal.
The
So
And
marketplace, as they
I
call
say
it,
like
yes.
also Unreal crashes more than Unity is in the time that I've been using it.
100%.
It's not Unreal is
I didn't know
perfect.
that.
And there's people in my Discord. We've even actually made an Unreal section on the Discord. People to be talking about and like discussing Unreal issues like Unreal projects, Unreal tutorials, and people are still pulling their hairs out, telling they're like, "Oh, Unreal! Hey, why do you keep crashing?" Unity's not alone in that. The only difference really between the two is that out of the box, Unreal looks beautiful with its post processing and lighting set up perfectly, and it can handle massive terrains with grass and foliage everywhere. And Unity basically struggles.
This guy knows what he's talking about.
I
Anyone
I
listening,
I,
he speaks
I know how to
truth.
repeat what other people say. If you catch somebody,
But
I think
sounds
it was
like you got
Jason Booth
experience
that came
behind it.
on. Well, Jason Booth came on the stream
Oh,
and was actually discussed
okay.
the technology behind what made the engines different and why Unreal can actually handle
Hmm.
that much foliage versus how Unity can, and how it computes and does its shader knowledge and all that stuff.
Interesting.
And I was like, oh, cool, never realized that, that's why those things handle differently. And then you look at the CryEngine, the Crytek engine that was, for making things like Far Cry
Crisis.
games and Far Cry Primal, and they can handle huge, massive worlds with loads of vegetation and foliage. And you look at Far Cry Primal, it's amazing what you can do with it. And Unreal wouldn't go anywhere near the quality of that. So if we are thinking, oh, Unity's not as good as Unreal. Unreal's struggles compared to CryEngine and Lumberyard for other things. Every engine has its strength and every engine has its weakness. It all comes down to
100%.
what is your skill set? How more comfortable are
There
you
you
with that
go.
engine? Can you get the best of that engine for your game and for your project? And don't worry about what anyone else is using.
Right.
That's a good way to put it. It comes back to the user of the engine, not so much the engine, because they both have so much capability. But uh, I was talking to a good friend, Chris, the other day, and Brian, we were talking about draw instance
Oh yeah.
on the terrain, and how if that is on your projectors, I don't know how many people are,
Still use
you know,
projectors.
I don't know the context of our audience here, but a projector pushes an image down on the terrain and it will contour to the terrain. Well, if draw instance is on, then it will not show on the terrain, so you have to turn it off. But you need draw instance on in order to use Gaia procedural tools. So it's a good thing to have instancing on your terrain, but you then cannot use projectors. And it just brought up a little short conversation about, yeah, see, it's that kind of stuff that you need to know these little teeny weird details
And how
about
to
the
work
engine,
around it.
like,
That's the other thing.
right?
How to
And
work with that problem, which we essentially did, or you essentially did.
yeah, well, both of us, it was a combined effort, but we know.
Was it an
I think
unorthodox
most
solution?
people know.
What's that?
Sure, yeah, it was an unorthodox solution.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I'll take credit for that. Sure. No, but the point is, it, both engines are amazing, and we just need to be grateful that we have the access in this day and age and the technology. But you do need to understand that it's not a matter of who's better, in my opinion. It's a matter of what fits in
Your scope.
yeah, that's what it is. Because a lot of people have told me over the years, you need to switch to Unreal because of what Messi said earlier about, yeah, it's great out of the box and it handles big terrain and vegetation great, but you will have those little issues of if you didn't know to uncheck this box, then it breaks 1,000 of your spell effects. Like,
If you didn't have a guy like me.
yep, damn
Tell-
straight. If you didn't have a Brian, then you're screwed. But that's the thing. It's I don't know if this is a fair mm, relation to make, but or something. It's kind of like relationships. It's like
Yeah.
you need to work on it. You can't just it's not perfect. You can say, okay, well, this one has this problem, so I'm gonna move on to the next one. But guess what? You just traded that problem for this problem that
My
you have to work on. So you need to put in the effort and deal
Yeah,
with
the
it.
Yeah.
grass is not
So they're
always green
both
on the other
good.
side.
yeah.
Yeah,
My
there you go.
my
Thank you. That's what I should have said. I'm sorry.
yeah. My favorite
That's
saying
the
is
right one.
they all have problems. It's whose problems you want to deal with, and that
There
comes
you
down
go.
to what engine you want to make. Because a lot of times,
Mhm.
especially if you look at a lot of YouTubers, they'll say if you want to make a 2D game or a platformer, side scroller, whatever, use on Unity.
Unity.
But if you wanted to use
Yeah.
or make a first-person shooter kind of realistic, use Unreal. That's not the case. Look at
Not anymore,
Escape from Tarkov, right? To me, Escape from
Yeah.
Tarkov is a prime example of this. Is they took the boundaries of what Unity can do, and they surpassed it to what anybody really kind of thought
Yeah,
of.
I think it looks great.
You've got a realistic game, first-person shooter
Yep.
made in Unity, and it is blowing up, right? So
Yep.
you pick your poison at this point, especially when you
Yep.
choose your engine, for sure.
It's not simple. It's not a black and white decision. So
Also, if you're going to make an open
I
world
can't
sandbox
stress
game,
that enough.
use Unreal. But don't forget that Rust and 7 Days to Die and pretty much
the
a load
big
of other
ones.
stuff was made with Unity. You know what I mean?
Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Right.
there you go.
And
Yeah,
people saying
it's
like,
what
don't
do you wanna
don't use
do?
Unreal for a 2D. There's a load of amazing mobile and 2D games made with Unreal as well. It literally is. It's the
Mhm.
tool. If you're comfortable using the
True.
tool, then it's the right tool for you to be using for your project.
Yeah.
And
so
now,
these
unfortunately, for
conversations
Unity,
need-
yeah,
'cause
the
it's-
Unreal are spending so much money in promoting their marketplace that
Mm.
you're going to see a massive explosion of indie games coming out on Unreal shortly.
Right.
And that's gonna lead people to believe that they're superior, and they
Oh no,
are in
actually,
certain
I would
areas,
say
blah,
it's
blah,
gonna have the Unity effect on Unreal. So
Mhm.
Unreal was very lucky in that it didn't have a load of ready template assets on its marketplace. It had a lot of amazing art assets, but it didn't have that many template assets. And that's one of the problems why Garage Games, I think, died for the Talk engine, because it had a load of art assets, but it didn't have many kits that you could basically go, I want to make a shoot 'em up game, I want to make a beat 'em up game, I want to make a castle defender game. Oh, you go, here's a
Okay, I see.
template. Now Unity has got thousands. How much? What does it say there? 12,000, 2,000,
28 or
whatever?
2,869.
So and those are the full templates. Right?
That's a
So
lot.
in addition to that, you've got a load of tools that you could be putting together to make pretty much a click, build, and release your game as a flip. That's how many
Yeah.
you've got, different types of genres. Now Unreal
Which
has
we're
that
not
problem.
recommending, by the way.
No,
Yeah,
exactly.
don't
But
do
now
that.
No,
Unreal's
yeah.
got that problem now, because if you go to Unreal, they do have templates that you can basically make
They
a
know.
click the flip button on Unreal, and you're going to see a load of Unreal asset flips now.
Hmm.
So they're going to have the same problem that Unity had.
Interesting.
Yeah, 100%.
The only difference is that out of the box, they'll look prettier.
Right.
Yeah, and I'll admit, Unity, please make lighting easier. Just if anyone from Unity hears this, just please,
Right.
please make it easier. HDRP, I get it, but come on. Some of us just want to use the standard built-in whatever.
But the
Just make
GPU,
it easier. This is
now that it's,
silly.
that GPU stuff, you're not waiting. I mean, I used to have to, before bakery, before the GPU and before bakery, you would sit there trying to bake your lighting and
Ugh.
you'd go off, eat dinner, watch a movie. Your kids would grow up, go to college. You get back to your
There
computer,
you go.
and it's crashed.
Right. Oh, that
Oh my
happened in
god.
Blender so many
Messed me
times. I'd
knows
make a
what's up.
character and I would spend all day, all week blending this guy, and then I'd get ready to bake it and mesh it and all that other stuff. And by the time it was, I would literally have to leave my laptop plugged in, couldn't touch it. It would sit there and it would do its thing, and after 2 days of letting it do its thing, render and all that, it was like update failed, or there'd be one wrong mistake in there, and I'm like, oh my god, here we go again.
So that's what I'm gonna say. Both engines need to work on that, but for sure Unity more so, from what I've seen. And please, for the love of God, just fucking work on that.
That's actually the one thing that people say. Even people who hate Unreal say, you just can't compete with its lighting. That they just got that down.
Wait.
Easy out of the box.
Hold
Unreal.
up. Oh, Unreal has lighting.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
even if you don't like Unreal, you just can't help but appreciate just what they got right.
Yeah, and that's
100%.
where I think a lot of the. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry to people who use Unreal who may hear this, but there is a degree of arrogance when they are speaking with Unity developers, because they'll show a game that has far less mechanics, complexity, but it looks 100 times better than your product, and to them that translates into a better product, which that's not the case. I mean,
It's not how that works.
just look at EQ. Yeah, EverQuest, it's still a thing. People love it. It doesn't matter. At a certain point, when you play a game a lot, you get over the graphics. That doesn't matter. It becomes a matter of the gameplay and what it's about, and yada yada. So, I don't know. Personally,
Good
I just
graphics
think.
doesn't mean a great game either. That's the other thing. You
Thank
can have
you,
very low
yes.
poly, very pixelated games,
That's what
and
I'm
they
trying to
they end up being, a big hit. So that's
Yeah.
and I love
It would be nice
some of the
if
people that
Unity-
I have to talk to, because they're like, well, I want to build an HDRP. Why? Well, I want it to graphically look good. You can damn near do the exact same thing with the built-in render pipeline. You know that, right? Like,
Yeah,
it's
but they don't
not
know that.
that much of a night and day difference. I mean, it is a difference, don't get me wrong, but it's not that much of a night and day difference.
That's why I
It's
love that
not
Castle
much.
Valley pack. That he has a built-in version and a HDRP version, and I had both,
Looks really good.
and I loaded up the built-in one, and even when I turned off the post-processing, to me it looked even better because it was just crisper. You could see the quality of the textures.
Wow.
And it was, I think, if you look at the built-in version, it to me that is as good as anything that I've seen on Unreal. The HDRP one, don't get me wrong, when I loaded up the HDRP version, it took me quite a bit of time to tweak it to make it the settings correct. But that was one of the first times I loaded up a HDRP project and went, okay, that is tasty. But even the built-in one. But the problem, even the built-in one blew me away. So if something is really good on built-in, if it's done well on HDRP, it will look even better. But you can make the built-in one look as good, if nearly as good as the HDRP one, if you're really good at your post-processing. If you really know how to do post-processing properly in Unity, you can make things look completely different, which is also a problem with assets, because there's been many an asset that we reviewed where the pictures and the screenshots on the asset store are with the post-processing are like not it's when the post-processing changed the colors drastically. And this is an argument I've had with a particular artist on the asset store, and he says, well, post-processing is part of the asset, and it's part of what makes the art look good. And I'm like, well, no, it still needs to look good without your post-processing profile, because maybe your profile conflicts with the other artwork he has in the project, and therefore you can't change the color of everything in the project just to match your models in there. He goes, no, no, but my post processing on my textures is how it should look. And that,
Yeah, that's not
and that's the
fair.
problem. So if you're really good at post processing, you can make something look so different that it looks like a completely different asset or a completely different scene, completely different game.
For
Right.
sure. The only
100%.
thing I would add to that though is what I've found, post processing only goes so far, and what Unity really needs to get in their built in, their standardized crap, because not everybody needs all that overhead of HDRP.
Right.
And they need to get volumetric lighting and fog sorted, because
Yeah.
I've been through about 4 different assets and I'm quite happy with Enviro. So shout out to that guy. I forget his name, nor could I say it, but good asset. And it's hard to learn all the ins and outs of it, but it does cover volumetric lighting. I think it's still not exactly on par with Unreal, but it's there. And unfortunately, unless you have an external asset, you just don't have the volumetric lighting and volumetric fog, and that is extremely important to the overall appearance of your scene. I'm sure
100%.
some people know what I mean, but
Yeah.
Yeah, Aura 2 in basically makes Unity look like a completely different engine.
Yeah.
Adding
100%.
Aura 2
yeah,
into your scenes. It will eat up the performance if you don't do it right, and if you use it too much.
mm,
But the same conversation I had with somebody from a AAA studio that basically said, "Well, that's what we do in the AAA studios on the engines that we use. You can't just spam volumetric light everywhere. You use it
no,
sparingly in the right
yeah,
places to be atmospheric. Because if you shove it everywhere, then you're just going to get performance issues. And people
Right.
think that, oh, Unity, I'm getting really bad frame rates. It's because this asset isn't good, you know, or this artwork isn't good.
right,
So it's them before. No, it's you haven't learned your craft yet of how to use your
yeah.
tool properly.
And I'm
Right.
still guilty of that because there's so many tools, and at this point, I'm having to combine at least 3 or 4 major tools, one of which being Gaia, uh, in order to get the overall appearance. And that's difficult when you're trying to juggle your character and skinning armor to the rig, and then painting skin weights, and then that was the last video I just did. Um, then you got to deal with the animation. So you've got this huge task list of
Mm-hmm.
things to do, but you also need to figure out these extra tools in order to get even close to the out of the box that Unreal provides. So I know Unity is pushing toward that with their HDRP, but I'm going to give it another year, and I bet you within a year we'll see HDRP, high definition render pipeline, to anybody who didn't know.
Become
I bet we'll
deprecated.
see that. Oh, damn it. You just destroyed where I was going, but yes, that's a thing too. He's
It's the
probably
new
right.
unit. The new unit.
Yeah, there'll be a. I was gonna say that'll be the norm, and it'll take care of all these things, and you won't need to get all these extra assets in order to achieve something close to what Unreal provides out the box. But nah, Messi's probably more correct.
Right.
Sadly, is it will be deprecated, and there'll be a new thing called some whack
Well,
crap
look at
out the
look at
box.
lightweight render pipeline,
It's
right?
I don't know why
It
they do
ended up
that.
becoming universal render pipeline. So it would not
Yeah.
surprise me down the line that they just say go away with HDRP and you have
Yeah.
URP and
Yeah.
built in. I mean, it would not surprise me, because I mean,
It wouldn't, and that's one critique I gotta say about Unity is they are too fidgety. I don't know the right word, but they constantly are changing directions. It feels so. The moment you decide,
Josh
okay,
would
I'm gonna
agree on
buckle
that.
down on. Okay, so somebody else knows what I'm talking about. But then you commit to this thing they've provided, and then guess what? 6 months or a year later, it's deprecated and it's garbage. So that was a waste of time. And
I
that
didn't even think
goes
that
back
was possible. So
that goes
I
back
was,
to why
yeah,
you version lock and pick an
yeah,
LTS
exactly.
or long-term service support. Sorry, that is why you do that, because they are a developing engine. Even it's weird because they're so well established. I mean, Microsoft was considering buying them for, I want to say like 2.6 billion, some crazy number. And I don't know what happened with that, but it's a very valuable product engine, you know. But
Mhm.
That
they
hasn't
are
yet made a profit.
still they're
That because
still like a 5-year-old. They're
the
still not an infant. They're not in their infant stage, but they are still growing, and that is why we're
well, no,
seeing these
they've got
growing
growing
pains.
pains. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
Yep.
growing pains for
And,
sure.
and the thing is that they grew too fast,
Yeah.
and they grew too fast, and then had to get people in to make them have the journey for their IPO,
Oh,
and they it's not the same company or the same product as what came out originally, and it can't be
yep.
because it needs to make a profit. Unity hasn't made a profit yet, and
Mhm.
that's why they
Oh
released their
wow.
papers. So they're basically hemorrhaging money, haven't made a profit since inception, and there's there's a reason for that because it's very costly. It's like YouTube for Google hasn't made a profit. I think even to
Oh
date it
wow.
hasn't made profit, but it
Oh
doesn't need to
wow.
because it basically creates stickiness. It's
Right.
an entry point that gets people hooked in. Once they're in, they're part of a suite of tools, and that's kind of like what Unity is trying to
Ah,
do in its make apps
interesting.
and code for not the indie game developer or even the professional game developer. It's those government and businesses that are using Unity for non-game related
Hmm.
projects
I see.
and tools.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, that
bizarrely,
makes sense.
um, I went to a gaming convention which was for gambling, and Unity is used for a lot of those the casinos, the slot machines, and those like
Oh
fancy,
no way.
yeah.
Really?
And so all of those
Wow.
fancy computerized what you would refer to as slot machines now, like in the old days, they're actually
Right.
big physical devices that are running a game that was made in Unity that just added like an arcade
Holy
machine in
crap.
them. And there's a
Weird
huge
but
industry
cool.
behind it. Same like with movies. The Disney films, the live action Disney films were they made the mock-ups, the virtual storyboards were made in
Hmm.
Unity. So they could show like this is what the scene's going to
Wow.
look like, this is what's going to happen, so they could easily make
Mhm.
prototypes in Unity
So
for their
that's
movie.
why Microsoft would want to buy them, because they've got so much more than what meets the eye. Like, I only see it as a game development tool, but it's a presentation tool. It's
Oh yeah.
operations tool.
I mean,
It's
they're using it for movies.
freaking
They're using it for short films. I mean,
slot.
Baymax Streams is a good example of
Crazy.
that. Uh, they're making a lot of like movie types instead of games as well. They're trying to project
Mm.
to everybody at this point. Um, Rio
Well, I just
Trio
hope they get
Tin-
some
Tinto.
stability.
Rio
Um,
Tinto.
just I would just love it if they could give us the same out of the box great lighting, you know, so I don't have to sit and mess with it. Though, currently I I just got Enviro in the project, and me and Bri have been messing with it, and there's a lot of settings. It's very complicated, and it's pretty damn amazing. It allows you to set your environment with rain and fog and birds chirping, crickets chirping, aurora in the sky, stars moving across the atmosphere.
Or
It's
if you want some
amazing,
help,
but
if you want some help with Enviro and to make
I don't
to
expect it out the box.
if you want a magic button, I would say one of
Yes.
there is an asset out there. There's a couple that literally had a magic button that made any demo scene that I shoved into it look amazing. I have to say the ambient skies from Procedural Worlds.
Yep.
It's actually ambient skies
Really?
is my favorite Procedural Worlds asset.
I didn't know that. That's actually cool.
What?
to know.
Wait, what? Okay, I gotta. You said ambient what? I gotta pull
Ambient
Ambient
it.
skies.
Ambient
When it
skies.
works.
When it works? Okay. Sorry to
I
the
know.
developers.
Because
I mean,
it's
we'll just say it
supporting.
always works.
Hey, I just saw your sports ticket earlier, okay, Messi? All right, give me some time to work it out, all right, bud?
Oh man.
It comes back to which version of Unity you use. They churn out newer versions before people can actually get their assets working with it. So always check. About 20 assets this past week that I was looking at reviewing, and they're like, "Do you mind using 2019 and not 2020 yet?" There's a lot of stuff out there that is 2020.1 is breaking a lot of stuff. So older than 20,
don't suggest.
20.1,
That's why I want to stick with
2019.
LTS.
Yeah.
We're gonna go. Me and Brad decided we're gonna go 2019.4 LTS, and just leave it at that until the need arises.
So if you've got 2019, I would say check out Ambient Skies. It works with Enviro.
Okay, I put it in the cart
as well.
Yeah.
And it literally makes things look beautiful. When I'm reviewing an asset, I tend to also bring in Ambient Skies just to make it look pretty when I'm doing the intro video.
If it works with Enviro, that's the big thing. Because what I'm seeing just at a glance here, looking at this, is
yeah, exactly, because it hooks into.
I can see it would. Yeah, if it didn't, I could see a major conflict because it's covering some of the areas. So,
well, Procedural Worlds in general, what we tried to do was we tried to do Gaia extensions and just Procedural Worlds extensions. Enviro is one of our extensions or one of our partnered products. So anybody that's in our partnered products, usually I don't know because I need to reach back out to some of them, and some of them I haven't heard from yet. So it's a little hard to say which ones are back into the extensions. But some of those you have to use, the Gaia Manager you can use, and it will hook up those extensions automatically for you. And we try to do that integration. So that way, when you buy these assets, because we thought they were amazing assets, we wanted them to be quote-unquote partnered with us, right? That way, it's a one-click solution fits all, and unfortunately, when we moved and we started upgrading and working with Gaia Pro, and we got our new update coming out, at some point in there, the extensions need to be reworked, and we've sent those out. So anybody that are messy, if you happen to run into any of our extensions people or our partnered people, we do have a solution already for it done on our Fresh Desk support. There is a solutions for any of those people that want to make an extension for Procedural Worlds, right? So it's a plug-and-play solution.
Nice.
And I'm not affiliated at all with Procedural Worlds.
You just did it for a long time.
I would say that ambient skies is one of the default assets that stick in a project. So
Okay.
if you're doing a project that has got the outside world, yeah, it's one of the default ones that I would stick in when I'm starting up. Like it's like your default steps you do change your player set from gamma to linear,
Mm-hmm.
change your camera for and then go, all right, what assets am I going to stick in? Used to be bakery was a default one before the GPU
Hmm.
lighting from Unity. Become less of a,
Oh, damn it! I just bought bakery, and
but
now I don't
bakery
need it.
still no, it's still good. Don't get me
Oh, okay.
wrong, but because I'm not making a game, I'm just doing for asset reviews. I don't need to stick bakery in. I used to have to stick bakery in, even if I was just going to review an asset. Otherwise, I'll be spending like a day baking a demo
Hours
scene.
baking. Yeah,
Right.
that's
Whereas
something they gotta work on. They really need to work on that.
actually to
So
a point where
ultimately, Unity's lighting, they need to get that comparable to the out of the box feel of Unreal. That's my major critique and request of Unity. Please, for the love of God, fix that crap.
I don't think they're going to be able to do it. To be honest,
I I don't see it happening. I don't know whether or not it's feasible, but why don't you think they'll be able to
I
do it?
think I think fundamentally in how the engine works, I think the
Oh,
best that we're getting is HDRP.
Yeah.
oh wow, bummer.
And I think that might be deprecated pretty soon. It might end up becoming URP and built in, to be honest. I mean, I don't.
Yeah.
It may be possible that they fix HDRP, but I mean, look what they did with
Dang.
lightweight render pipeline. They went straight into URP universal. So,
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
I'm glad
may
I didn't dig into that.
it may be
I'm
the
sure I
same
would have had
kind of
problems.
experience where they'll change HDRP into something else, so but yeah, I see it as being URP and built in. I mean, and it only makes, I guess it makes sense, but just HDRP in general is a little rough right now, and I get hundreds of messages.
Mm-hmm.
Why does the grass look broken? Your product is
Oh, I
crap.
bet.
Um, it's not
Oh,
us,
that's so
buddy.
sad.
It's not us.
Yeah, it's not. It is not procedural worlds. It's not Gaia. It's the engine
I see
people.
it so many times, and I see a lot of people.
There's a massive
They'll comment out so
component there.
much of the code, and they're like, "Well, it's broken now." Okay, what did you do? Well, I commented this,
Mm.
this, this, and this out.
Oh
Well,
no.
you know that it relies on this, right? Oh, I didn't know that. So it's just
What the hell are they doing programming? Or well, can we call that programming? I commented some lines. Hmm. I don't know if that's programming. But yeah, that's a bummer. And to anybody using it, you gotta just be patient. Understand there's more to it. Don't drive Brian crazy. Look up some tutorials. Give the
and
guy a break.
we
Learn
are
first,
getting
please.
more we are getting more tutorials out. We are getting more
Mm.
solutions
Oh,
out for
that's
Freshdesk.
amazing.
So, be sure to
That's
check
great.
those out when they come, because from what I know is there is a steep learning curve, right? So,
For
um,
sure. It is deep stuff.
especially for those people that are just beginning into design in general, it can be a little daunting at first. But look at those tutorials, look at
Well,
those
little.
solutions, look at everything that we provide. Last case scenario, talk to your communities, talk to the Procedural Worlds community, talk to just other developers, and see what some of the challenges and stuff that they faced. And that again, that was the whole reason for this live stream in general. And I think we're probably going to end up doing a couple more just like it. Is one, I can show you guys
Oh,
games
that'd be cool.
that are made with Procedural Worlds. I don't know, Ty, if you were here in the beginning, but we showed off
A little bit, but no.
we showed off quite a few games that use our tools and how they did it.
Oh,
And a
I
lot
did
of them
see
looked
it.
really good, and there's a lot of like-minded members in the Procedure Worlds Discord, right? They're all in there designing their games, using our products. Feel free to ask them. A lot of the guys in there will help you out and at least try to answer your question. If not, reach out to me. Make a ticket. If I don't see it in time, please don't hound me. I will get to it.
Yeah,
There's a lot going through in
Brian
and out.
he's solid about getting back to people, but I can't believe the number of requests and messages he gets. I don't know. How do you deal with it? Because I'd lose
Please,
my mind.
please look 3 lines above your question. If it's not within
There you
one
go.
scroll up of your question, I can't count the number of
There you-
times that I will answer a question, and I shit you not,
Yeah.
2 minutes later somebody asks the exact same question. So
And he's not being rude. He's just
no,
being literal. And
yeah,
he would
it's
save everybody time. I've seen it firsthand. I've even done it to him where I ask him something that if I would have just scrolled up, there's the answer.
a little
So,
bit, and
yeah,
it's
all
nothing
there.
against you or anything like that. It's literally right
And it's not that
above what you
it's
asked.
not that you won't
Hang
answer
on,
us.
Brian, are you aiming this directly at me personally? Is this
No,
Oh,
no,
he's
no,
on to us. Oh no.
no, no.
He knows.
You know, and actually,
No.
Messi, one of the
What
reviews
the
you did actually helped, like I said, helped me buy a couple of the assets. Digger was one of the ones that I watched, and I watched you do it. I thought you were crazy at first. No, I'm kidding. But I watched it, and I'm like, man, that's a good review.
It's a little bit phallic, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. But
Oh, is that what you did? Oh no.
no, I
I'm gonna
I
have to
watched
watch
it,
this one.
and then I watched you interact with Adam, and I really started liking some of your reviews and actually paying attention and really listened to what you were saying. And man, if you for you people watching, if you look at reviews, 90% of the time they will show you how to do it. I know Messi Coder firsthand will show you how to use the asset. A lot of them will. If you
Which is amazing.
can't get if the tutorials aren't helping you and FreshS isn't helping you because it's word based, look at reviews, and most of the time they will show you how to do it. And shout out to the Messy Coder, because I know he's done a crap ton of.
I would say there was one of the ones I did where I was trying to put it was the new suite that you guys got, Sector. It was my Sector videos I did.
Yeah.
And I was mucking about with a small. I was like, literally, it was flipping one of the demo scenes from Nature Manufacture, and I was shoving loads of stuff together to see what can I throw at this to do it. And after I made the video, my DMs was just full of people going, "You don't know what you're doing. You should have made a bigger scene. You should have done this. You should have done that. You should have changed this." And I was like, "Wow." There's so many people basically going, "Your FPS was really bad because of these 59 things you did incorrectly." And I was like, "Ah, cool. Well,
Yeah,
now I know."
good feedback. Yeah, like people.
So even
It's out
even
there.
me, I don't know the reason why some people watch my videos is because I literally have got no clue what I'm doing. I load up an asset, and then I go, "How is this supposed to work? Let's just click buttons until
figure
we
it
get
out.
things working."
And
And
that is a
sometimes
good
they
thing
work.
and a bad thing at the same time. I can't count the number of times I see somebody button mashing, hoping to get it to work, and they just go down a rabbit hole of just no, I know. And I had to go in and be like, hey, a lot of times I'll run into, each project is different. It's like different people, right? Imagine your product or your game or whatever it is you're working on is unique to you, and then there's 7 billion of you, right? So it's not a one solution fits all. It's a one solution for you to incorporate, and I think that's a very, very, very big misunderstanding. Is all of our assets work, right? But your project is unique to you. You need to incorporate our assets or any asset. You need to incorporate that with your project to make it work the way it needs to work, right? So if somebody comes up to me and Sector is a big one on this, and they say, well, how many chunks do I need to make this into? You tell me that. I will tell you how to do it. You tell me how many chunks you need, and why do you need those chunks?
I'd almost say that's a small example, Brian, because
that is a very small example, but yeah,
like it's a great one, but that is something people need to understand, that the more assets, components, whatever you want to call them, that you put together, the more complex everything becomes. So you
Yeah.
cannot expect things to just plug and play.
Yeah.
You,
And I don't
you do
I
need
don't own
to get in
everything on
there
the
and
asset
get your
store,
hands
guys.
dirty.
That's the other thing. I don't own everything
Yeah,
on this
there you
asset
go.
store. So if you're bringing me an asset that's not working with our product, 9 times out of 10, if I don't spend my own money to go and buy that asset just so I can help you, then don't take it offensively. I'm not singling you out
It's
and trying to
complicated.
say that support's not going to happen. I'll help you to the best of my ability of knowing what that asset does and how to kind
Yeah.
of accomplish it. But if you're adding in, a crap ton of assets,
I've seen you go way overboard on helping people.
oh
So
man, I can't count the number of
yeah.
assets I bought just to help people.
Yeah.
A single person, and I'll never pick up that asset again.
He's on it.
Oh wow.
He's on it. But
I've
you
got so many
guys
assets.
really
It's
should
unbelievable.
understand that it is not that simple. So yeah,
Troubleshooting.
definitely.
If you're having problem troubleshooting your game, and I just step in 2 seconds with not even knowing what it is you're doing,
Mm.
more than likely it's gonna take me a minute
I
to
know.
figure out what it is you're
I
doing,
mean,
so that way I can figure it
yeah,
out.
I've been using Unity a decade, almost a decade now, and I know you cannot
Scrapping
expect
the
me
shit
to
out of
do
it.
that. If you expect me to do that, I'd be like, uh, uh, screw you. Sorry, bad cough. I
Right,
mean,
but I
just
mean,
no,
I
not
would
gonna
try to
happen.
help out as much as possible, but there is some limitations to what kind of support I can give you. You know what I mean? Depending on what you bought and what you're trying to accomplish.
As it should be.
Without me having your game in my hands and been working on it with you for a number of weeks, I don't know jack about your game. Granted,
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
mean,
help you as much as possible
look
to
at your
get it
screen
going.
right there. It
Yeah.
there's well, I'm just looking at the over 11,000 5-star assets. Well, we know
Yeah.
there's a hell of a lot more than that.
Yeah.
There's so
100%.
many. I bet there's probably 50 to 100,000 assets on the asset store.
Oh,
So for
100%.
Procedural Worlds to work with all of them as a plug and play, that's unrealistic.
Right.
I think the more advanced developers understand that, and it comes with time. You'll get there, but you can't uh, say, "Oh, I downloaded this and it broke." Now, you know what? I'm guilty of that. I have done this, and I feel bad. I bought a product, I brought it into my game, and there were errors I did not understand. I reached out to the developer. I was upset. Um, I don't think he was happy with me. I'm not sure. He was polite. Um, in the end, turns out it was more my fault than his. I mean, in fact, I'd go ahead and say it was my fault because I had too many shaders in my product or project, whatever you want to call it, and I was blaming the developer of that asset, which that could have easily been Gaia or Enviro or any of these other products. The same thing would have happened, but it was my misunderstanding of the limitations of the engine, being that you can only have 256 global keywords. So I'll admit that.
Right.
And you need to understand that not every single asset out of
It's
the
created
50
equal.
to 100,000 are going to work together. And especially, Gaia in particular, just wow, it does so much stuff. It's
Yeah.
insane. So you
And
can't
we
you can't
try to make
expect
it.
it to just be like boom bang pow, I got a game
Yeah.
now.
We try to make it as
Don't,
easy
no.
as possible, right? So if I
Yeah.
for you guys that use Procedural Worlds assets, you can see in the Gaia Manager itself, it says in the water you can select it to none or you can use ours, right? So we make it very
Oh
very
yeah.
easy for you to say, do you want to use our water? Yeah, okay, here it is. Do you not want to use our water and you want to use Aquas or crust or whatever it is, okay, hit no. So
And that
that
that actually goofed me up. That's a good thing to bring up because it goofed me up. Even though I've been using Unity forever.
oh, thanks.
Yeah, that's a good point. That one I goofed up on. So
If anybody wants to check
definitely
out
look at
Messi's, I'll
documentation
link that as well.
and tutorials.
There's
What is it?
Messi's playlist on
right
Procedural
on.
Worlds assets. So
Actually,
be sure
since
to
we're
check
on
those
the
out.
topic, yeah, you should post your tutorials as well because um it's
Which
there's a lot involved and
we
it just is going to take time to learn the engine and the assets. You got to look at them as two different things in some
Yeah.
cases. I found you
we
have to
are
learn both.
changing. We are changing from it's not going to be Adam Goodrich after so much or after too much longer. It's actually going to be under Procedural Worlds Discord. So for those that
Okay.
do tune in later or that are tuned in now, I don't think that it's
So it'll be a
live
new
yet.
YouTube channel?
Yeah, Procedural Worlds
Okay.
YouTube. So it's not live yet.
Cool.
Okay, and I'm pretty sure it will be live. Don't quote me just in case it doesn't go live. But there will be a channel, I believe, that will be Procedural Worlds. So it makes it a little easier for you guys to find it because I know you guys have said that it is hard to find Procedural Worlds assets going to Adam Goodrich, which is our
Okay.
CEO, for those that don't know that.
He's the
So-
man with the plan.
Yeah, we're gonna probably switch those up to make it a little easier on you guys to find them, and we do have somebody on board now
that's a good
that
point.
is gonna be dedicated to making tutorials. I think that's safe to say.
Oh, no way. That's awesome.
So it used to be Adam,
Oh, that's cool.
myself, and a couple of others would make the tutorials, and we'll post them up when we can. I know I've done quite a few. You can see some live stream stuff that I've done in the past. I know the Real Ivy tutorial, which I had a hell of a time making that tutorial. Real Ivy. I kept
Oh,
calling
I
it Real
love
Ivory.
that pack.
I kept calling it Real Ivory.
Ivory.
And oh my god, it took
Those
me.
are different things.
I shit you not. It took me probably 20, 30 takes to make this tutorial because I kept messing up the name so bad. I'm like, oh my god, this
But
is terrible.
at least
But
you got it.
That's
Yeah,
you
I
can actually make that into a
eventually
new asset. Make
Yeah.
your own real ivory asset.
right, Real Ivory. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to get to bed, guys. It's 12:30 for me.
No,
Yeah,
hey, I
I think we need to
appreciate it,
wrap it up.
Messi. Yeah, this is pretty much the end of
Thank
it
you
here,
so
guys.
much.
We've been going on about 5 hours. So, again, big shout out to Messi Coder. Be sure
Definitely
to check
fun.
him out on Twitch and on his YouTube as well. I just linked that
You're
in
too
the
kind.
channel. So, check him out. He's fantastic. Great guy. Ty, thank you for coming on board and talking with us as well.
It was very fun.
Check out Reign of Darkness. Check out some of the games that we've kind of showcased today. If you guys have a
Yes.
game and you want me to go over it next live stream or next time we do something like this, feel free to PM me that content there, and we'll do it again. So thanks everybody. Thanks everybody for coming out.
Thanks, bro.
It's
Great
been
meeting
awesome.
you, Ty.
Yes, you
Yeah,
too,
guys.
Messi. Loved
So-
it. Good combo.
Bye.
Alright, we out.
See you, Messi.
See you guys.
See you, Ty.
Boy.
So, thanks everybody for tuning in. Thanks for watching. This was this live stream. We'll get back into then our next live stream will probably be our next update, more than likely, when that gets released. So stay tuned in for that, guys. And it's been a pleasure. So, without further ado, take her easy. We'll catch you on the next one.